them. Like their champ pool is like so wide everywhere. And playing against them, like laning is like obviously easy. Like Impact is not that good in laning, but he's really good at like using his jungler. Like he always clear his vision to set up gank. So it's a bit, it's hard to like survive in that lane, even though laning is easy. And in late game, like he's really good at pressuring as much as he can. So it's not easy to play against them. I think they are at least top 3 in LCS to me.
Your view?
Yeah, for me, like I want Sentinels on DSG, so like I don't say they're like that strong, but like I feel like they're the one who can win anyone, and who can lose into anyone.
Yeah.
So like it's fun to watch them because like they have like 4 previous my teammates there.
Yeah.
It's always fun to watch them, but yeah, I don't think they're like that strong, but like they can beat anyone. Yeah.
I feel like people say that about you guys too on FlyQuest. About like you guys could lose to anybody and beat anybody.
Yeah, it's kind of going like that. Like we are struggling against every team, but we are like, I think we are like losing 1-2 everyone. Like we don't get 2-0, I think, the split.
Yeah.
So it's kind of close every game. I think that's true.
Okay, because that's interesting. I feel like playoffs is pretty much, no one has like a pretty strong idea. And I actually want to ask you about the fact that you guys are going to be in the lower bracket, but yes, you guys are going to be facing the losers of C9 and Fly. Any expectation of that? I don't know. I'm sure you haven't really thought it too much because you haven't seen that series yet, but
C9 Fly, I think honestly it kind of depends. I don't know, because honestly I feel like C9, even though they've like won every series, they don't look like they're like a hard first place team.
Yeah.
So I feel like, I don't know. I think it's close, but I think Fly is slightly favored if they play well.
Yeah.
But I think it's just like whoever plays well, so it's hard to say.
You can probably use that as a way to talk about them because they did beat Team Liquid, and they have an undefeated streak right now. They have not dropped a series, but it seems like that conversation always kind of gets brought up about like, yes, they haven't lost, but no one is willing to say that they're the best team. Where do you think that is coming from when you hear that, Castle?
Not sure, because like honestly, C9 still plays well, but like they doesn't look like they're like the best. Also like the other supposed to be the best teams are not really playing well into C9, I guess. Like on the matches, so not sure. But I think C9, I won't say C9 is like bad, but like they're still strong, but like they don't look like they're like first, not like strongest.
Yeah. Gagos, you probably have the most recent information of everybody here, having just faced them last week.
I mean, last week we almost beat them, but I had a terrible game on Sion. I think they are not that good at laning as a mid bot, but their top is I think best player in their team, and looks like if he doesn't get lead, like it's hard for them to win.
Yeah.
But last week, like he didn't get much lead, but they win somehow. Yeah, I think they are not best. Like, but yeah, it's kind of close. I think every team is so close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think right now like hard to choose like one best team in LCS. I think they're like all close.
Were you surprised by Team Liquid losing to them? I don't know if you saw that series.
I think I was playing Scream, so I wasn't really like focused on that, but I think I saw like some throw from like TL, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. How did you guys view that series? I don't know if any of you guys watched it because obviously scrims were probably happening at the same time, but a lot of people expected Team Liquid to win, but obviously the expectations for Team Liquid has been a little bit dulled. I mean, they've had an iffy split as well. So what's your guys' view of that series if you guys watched it?
Was it the game where AP was playing TF and Daejeon? Or
yeah.
Is that series? Yeah, I only watched like parts of it, but it did seem like I mean, I feel like laning isn't like C9's like strongest suit for like mid and bot. I do kind of agree with that, but I do think like they are like decent like when they have like ability to like play macro like with TF ulti stuff like that.
Yeah.
I do think it's like not bad. So yeah, I think like their team play is also pretty decent. But yeah.
So then what's been happening with Team Liquid? Because a lot of people had a lot of hype around Team Liquid. A, Scrim Demons. And B, it felt like they were starting to get it together. But Geckos, what's your view on that team?
I feel like C9 and TL are same to me. Like their top laners are like best player in the team.
Yeah.
And if they don't get lead, it feels like they are not that good team if their top laners don't get lead. But going against TL always like scary because of Morgan. He's like LCK tier top laner, and he is always in your mind. He will dodge every skill shot and get advantage somehow. But they are not that good as a team, but they are really good individual players, I think.
Morgan's an interesting point to talk about. You actually played against him
Twice. Yeah.
twice,
Yeah.
so you have the best view of him.
Yeah.
And you did well in lane. I remember the second time, but the first time you were in the carry matchups both times on
Yeah.
DSG side.
Yeah. I think he kind of suffered for drafts, so I think I just had like good matchup. I think for me, so like have a lead. So not sure, but like he's not. Feel like he's not like breakable. He still like stay like how to say it. Stay like
Stable.
stable.
Yeah.
So like hard to like break him, but like just depends on matchup.
Yeah.
Like, if you're supposed to get a lead, like you're gonna get a lead.
I'm gonna stay on you for this topic because it's Shopify Rebellion versus DSG. That match happened. I'm interested because of course you want to follow your former teammates. They ended up facing versus Shopify. You watched that series, surely?
Not really.
You didn't?
Not really. Like,
God, bro.
Not
Like,
keeping in
no,
touch
like,
with the friends,
no,
the homies.
No, I'm focused on myself more.
Fair.
So yeah, not really. But
Did you see any of the prior games with Surdy coming in? Like, what was your view of DSG? Like, of course, post trade.
I didn't really watch the whole series of like any DSG games, but like I saw like some parts of the games. Like I saw like Salty has like huge raid every game. Like,
Yeah.
Like I think I saw like he had like 5K ball at some point in the game.
Yeah.
Like they're still losing. I don't
Yeah.
know. So like, I think he, like I heard a lot from like about him
Yeah.
from DSG too. Like he talks a lot. Like he's pretty good. Like even he didn't play like that much screen before. For hop on the DSG. So like yeah, I think they play pretty well and just I guess unlucky.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
unlucky. You guys watch the series at all?
Which one?
The Shopify Rebellion DSG series that happened yesterday for
Yeah,
playoffs.
I mean, we were hoping DSG is winning because if they win, we log top 4.
True.
So I was watching full focus, even though we have scrim. But they didn't win, which feels bad. But we won today, so it's better feeling for sure.
True.
Yeah.
What was your thoughts on that series? Because contracts went crazy. It was the Olaf draft that he had that
Oh,
was the one
yeah.
that was insane.
I think, yeah, that Olaf was so strong there. I don't know what's going on in draft, but I mean, I think that shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
Like when he gets Olaf, it's like so hard to play if you give him a single lead. So yeah.
Who did you guys expect to make it into playoffs? Did you guys expect DSG or Shopify?
Honestly, I thought DSG was gonna make it in, but yeah, it did seem like Shopify played some League of Legends.
Yeah.
for once. So, I don't
Is that the performance that you see in scrims at all, or is DSG or Shopify the better scrim team usually?
I mean, I think we beat like both of them pretty hard in scrims.
The moment you just had to think about that, I was like, okay, well.
So honestly, it was kind of a toss-up in my head. But yeah, I guess Shopify just came out on top.
Let's get into the end of split voting, because people are already been talking about all pros and MVP stuff. I'm interested in your guys' thought process on the key all pros. I'll probably end up starting with you, the sole mid laner of the group, Dark Wings, just because I'm interested in your view of the mid lane options. I think mid lane, for me, looking at it, seems pretty open to a lot of different votes. So I'm not sure if you agree with that, or if there's like a set 3 mid laners in your mind that you put above the rest.
So like, just like
Yeah, your top
ranking,
3. Yeah.
top 3, excluding myself, right?
Yeah, if you want to add yourself, brother. But if you do say number 1, then I'm gonna say exclusive.
I think. Ooh,
But no, you can include yourself. I think you should.
I should. Then. I think overall, I'd say.
Remember, Cat Ghost and Castle are watching you. Advocates for their own mid laners.
You better say what?
I mean, Quad. I saw the Oriana game. He should have killed the Silas top lane for free.
Oh my god, true!
Let's not talk about that.
I do think, I mean, Quad and Saint, I do think are like 1 and 2 in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think.
Wait, he said Quad and Saint or Quad and...
He said Quad and Saint, yeah.
Quad and Saint 1 and 2.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, he approves.
I think.
Yeah, not just because they're right next to you guys, by the way.
I think
No.
Quid 3 and then me 4.
Okay.
Whoa.
If I had to.
What's the thought process on the Quid 3, or just like your list in general?
I think if I'm counting like lane phase, macro, and like team fighting, that's just what I'm thinking about. Because I think everyone has their own strengths. Like I think Saint on like melees is like the scariest, and Quad playing just like I guess mages, like stuff like that. Like he's like on the same level in my opinion. But I think like if you have to like count for like everything combined, then that's my rating.
All right. Now I'm interested in the flaming version of you, because you did not put APA in that list.
I think, I mean, I don't think AP's laning is bad, but it's just like sometimes it feels a bit AFK. Like in like winning matchups, he's not winning as much as he should be. And yeah, I think, I mean, that's just why I docked him some points. But I think outside of that, like he would be pretty solid. It's just like, I guess maybe I am focusing on laning a bit more than the other aspects, so that's why I put him a bit lower.
All right, you guys are my judges. How did you feel about that list?
Not sure, honestly. I don't really care about the lanes. I'm pretty surprised like AP's not there. It's like they just won every series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how mid lane, but when they go side and I match them, Dark Wings Rise is the scariest one.
Ooh.
Dark Wings Rise is like getting as much as he can. Same for APA. Like he plays so aggressive, but sometimes he's getting caught, I think, because he plays so aggressive on side. Other than that, I think I didn't play against as much as against Saint. I don't know how he plays inside then, but today we play against him. But he played Yuna, I played Xante, so it was easy. But I agree with his tier list. I think it's... I will say the same.
I love that. Okay, that's good. Now I want to hit you guys both with the top lane tier list. Especially if we have both like top laners here. I think it's very interesting. I will start with you actually, Gakkos, just because I'm interested in your view of like Kia All Pro top laners.
Yeah. I don't want to put myself actually.
Hey, you could if you want to. I'm not. Some people may disagree.
I'm up there, but I don't want to put. I think one is Morgan by far. Like playing against him is always like hard to win, even though it's winning matchup. Morgan is one for sure. Second is, I mean, to me, it's like everyone is same.
Not even Thanatos?
Thanatos is good, but like I think like every top laner is so close. It's just not Morgan.
Okay. Then hit me with just who would you say is the top 3, even though they're pretty much the same to
top
you?
3?
Based on what you value as a top laner.
I mean, sometimes Dokle is best top laner, but his biggest problem is he's not consistent.
Yeah.
I think that's why they go for change. Uh, uh, I don't actually. I will say like Morgan, Thanatos, Castle, I guess.
Okay, Castle. Now that you just put in that list, I'm interested in your view. And then we can have Darkwings be the judge on the same. After you guys judged him, what's your top 3 top laners?
I think if we include like every practice, then like I can say Morgan, but I think on stage Thanatos plays better. So I think I go Thanatos first and Morgan second for sure. I was pretty confident I can be on third, like before I joined Lyon. But, like I'm not sure right now. It's like I think Gekko's is like pretty close to me. I think like other like obviously Dokla plays like well a lot. I think, but I think me and Gekko's was like kinda competing for third before I think, but like not sure right now. Maybe I get Gekko's third.
So where'd you say? So you said Gekko's third. You said Thanatos first. Who was your second again?
Morgan.
Morgan.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Darkwings. It's your time to judge.
We're missing one, aren't we? Impact. No. I'm just kidding. I mean, I feel like, I can see like just based on the laning. Yeah, I think I'd agree with your assessment. Yeah.
You don't want me to dare. Yes, yeah.
You agree with Castle that Castle's not on the list. Interesting.
But like, I mean, well, it's only like right now. I feel like
Yeah.
Castle has like, I mean, obviously I played with him, so it's like I think Castle's good, but just like right now, I think new teams like, especially like when I played on like newer teams, it's just like you kind of have to understand like, I guess their play style, like you kind of have to mesh with them. So I feel like once you mesh with the team or like figure out like what is expected of you or like what you want your teammates to do and they understand, then it becomes a lot easier to play the game.
You see, so I'm not there right now for him.
Yeah.
I guess.
It's kind of messed up.
Not yet.
I thought you guys were
Not yet,
friends.
I guess,
Not
yeah.
yet.
I thought you guys were friends.
I believe in Castle.
Darkwings, tell me a little bit about of Impact and your view of Impact, because I only asked because in Split 1 he got like most fearless player, aka he played the most different variety champions. He did the same thing going to Split 2. He played a lot of different type of champions, but in the last couple of weeks he's been playing in straight up tanks. What's something that you feel that people overlook when it comes to Impact?
I do feel like he brings a lot to like the mid game and like late game of the games.
Yeah.
So I feel like he has a good understanding of like when he should drop waves and like look to fight or like make like creative like plays. But I also think mainly just his fundamentals like in team fighting is really good, especially on tanks. I'm not sure about like. I mean, I think his carries are good too. Just like his tanks are like he has that. It feels like he has that experience. Like he knows exactly like how like each fight should look.
Yeah.
I think in the Hui game I played today, I like in the Baron sequence I was like zoning off like this choke, and then I moved over a bit. I was like, oh shit, like I should not move over here, and instantly he was like, Impact was like. I was like, you have to keep that zone. Like, what are you doing here? I was like, oh shit, I already knew that. But yeah, it's like he has a good idea of like how the fight should go too.
Yeah.
So,
Gagos, it seemed like you were thinking about. What were your thoughts on Impact as a player?
Impact?
Yeah.
I mean, outside of the lane, he's scariest one to play against. Because I told you, like, he plays really smart insights. But I was thinking about, like, laning when you asked me in tier list.
Yeah.
Laning, he's not the best. But yeah, it's always fun to play against him because he has good strengths.
And even though, of course, you guys aren't necessarily lanes for other lanes, I'm still interested in your opinion. So you can even be fast if you don't have like an actual idea or reasoning for it. But I'm going to go through you guys. Just what's your guys' jungle tier list? I'll go with you. Castle to start.
I think Jose first.
Mhm.
Jose, Inspire. Not sure what third. Flavor, I guess. Yeah.
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 Gakos.
Griffin first, of course.
Of course, yeah.
Of course. It's my
Plus
guy.
1,000 chemistry.
Hopefully he will pet up sometimes because of this.
Yeah, of course.
Second, I think Hambak and Inspired. Like, he's always scared to play against Hambak. I think he's really good actually. Hambak inspired, and then like I think other junglers are almost same.
Yeah.
The Hambak first, of course.
Oh, of course, yeah.
By a large margin. And then probably just inspired, and Jose.
Okay. This is the most painful Jose that you just did. You were looking through every jungle to be able to say Jose.
Yeah.
Is there a reason?
No, I was just thinking like.
Oh, if any other
I was
ones?
just thinking of the other junglers.
Okay, let's go through 80 carries now. What's your thoughts through 80 carries?
Let's think about it. I think Berserker first for sure.
Yeah.
Honestly, not sure about others. I think Berserker first.
Masu.
Yeah, that's
I'll think of the Masu second.
Rahel.
I don't think Lyon has been playing well though.
Yeah.
I think Masu by far the best.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yep.
We're going to have to make a new rule. But no, keep going.
Second, like when I play against Berserker or Rahel, I think they have aura. Start to hit skill shots to them.
Yeah.
I think they have aura, yeah. Masu, Berserker, Rahel is my top 3. Wait, did I forget anyone?
Some people would say Sven, but I think this has been a pretty tough split maybe for him.
Yeah. I think Rahel, Berserker, and Masu, my top 3.
Yeah, I think mine is Rahel, Berserker, Masu.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty
Told the same.
Yeah.
Should I say again?
Oh, yeah, you actually said it, so that's actually completely
Yeah,
fine on that one. The only thing we have left is the support role.
Yeah.
Support, it's always hard to be able to, especially in an enchanter meta, to get an idea.
Yeah,
You go
I
for a
think
Geckos.
It has to be hard, like you play enchanter, so it's always risky to get vision when on engage supports it's like way easier.
Yeah.
On support tier list, I would put like Cryo by far the best.
Of course, yeah.
Of course.
Support. I think, bro, I'm glazing Sentinels too much. I think who is second best because he's always making my life harder on side lane.
Yeah.
Same for COD, like I think he said the same.
A bard clearing your vision, yeah.
Yeah. But who was there? Supports.
For JJ, who else?
Isles.
Vulcan.
Vulcan, yeah.
Isles.
I think they're pretty much the same. I think Huhi and Cryo to me.
Castle.
Let's see. I'll say Vulcan first. And like, don't really think like other. I'm not sure about it. I think other first are the same. Also, I think I'm kind of a hater of Sentinels. I guess.
Yeah.
I guess it's like for me, like the last match versus Sentinels was like the LCS, the first game. So like,
True.
we beat them though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're easy for you guys.
Yeah.
How did you guys beat them?
Like, I think I carried the Dashers.
Of
not
course,
sure.
of
Are you
course.
telling mine to carry?
I'm not sure. Not
Yep.
sure.
So I guess.
Yeah. Also, like, I don't know. Like, I don't think I want to place them that much. Like, I don't want to place them that much. Like, they're like pretty close to me. So not sure. But I guess I'm Sentinels hater. I guess.
Okay,
Yeah.
of course, yeah. Dark Winds?
Support. I mean, obviously Huhi #1, but if I exclude Huhi, I actually remember getting like completely. I mean, when I'm playing versus Vulcan, sometimes I hate my life. I remember I was playing like one scrim game. I was playing like way back ago. Like I was playing TLAW, and he was playing Bard, and I was literally riding my wall like to leave, and he just Bard cues me on it, like out of fog.
Yeah.
It was actually crazy. But yeah, out of Vulcan, I think. Who else? I think Core is pretty good, and then maybe Isles.
I was wondering about Isles. I feel like Isles had a really good split, and especially mostly because the laning phase with him and Berserker has been pretty top notch. What are you guys' view on Isles in particular?
Which one?
Isles.
Isles?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have that much idea, but they are usually winning bot lane in scrims, so I think it's decent.
Now let's get to the MVP combo. because the entire split, I feel like the propaganda machine has been on Jose Dioto, but Jose Dioto has been incredible. And there's been Thanatos, Jose Dioto, Vulcan conversations, Berserker for sure. Like, there's a lot of names. I think this is the one split where I feel like it's been super mixed in terms of how people view it. So I don't know how you've been feeling about this one, Castle, about the conversation.
Okay, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I don't really watch that much like LCS games.
Yeah.
So I cannot really say like choose one.
Even
But,
if you're just pulling from scrims.
Yeah, I think Jose can be MVP, but like also consoles played pretty well, like this split. So not sure. Like it's pretty hard to choose one, but I think either Jose or Thanatos, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, for me.
Gakkos?
I feel like Berserker is smurfing like too much.
Yeah.
I will go with him. Or like I have 4 more names, which is Griffin.
Oh,
Koa.
my God. The chemistry is through the roof.
So I will go with Berserker.
Dark Wings?
Yeah, I mean, I'm also kind of, I don't watch that much LCS. I watch like I like tune in like for half the games, but like I don't
Yeah.
watch like super closely and like how everyone's doing. So yeah, I feel like I think who makes like the most impact. Haha, Impact 9.
Oh my God.
I feel like maybe
I'm throwing tomatoes at you,
Jose.
brother.
Just feel like Jose does contribute a lot to TL's wins, in my opinion. So
Yeah.
I feel like the most like standout might be him.
So, the Jose Dioto votes make a lot of sense. Talk me through the idea with Berserker, because Berserker and Isles, like their bot lane has just been kind of incredibly strong. I feel like Masu as well, but how do you view Berserker's split so far?
I mean, like I don't watch details.
Yeah.
I just watch team fights. But like when I've watched team fights, like he's always doing as much damage he can, and he's like positioning very well. So I will go with because of team fights.
Yeah. I'm interested in your guys' view as we move on to just talking about Arena, because the new 3v3, like 3v6 game mode is out. Have you guys played much of it?
Like a few games.
A few games?
Yeah, I play a couple games too.
I mean, Griffin is inviting me every day, but I always decline.
You always decline them?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like playing Arena that much. I mean, I used to like it last year when it was 2v2.
Yeah.
Maybe if I try, I will like it, but it's a bit like addiction, so I don't want to fall for it.
Oh, you don't want to fall for the Arena addiction.
Yeah, so I usually play solo queue.
Surely Griffin brings it up in the scrim room that you're just declining
yeah, I mean,
all the
like even
invites.
today, like he asked to go Arena. But, yeah, I declined.
That is insane. With all the chemistry you've been pushing, the fact that you've not been accepting those invites. What about you guys? Like, Darkwings, you've been playing quite a bit, haven't you?
Like, I mean, less than like probably around like 5 games, I think, so far of the new one. I mean, it's just like it's pretty fun. I mean, sometimes I feel like I can like it's like kind of fake team fight practice, but like you can kind of cope. It's like or team fighting. So, I mean, keeping like doing like spacing and stuff like that is fun. But I don't know, it's just crazy. Like I don't understand what's going on half the time.
what do you guys feel is OP in the game mode?
What I play? I played like randomed Alawi twice, like in a row.
Oh my
It was
God.
pretty fun. I just like kept slamming people with tentacles. What else? I don't know what else I played. It's like some random stuff, but yeah.
Cassie, you play much Arena at all?
Not really, but we did cope a lot last year on DSG with like Bowie, like Darkwings, like that loser. Like we did cope a lot about like practicing on or not like team fight practice. Like, after that, like even before the change about the 3v3, I think they changed Arena a lot. So
Yeah.
I don't really know like what's good there, but like it looks pretty fun.
Who's the biggest coper for Arena on DSG side?
Definitely Hui.
He really wanted to play who?
Yeah, definitely Hui.
Oh my God. What was his thought process whenever you guys pushed back on it?
Like about the
Of like going to
Arena
Arena?
co-op?
Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, like any solo queue is now, right?
yeah.
Like,
He just hated solo queue.
Yeah.
I think
so,
that's the
like-
biggest reason.
That's always where it starts
Yeah.
from.
Yeah.
Any OPs that you guys from just going through arena?
I don't play arena.
Hmm?
I don't play arena.
Jeez.
not sure about the OP, but I'm always spending Yumi.
Yumi?
I'm always spending
Yumi.
Yumi.
Is that even good?
Is it good? Like it was pretty good on 2v2. Like
Okay.
yeah, so I'm always spending
Yeah.
Yumi.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Let's get straight into the actual playoffs conversation. Because to me, the most interesting part, Geckos, is we had an arrow in to talk about the selection process of who they selected.
Wait, can you repeat?
Yeah, we had an arrow come into the broadcast to
Oh,
say
Sinan
who
coach.
he selected. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he selected you guys. You guys are going to be going up against Cloud9. What's your thought on that matchup and the idea of him selecting you guys?
I mean, we're losing to them like 4 times in a row now, or 3, probably 3.
Probably 3.
I don't know. I guess they don't want to choose TL because of Morgan. Yeah, I mean, I'm really confident going against them. I think I would choose S2 if I was C9.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like playing against TL.
What are your guys' thoughts on the matchup?
Sinner versus Fly.
Yeah.
Not sure we lost into Fly today, so I think it's pretty close. It's hard to just like one, like who's winning, but yeah, it's gonna be a fun match, I guess.
Dark Wings?
Yeah, I feel like in general, really all the matchups I kind of like whoever shows up on the day, but
Who do you
I'd
think
say
should win
whoever
that?
has a better draft will win. That's
Oh
all I'm
my
gonna say.
god!
The draft
Coach
is OP.
Steve, Coach Steve,
Hmm?
Coach Gap.
Oh, yeah,
Coach
Coach
Cap?
Cap. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
But do you
who
have
has
an
a better
opinion?
coach?
I mean, of
Are you
course,
leaning
like,
one
of
side or
course.
the other?
Tinkard.
This one. Thinkard versus Inero, I will dominate.
And there is Apollo, don't forget
Apollo.
about him, please.
Thinkard, Apollo versus
True.
I will dominate and Inero. I, mean,
I have
honestly,
opinion.
honestly close. I mean, it's close. It's close.
It's close?
Yeah, it depends on who gets a better sleep that day.
His brother's gonna be sleeping all night.
Apollo is like sleeping to 12 hours a day, so
Castle, you're gonna be going up against Team Liquid. Thoughts specifically on that matchup now?
At least I had like pretty good experience into Morgan because I played twice. I
True.
played into twice, so like, yeah. As a top line, like, honestly, I only care top, so like, only care top and winning. So I say that I think it's playable for us. Actually, I think it's winning's like favor on us
Yeah.
than TL. So yeah.
Geckos, what's your thoughts on that matchup? Because that happened last split, and it was definitely a disappointment from Team Liquid side, and they honestly have changed how they play the game immensely because of that series. So what's
Which
your thoughts
series?
on the Team Liquid versus Lyon series? So what's your thoughts on that matchup?
I mean, so close, but I will go with Lyon.
Yeah.
I think TL top laner, I mean, Lyon top laners are really decent to play against Morgan. And if Morgan doesn't get lead, I think they are not good as a team. So I will go with Lyon.
Darkwings, I need your thoughts now on this one.
I feel like,
The-
for a mid lane perspective, I feel like Saint is way more like crazier than Quid is, I think.
Yeah.
And it really depends, like, if you get like the crazy good version of Saint or like the crazy like fucked up Saint.
True.
But I think I do think Lion will win.
Okay.
But it's gonna be a close
I
series.
mean, it
for sure.
depends on, like, I guess, like how Dokla plays. I think like when he played against Morgan, he is always doing good. I'm actually surprised. But I don't know who are they gonna put in.
True.
I don't even know. Yeah.
Yeah. When do you... It's always interesting. I know we talked about this really early on, but the idea of like knowing and having some idea and preparation like going into a matchup, like what do you feel like the dynamic is now? Do you feel like it's a lot clearer of when you're going in versus when Dokla is going in? or are you going to figure that out probably going into the next week?
Not sure. I think just right now coaches are trying us two, between us two. So not sure about it, but yeah. Also, as a pro gamer, you should always be ready to play like in any moments. So yeah.
That's true. I mean, you said you've been in this position before on KT, right?
Yeah, I think that experience actually helps me a lot right now. I'm just being ready to play like anytime. Cause like first week, they didn't even tell me I'm gonna put in the next game before the first game starts. So
Yeah.
but I was still ready to play like anytime. So like, yeah, I think that experience actually helps me right now.
I guess we'll find out on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's exciting for me. Everybody catch that one next week, Saturday, Sunday. Playoffs begin. That's exciting. Thanks a lot, guys, for joining me on this episode.
Thank you very much.
I much appreciated. Thanks for watching, everybody. Pros on YouTube and listening on Spotify, Apple Music, or wherever you get your podcast from. See you next week for more pros and final week of. Actually, it's the final week of the regular season today, so that's sick. Appreciate you guys. See you in playoffs.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Now let's get to the MVP convo. Geckos?
I feel like Berserk is smurfing like too much.
Yeah.
I will go with him. Or like I have 4 more names, which is Griffin.
Oh, oh my God. Welcome everyone to this week's episode of Pros. I got Fly Geckos, Sentinel Darkwings, and I've got, of course, Castle here with Lyon. Now, I must say, before we get into it, the regular season is complete, which means LCS playoffs and the road to Arizona is on the horizon. If you will like to join us, it's going to be fun. Single day tickets is available right now for spring finals in ASU's Mullet Arena on June 13 and 14. Check out the link in the description for the purchase. It's going to be fun. And you may see any of these players, of course, on those days. Let's start with the final series of the day because that was really fun. It was FlyQuest versus Lyon. And I'm going to start with you, Geckos, just because I think there's been a lot of buzz from a lot of the players and coaches with you guys. I don't know what you guys are doing to people in scrims, but at least last week, when you guys went up against C9, you guys looked amazing. Obviously pretty heartbreaking that you guys didn't get the win. This week, you do come out with this like a strong performance and you take the win. What was your perspective, I think, throughout, especially game 3, when you guys lock in the Nasus?
I mean, when we lock in Nasus, I always know it's gonna be free win because like we have almost like 90% win rate with that champ. Like in officials, I think we have 0 losses.
Yeah.
So like whenever we look it, I know we are gonna win. I just need to, like we just need to help him and try not to win lanes because he cannot help us.
Yeah.
And like let's play his game, and he's really good at like managing us to help him. So I was really confident after looking at Nasus.
What was your feeling coming into the series?
My feeling?
Yeah.
I mean, it's always fun to play against Lyon. They have inspired our old teammate.
True.
It's always fun to play against them, and I'm always confident going against them.
The feeling of going into Inspired, is there any like added knowledge, of course, having been like the 6th man, the teammate with him for a while, that you feel like you have an edge?
I feel like I have what?
Like an edge, or like you have an extra bit of information having been like working with him?
Not really. I think Masu has the most like he knows most about Inspired.
Yeah.
But I don't have that much yet because I didn't play with him like mostly. So
Castle, what was the feeling for you in that series? Because you actually got to start that series. You started that series from the beginning.
Yeah.
What was your thought going into the series and having played it?
Honestly, like, it wasn't really matter for me who I'm playing with, like, against, like, cause like I'm still adjusting in the team, so I wasn't really caring like who I'm playing. Just I'm trying to like just fit in the team.
Yeah.
As soon as possible, like. So like, yeah.
Let's talk about that a little bit then, because when you first came out with the announcement that it was going to be a big risk. No one really knew what it was going to look like. It was if it was going to be like a 6-man roster or what the idea was going to be, and it came out to be a 6-man roster. How has it felt for you now, having some practice with the team, like acclimating?
I think like the first week of Scream, I think I played like completely terrible. Like I was like pretty like ready to take, even though I'm like not playing on that week. But, like yeah, I had the chance to play. But, like I don't know, it was pretty like there was like pretty new environment for me. Like they want me to do something differently when I usually do like on the other teams. So like yeah, I think I just needed sometimes. I think I still need sometimes to like adjust to them. But yeah.
That's interesting because the identity that you had in IMT and in DSG a lot of the time was, at least my perspective, was you're the strongest on the team. You're playing heavy league carries, like, so I felt as though that was a strength that you'd probably be continuing on going into this team, trying to play towards you. But it seems like that's going to be the opposite. What you're saying that adjustment has been difficult. What adjustments do you feel like you've had to make?
It's hard to say because like a lot of things is just different.
Yeah.
So the players are so different, like their positions, like their rankings are so different. So it's hard to say, but not sure. I think the view of coaches, the league view of the coaches, I don't know how to say it.
Oh yeah, the view of the coaches. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like kind of different than I usually have before. So I think try to adjust it, and like I'm running a lot from it. So yeah, I think I'm on the like learning like process now, like not like adjusting, but I don't know. Yeah.
It sounds like it's been hard. Galko, so earlier before we even started this, you said that you were in the same position, right? Like last year.
And I know that feeling. Last year, Flycast was like had 100% win it, and they were stomping everyone. And they subbed me in one game, and we got stomped. But I'm pretty sure I did well. Like, I was going even I was like a little bit ahead, but we lost that game. But that feeling is so bad.
Yeah.
Wait, didn't you play versus us on DSG?
I played against SR and I lost them.
Oh, SR.
Yeah, but you also, I think at the beginning, the first series, I think
played
they
against
blew.
DSG, but I was like terrible. I just got carried.
I remember that game honestly.
Actually, both of you guys.
The Jax versus Rumble. Right?
Yeah, I was. You were playing Jax and you were like killing me on cooldown.
Yeah, I remember.
It was not happy. I was not happy.
We lost that game.
Yeah, how did I lose Rumble versus Jax?
I don't know. Like, I honestly don't know. I just like. I don't know. I remember that game. Like I was like solo killing it 2 times, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
And then I remember a little bit of jungle pressure. At least I remember a little bit.
Yeah, I mean everyone was playing to kill me for sure.
Yeah.
Because like they know how can we lose, and they were trying to kill me for now. Makes sense.
How do they come to the decision of who will start when? Because like for you, they wanted you to start, I'm sure, to have some practice back then.
Yeah.
How did you know that you would be picked for that specific game, and how do you get ready for that kind of decision?
I mean, they were telling me before the match day.
Yeah.
And I was kind of getting ready. Like they were like putting me in because people was not playing Rumble or Ambessa as much as I do, so they were subbing me in. But otherwise, I think they were really good with Bipa.
Yeah.
Mostly because of like practice for me.
I want to dive into this a little more because because this is probably the most interesting thing for me because you came in as a 6-man. That was announced in Split 2.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the process of knowing you were going to be coming here, probably going through the whole visa process, and also not really knowing if you were going to get much time to play or even like have a chance to play on main stage. That must have been like a frustrating or tough feeling.
Yeah, I mean, at first I didn't know what was going to happen, but I was also really excited to come and play here, like to spend time with them.
Yeah.
They are like so good team. But the process was not that easy because I had school at the same time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But everything went well and I'm here now.
Was it an online course back in, like, was it online courses here, school here? Or
online course?
Yeah, because you
no,
said
I
school.
mean, I just finished and came. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. How have you been handling the process? Because you kind of mentioned the view of the coaches. I would imagine being on IMT and then being on DSG, a much more lighthearted experience, maybe because with little expectations. Like if you guys win a series, that's amazing. I'm not sure. This is me making assumptions, but being online, especially after last week, getting listening on comms, like the whole like shut up culture, but people are kind of completely happy being in the more like aggressive culture on that team. But that must have been like night and day different for you.
But honestly, like I think Inspire said that like last week about on the post. I think the same way. Like I don't really think we are taking it as an aggressive way. Maybe we are like choosing like hard, like wrong word, like bad word. But
Yeah.
like, no one's like taking it as a like aggressive way. Because like as soon as you are ready to say something right to inspire or like whoever like say that,
Yeah.
like then like they're ready to like take it, like it's right.
So it's been easier for you to kind of still fit into that environment, right? It hasn't been a problem with that.
I didn't really like know that at the first time, so like I was like, oh wow. So, like, now like I know them, like they're like not taking like as an aggressive way, so like yeah.
Yeah. Darkings, you've been here since the first series, watching the games.
Yep.
Were you able to watch the FlyQuest Lion series?
Yeah, I watched all 3 games.
What was your takeaway?
I thought, like, I mean, this was kind of a banger series, but I think the biggest part was kind of like the team fighting for both teams. I think like game 2 was kind of like the closest, where they're just like kind of back and forth team fights. Just like there's like some crazy outplays in my opinion, like Pestle flashing over the JSQ for the engage.
Oh, right.
That was the first game. That was the first game.
Oh, that was first game?
Yeah,
that's
the first game, yeah.
Oh, right, first game.
That was crazy, actually.
And then, yeah, Gakko's like the Cassante, like,
Just a lot of
Cassante
game,
moment. Yeah, I mean, just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
over
Yeah,
the
yeah,
series.
Was it the
like-
bot lane play where he like
Yeah,
flash W'd in as a Cassante carry? That was
Uh,
crazy.
Yeah, every time I play Yone into Cassante, I'm like, bruh, like sometimes like when you get the ulti angle onto the Yone as Cassante, it's like, bruh, how did he do that?
Yeah, that's why I picked Santa, actually. Like, we were talking about picking Yorick into, what was it?
Anivia.
Oh, Anivia, yeah. I think Yorick is like better matchup, but if I go Yorick, they have Sejan Lyon. It's so
Oh,
hard to
yeah.
go side.
Yeah.
So I just said like, give me Santa, but like coaches were not really ready for that. They're like, are you sure? Is this matchup okay? I was like, okay, and I think it's way better pick than Yorick.
Yeah.
It's counters Yone so much. I know.
Well, I
Games-
also thought
Go
that
on.
the drafts were kind of like, I did feel kind of bad for Castle because I felt like the drafts when he was playing didn't seem that favorable for Lyon. Like, there's kind of more high execution on them. I think like the third game, the Nasus, like they had a really hard winning bot lane. I don't know if that was because like, I mean, to me the champions like by themselves 2v2 should be winning, and they were able to stack dragons easily with that advantage. But Nasus kind of got to like free scale in my opinion,
Yeah.
and yeah.
There's a time actually you solo killed the Annie top,
Yeah.
and then the Nasus comes in. I'm like, okay. That's fair, actually. That's true. And from FlyQuest perspective, I think you guys have been growing very quickly. It's been crazy because I remember early on in the split, people would talk about the early scuttle fights. Now, obviously, you have no say in, but you have to tab look in bot lane. You have to F key and see your team losing that. No one asked your opinion of that. How is it tabbing in or like F keying and seeing your team just run the early scuttles?
I mean, I try to not focus on that.
Yeah.
Because if I do, it's gonna be bad for me. So I just don't even press tab sometimes.
Yeah.
But like every day we are getting better. We are not dying for scuttles, and I mean I got a lot of confidence too. I remember like last split, I was like we had a match against DSG, and I was like, how can I play against Castle? This guy is so good. I was so scared, but now I get like way better at laning, and now I'm very confident, and we got confident in like as a team.
That's nice. Okay, Darkwings, now that you got to listen in on the at least the discussion about the last series, interested in yours because that one was the cleanest series I've seen from you guys. It was versus Dignitas, yes.
Yeah.
But walk me through that game and what you're probably the most proudest of in that series.
I think the first game when I was playing Anivia against like Rise, we kind of knew that like XU is kind of like he kind of needs to like look for these like not crazy plays, but like he kind of like reaches a lot for these plays. So
Yeah.
when he like ganked me on mid lane, and they like burned both flashes to just get my egg like under tower, I thought like that was pretty like big for the game because we also killed the Ryze after.
Yeah.
And I just was able to keep my tempo up, and Ryze couldn't like impact the side lanes at all. So I felt like the game was like kind of over after that, honestly. Or it's
Yeah.
like we had like a pretty good lead, and we would just be able to like close out cleanly. Second game, I think was a bit closer. I mean, I was like doing pretty well in lane against the Annie. Pufffox even complimented me after, so
Nice.
props to him. But also, I had like a few bad like positioning errors, but we were still able to close out pretty easily.
Was there a lot of fear about not being able to make playoffs the last couple of weeks because you guys looked really good after lock-in, and a lot of people are thinking of you guys as like a really top team, and of course it's been a rough start of the split.
Yeah, I mean, I guess because we qualified to EWC, like honestly, like my thoughts about like playoffs were not as high
Yeah.
during the EWC stuff. Also, yeah, when we came back, we were like struggling a lot to find like a team identity or like what we wanted to do for like draft stuff like that. So
Yeah.
I think we did suffer a lot in the early weeks. But yeah, now I feel like we have a more like a better understanding of how we want to play early game, mid game, and like late game. So I feel like we've improved a lot since then.
True. You guys are definitely playing, I feel like, a lot more like fundamental League of Legends. Like straight up Impact, a lot of comments about him playing like Sion, Cassante, Orange, that stuff, and you guys playing pretty effectively around like objectives. Has that been a focus that you guys have had? Of just like being able to play better fundamental leagues?
I guess, yeah, for the game, like in game, I mean, we just talk a lot about like how we want to do our macro and just like small adjustments we can make. When we review, we just look at like team fighting macro. That's pretty much it. So, yeah.
I'm interested in hearing your guys' opinion of Sentinels because I think a lot of people are confused, but like a lot of people give respect to Sentinels being one of the top teams. But obviously, it's just been kind of hard being able to rate a lot of teams. Geckos, what's your view of watching when you watch Sentinels games?
I mean, we lost Sentinels 3 times in a row. So if you ask me, I'm going to tell they are best team in LCS.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe even in the world, I don't know. They have some crazy drafts, which makes draft really easy for them. Like their champ pool is like so wide everywhere. And playing against them, like laning is like obviously easy. Like Impact is not that good in laning, but he's really good at like using his jungler. Like he always clear his vision to set up gank. So it's a bit, yeah, it's hard to like survive in that lane, even though laning is easy. And in late game, like he's really good at pressuring as much as he can. So it's not easy to play against them. I think they are at least top 3 in LCS, to me.
Your view?
Yeah, for me, like I want Sentinels on DSG, so like I don't say they're like that strong, but like I feel like they're the one who can win anyone, and
Yeah.
who can lose into anyone.
Yeah.
So like it's fun to watch them because like they have like 4 previous my teammates there.
Yeah.
It's always fun to watch them, but yeah, I don't think they're like that strong, but like they can beat anyone. Yeah.
I feel like people say that about you guys too on FlyQuest. About like you guys could lose to anybody and beat anybody.
Yeah, it's kind of going like that. Like we are struggling against every team, but we are like, I think we are like losing 1-2 everyone. Like we don't get 2-0, I think, the split.
Yeah.
So it's kind of close every game. I think that's true.
Okay, because that's interesting. I feel like playoffs is pretty much, no one has like a pretty strong idea. And I actually want to ask you about the fact that you guys are going to be in the lower bracket, but yes, you guys are going to be facing the losers of C9 and Fly. Any expectation of that? I don't know. I'm sure you haven't really thought it too much because you haven't seen that series yet, but
C9 Fly, I think honestly it kind of depends. I don't know, because honestly I feel like C9, even though they've like won every series, they don't look like they're like a hard first place team.
Yeah.
So I feel like I don't know. I think it's close, but I think Fly is slightly favored if they play well.
Yeah.
But I think it's just like whoever plays well. So it's hard to say.
You can probably use that as a way to talk about them because they did beat Team Liquid, and they have an undefeated streak right now. They have not dropped a series, but it seems like that conversation always kind of gets brought up about like, yes, they haven't lost, but no one is willing to say that they're the best team. Where do you think that is coming from when you hear that, Castle?
Not sure, because like honestly, C9 still plays well, but like they doesn't look like they're like the best. Also like the other supposed to be the best teams are not really playing well into C9, I guess. Like on the matches, so not sure, but I think C9. I won't say C9 is like bad, but like they're still strong, but like they don't look like they're like first, not like strongest.
Yeah. Gagos, you probably have the most recent information of everybody here, having just faced them last week.
I mean, last week we almost beat them, but I had a terrible game on Sion. I think they are not that good at laning as a mid bot, but their bot is, I mean, their top is, I think, best player in their team, and looks like if he doesn't get lead, like it's hard for them to win.
Yeah.
But last week, like he didn't get much lead, but they win somehow. Yeah, I think they are not best. Like, but yeah, it's kind of close. I think every team is so close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think right now like hard to choose like one best team in LCS. I think they're like all close.
Were you surprised by Team Liquid losing to them? I don't know if you saw that series.
I think I was playing Scrim, so I wasn't really like focused on that, but I think I saw like some through from like TL, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. How did you guys view that series? I don't know if any of you guys watched it because obviously scrims were probably happening at the same time, but a lot of people expected Team Liquid to win, but obviously the expectations for Team Liquid has been a little bit dulled. I mean, they've had an iffy split as well. So what's your guys' view of that series if you guys watched it?
Was it the game where AP was playing TF in Daejeon? Or
Yeah.
Is that serious? Yeah, I only watched like parts of it, but it did seem like I mean, I feel like laning isn't like C9's like strongest suit for like mid and bot. I do kind of agree with that, but I do think like they are like decent like when they have like ability to like play macro like with TF ulti stuff like that.
Yeah.
Do you think it's like not bad? So yeah, I think like their team play is also pretty decent. But yeah.
So then what's been happening with Team Liquid? Because a lot of people had a lot of hype around Team Liquid. A, Scrim Demons. And B, it felt like they were starting to get it together. But Geckos, what's your view on that team?
I feel like C9 and TL are same to me. Like their top laners are like best player in the team.
Yeah.
And if they don't get lead, it feels like they are not that good team if their top laners don't get lead. But going against TL always like scary because of Morgan. He's like LCK tier top laner, and he is always in your mind. He will dodge every skill shot and get advantage somehow. But they are not that good as a team, but they are really good individual players, I think.
Morgan's an interesting point to talk about. You actually played against him
Twice. Yeah.
twice.
Yeah.
So you have the best view of him.
Yeah.
And you did well in lane. I remember the second time, but the first time you were in the carry matchups both times on
Yeah.
PSG side.
Yeah. I think he kind of suffered for drafts, so I think I just had like good matchup. I think for me, so like have a lead. So not sure, but like he's not. Feel like he's not like breakable. He still like stay like how to say it. Stay like
Stable.
stable.
Yeah.
So like hard to like break him, but like just depends on matchup.
Yeah.
Like, if you're supposed to get a lead, like you're gonna get a lead.
I'm gonna stay on you for this topic because it's Shopify Rebellion versus DSG. That match happened. I'm interested because, of course, you want to follow your former teammates. They ended up facing versus Shopify. You watched that series, surely?
Not really.
You didn't?
Not really. Like,
God, bro.
Not keeping in
No,
touch
like-
with the friends,
no,
the homies.
No, I'm focused on myself more.
Fair.
So yeah, not really.
Did you see any of the prior games with Surdy coming in? Like, what was your view of DSG? Like, of course, post trade.
I didn't really watch the whole series of like any DSG games, but like I saw some some parts of the games. Like I saw like Salty has like huge raid every game.
Yeah.
Like I think I saw like he had like 5K ball at some point in the game.
Yeah.
Like they're still losing. I don't
Yeah.
know. So like, I think he, like I heard a lot from like about him
Yeah.
from DSG too. Like he talks a lot. Like he's pretty good. Like even he didn't play like that much screen before. For hop on the DSG. So like yeah, I think they play pretty well and just I guess unlucky.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
unlucky. You guys watch the series at all?
Which one?
The Shopify Rebellion DSG series that happened yesterday for
Yeah,
playoffs.
I mean, we were hoping DSG is winning because if they win, we log top 4.
True.
So I was watching full focus, even though we have scrim. But they didn't win, which feels bad. But we won today, so it's better feeling for sure.
True.
Yeah.
What was your thoughts on that series? Because contracts went crazy. It was the Olaf draft that he had that
Oh,
was the one
yeah.
that was insane.
I think, yeah, that Olaf was so strong there. I don't know what go on in draft, but I mean, I think that shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
Like when he gets Olaf, it's like so hard to play if you give him a single lead. So, yeah.
Who did you guys expect to make it into playoffs? Did you guys expect DSG or Shopify?
Honestly, I thought DSG was gonna make it in, but yeah, it did seem like Shopify played some League of Legends.
Yeah.
for once. So, I don't
Is that the performance that you see in scrims at all, or is DSG or Shopify the better scrim team usually?
I mean, I think we beat like both of them pretty hard in scrims.
The moment you had to think about that, I was like, okay, well.
So honestly, it was kind of a toss-up in my head, but yeah, I guess Shopify just came out on top.
Let's get into the end of split voting because people are already been talking about all pros and MVP stuff. I'm interested in your guys' thought process on the key all pros. I'll probably end up starting with you, the sole mid laner of the group, Dark Wings, just because I'm interested in your view of the mid lane options. I think mid lane for me, looking at it, seems pretty open to a lot of different votes. So I'm not sure if you agree with that, or if there's like a set 3 mid laners in your mind that you put above the rest.
So like, just like
Yeah,
best
your top
ranking,
3. Yeah.
top 3, excluding myself, right?
Yeah, if you want to add yourself, brother. But if you do say number 1, then I'm gonna say exclude yourself.
I think. Ooh,
But no, you can include yourself. I think you should.
I should. Then. I think overall, I'd say.
Remember, Cat, Ghost, and Castle are watching you. Advocates for their own mid laners.
You better say quad.
I mean, quad. I saw the Oriana game. He should have killed the Silas top lane for free.
Oh my god, true!
Let's not talk about that.
I do think, I mean, Quad and Saint, I do think are like 1 and 2 in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think.
Wait, he said quad and Saint or quad and...
You said Quad and Saint, yeah.
Quad and Saint 1 and 2.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, he approves.
I think.
Yeah, not just because they're right next to you guys, by the way.
I think
No.
Quid 3 and then me 4.
Okay.
Whoa.
If I had to.
What's the thought process on the Quid 3, or just like your list in general?
I think if I'm counting like lane phase, macro, and like team fighting, that's just what I'm thinking about. Because I think everyone has their own strengths. Like I think Saint on like melees is like the scariest, and quad playing just like I guess mages like stuff like that. Like he's like on the same level in my opinion. But I think like if you have to like count for like everything combined, then that's my rating.
All right. Now I'm interested in the flaming version of you because you did not put APA in that list.
I think, I mean, I don't think AP's laning is bad, but it's just like sometimes it feels a bit AFK. Like in like winning matchups, he's not winning as much as he should be. And yeah, I mean that's just why I docked him some points. But I think outside of that, like he would be pretty solid. It's just like I guess maybe I am focusing on laning a bit more than the other aspects, so that's why I put him a bit lower. All
right, you guys are my judges. How did you feel about that list?
Not sure, honestly. I don't really care other lanes. Well, I'm pretty surprised like AP's not there. It's like they just won every series.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how mid lane, but when they go side and I match them, Dark Wings Rise is scariest one.
Ooh.
Dark Wings Rise is like getting as much as he can. Same for APA. Like he plays so aggressive, but sometimes he's getting caught, I think, because he plays so aggressive on side. Other than that, I think I didn't play against as much as against Saint. I don't know how he plays inside then, but today we play against him. But he played Yuna, I played Xante, so it was easy. But I agree with his tier list. I think I will say the same.
I love that. Okay, that's good. Now I want to hit you guys both with the top lane tier list. Especially if we have both like top laners here. I think it's very interesting. I will start with you actually, Gakkos, just because I'm interested in your view of like Kia All-Pro top laners.
Yeah. I don't want to put myself actually.
Hey, you could if you want to. I'm not. Some people may disagree.
I'm up there, but I don't want to put. I think one is Morgan by far. Like playing against him is always like hard to win, even though it's winning matchup. Morgan is one for sure. Second is, I mean, to me, it's like everyone is same.
Not even Thanatos?
Thanatos is good, but like I think like every top laner is so close. It's just not Morgan.
Okay. Then hit me with just who would you say is the top three, even though they're pretty much the same to you?
Top three?
Based on what you value as a top laner.
I mean, sometimes Tokle is best top laner, but his biggest problem is he's not consistent.
Yeah.
I think that's why they go for change. I don't actually. I will say like Morgan, Thanatos, Castle, I guess.
Okay. Castle, now that you just put in that list. I'm interested in your view. And then we can have Dark Wings be the judge on the same, after you guys judged him. What's your top three top laners?
I think if we include like every practice, then like I can say Morgan, but I think on stage, Thanatos plays better. So I think I go Thanatos first and Morgan second for sure. I was pretty confident I can be on third, like before I joined Lyon. Like I'm not sure right now. It's like I think Gakkos is like pretty close to me. I think like other like obviously Dokla plays like well a lot, I think. But I think me and Gakkos was like kinda competing for third before I think, but like not sure right now. Maybe I get Gakkos third.
So where would you say? So you said Gakkos third. You said Thanatos first. Who was your second again?
Morgan.
Morgan.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Dark Wings. It's your time to judge.
We're missing one, aren't we? Impact. No. I'm just kidding. I mean, I feel like, I can see like just based on the laning. Yeah, I think I'd agree with your assessment. Yeah.
You don't want me to dare. Yes, yeah.
You agree with Castle that Castle's not on the list. Interesting.
But like, I mean, well, it's only like right now. I feel like Castle has like, I mean, obviously I played with him, so he's like, I think Castle's good, but just like right now, I think new teams, like, especially like when I played on like newer teams, it's just like, you kind of have to understand like, I guess their play style, like you kind of have to mesh with them. So I feel like once you mesh with the team or like figure out like what is expected of you or like what you want your teammates to do and they understand, then it becomes a lot easier to play the game.
You see, so I'm not there right now for him,
Yeah,
I guess.
it's kind of messed
Yeah.
up.
Not yet.
I thought you guys were
Not yet,
friends.
I guess,
Not
yeah.
yet.
I thought you guys are friends.
I believe in Castle.
Darkwings, tell me a little bit about of Impact and your view of Impact, because I only ask because in Split 1 he got like most fearless player, aka he played the most different variety champions. He did the same thing going to Split 2. He played a lot of different type of champions, but in the last couple of weeks he's been playing in straight up tanks. What's something that you feel that people overlook when it comes to Impact?
I do feel like he brings a lot to like the mid game and like late game of the games.
Yeah.
So I feel like he has a good understanding of like when he should drop waves and like look to fight or like make like creative like plays. But I also think mainly just his fundamentals like in team fighting is really good, especially on tanks. I'm not sure about like. I mean, I think his carries are good too. Just like his tanks are like he has that. It feels like he has that experience. Like he knows exactly like how like each fight should look.
Yeah.
I think in the Hui game I played today, I like in the Baron sequence I was like zoning off like this choke, and then I moved over a bit. I was like, oh shit, like I should not move over here, and instantly he was like, Impact was like. I was like, you have to keep that zone. I'm like, what are you doing here? I was like, oh shit, I already knew that. But yeah, it was like, he has a good idea of like how the fight should go too.
Yeah.
So,
Gagos, it seemed like you were thinking about. What were your thoughts on Impact as a player?
Impact?
Yeah.
I mean, outside of the lane, he's scariest one to play against. Because I told you, like, he plays really smart insights. But I was thinking about like laning when you asked me in tier list.
Yeah.
Laning he's not the best. But yeah, it's always fun to play against him because he has good strengths.
And even though, of course, you guys aren't necessarily lanes for other lanes, I'm still interested in your opinion. So you can even be fast if you don't have like an actual idea or reasoning for it. But I'm gonna go through you guys. Just what's your guys' jungle tier list? I'll go with you, Castle, to start.
Think Jose first.
Mhm.
Jose, Inspire. Not sure what third. Flavor, I guess. Yeah.
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 Gakos.
Griffin first, of course.
Of course, yeah.
Of course. It's my
Plus
guy.
1,000 chemistry.
Hopefully he will pet up sometimes because of this.
Yeah, of course.
Second, I think Hambak and Inspired. Like he's always scared to play against Hambak. I think he's really good actually. Hambak Inspired. And then like I think other junglers are almost same.
Yeah.
the Hambak first, of course.
Oh, of course, yeah.
By a large margin. And then, yeah, probably just, Inspired. And Jose.
Okay. This is the most painful Jose that you just did. You were looking through every jungle to be able to say Jose.
Yeah.
Is there a reason?
No, I was just thinking like.
Oh, if any other
I was
ones?
just thinking of the other junglers.
Okay, let's go through 80 carries now. What's your thoughts through 80 carries?
Let's think about it. I think Berserker first for sure.
Yeah.
Honestly, not sure about others. I think Berserker first.
Masu.
Yeah, that's
I'll think of the Master second.
For help.
I don't think Lyon has been playing well though.
Yeah.
I think Masu by far the best.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yep.
We're going to have to make a new rule. But no, keep going.
Second, like when I play against Berserker or Rahel, I think they have aura. Start to hit skill shots to them.
Yeah.
I think they have aura, yeah. Masu, Berserker, Rahel is my top three. Wait, did I forget anyone?
Some people would say Sven, but I think this has been a pretty tough split maybe for him.
Yeah. I think Rahel, Berserker, and Masu, my top three.
Yeah. I think, mine is Rahel, Berserker, Masu.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel like that's pretty
Told the same.
Yeah.
Should I say again?
Oh, yeah, you actually said it, so that's actually completely
Yeah,
fine on
so-
that one. The only thing we have left is the support role.
Yeah.
Support, it's always hard to be able to, especially in an enchanter meta, to get an
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah,
You go
I
for
think
Geckos.
it has to be hard. Like you play enchanter, so it's always risky to get vision when on engage supports is like way easier.
Yeah.
On support tier list, I would put like Cryo by far the best.
Of course. Yeah.
Of course.
Support. I think, bro, I'm glazing Sentinels too much. I think who he is second best because he's always making my life harder on side lane.
Yeah.
Same for Quad. Like I think he said the same.
A bard clearing your vision. Yeah.
Yeah. But who was there? Support.
For JJ, who else?
Isles.
Vulcan.
Vulcan, yeah.
Isles.
I think they're pretty much the same. I think Huhi and Cryo to me.
Castle.
Let's see. I'll say Vulcan first. And like, don't really think like other. I'm not sure about it. I think other first are pretty same. Also, I think I'm kind of a hater of Sentinels. I guess.
Yeah.
I guess it's like for me, like the last match versus Sentinels was like the LCS, the first game. So like,
True.
we beat them though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
They're
like,
easy for you guys.
Yeah.
How did you guys beat them?
Like, I think I carried the Dashers.
Of
Not sure.
course, of
So you're
course.
telling mine to carry?
I'm not sure. Not
Yeah.
sure.
So I guess
Yeah. Also, like, I don't know. Like, I don't think I want to glaze them that much. Like, I don't want to glaze them that much. Like, they're like pretty close to me. So not sure. But I guess I'm Sentinels hater. I guess.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. Dark Wings.
Support. I mean, obviously Huhi number one, but if I exclude Huhi, I actually remember getting like completely. Just I mean, when I'm playing versus Vulcan, sometimes I hate my life. I remember I was playing like one scrim game. I was playing like way back ago. Like I was playing TLAW, and he was playing Bard, and I was literally riding my wall like to leave, and he just Bard cues me on it, like out of fog.
Yeah.
It was actually crazy. But yeah, out of Vulcan, I think. Who else? I think Core is pretty good, and then maybe Isles.
I was wondering at Isles. I feel like Isles had a really good split, and especially mostly because the laning phase with him and Berserker has been pretty top notch. What are you guys' view on Isles in particular?
which one?
Isles.
Isles?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have that much idea, but they are usually winning bot lane in scrims, so I think it's decent.
Now let's get to the MVP convo, because the entire split, I feel like the propaganda machine has been on Jose Diodo, but Jose Diodo has been incredible. And there's been Thanatos, Jose Diodo, Vulcan conversations, Berserker for sure. Like, there's a lot of names. I think this is the one split where I feel like it's been super mixed in terms of how people view it. So I don't know how you've been feeling about this one, Castle, about the conversation.
Okay, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I don't really watch that much like LCS games.
Yeah.
So I cannot really say like choose one.
Even
But,
if you're just pulling from scrims.
Yeah, I think Jose can be MVP, but like also consoles played pretty well, like this split. So not sure. Like it's pretty hard to choose one, but I think either Jose or Thanatos, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, for me.
Geckos.
I feel like Berserker is smurfing like too much.
Yeah.
I will go with him. Or like I have 4 more names, which is Griffin.
Oh,
Koa.
oh my god. The chemistry is through the roof.
So I will go with Berserker.
Dark Wings?
Yeah, I mean, I'm also I don't watch that much LCS. I watch I like tune in like for half the games, but like I don't
Yeah.
watch like super closely on like how everyone's doing. So yeah, I feel like I think who makes like the most impact. Haha, Impact 9.
Oh my god.
I feel like maybe
I'm throwing tomatoes at you,
Jose.
brother.
Just feel like Jose does contribute a lot to TL's wins, in my opinion. So
Yeah.
I feel like the most like standout might be him.
So, the Jose Diodo votes make a lot of sense. talk me through the idea with Berserker, because Berserker and Isles, like their bot lane has just been kind of incredibly strong. I feel like Masu as well, but how do you view Berserker's split so far?
I mean, like I don't watch details.
Yeah.
I just watch team fights. But like when I watch team fights, like he's always doing as much damage he can, and he's like positioning very well. So I will go with because of team fights.
Yeah. I'm interested in your guys' view as we move on to just talking about Arena, because the new 3v3, like 3v6 game mode is out. Have you guys played much of it?
Like a few games.
A few games?
Yeah, I play a couple games too.
I mean, Griffin is inviting me every day, but I always decline.
You always decline him?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like playing Arena that much. I mean, I used to like it last year when it was 2v2.
Yeah.
Maybe if I try, I will like it, but it's a bit like addiction, so I don't want to fall for it.
Oh, you don't want to fall for the Arena addiction.
Yeah, so I usually play solo queue.
Surely Griffin brings it up in the scrim room that you're just declining
yeah, I mean,
all the
like even
invites.
today, like he asked to go Arena. But yeah, I declined.
That is insane. With all the chemistry you've been pushing, the fact that you've not been accepting those invites. What about you guys? Like Darkwings, you've been playing quite a bit, haven't you?
Like, I mean, less than like probably around 5 games I think so far of the new one. I mean, it's just like it's pretty fun. I mean, sometimes I feel like I can like it's like kind of fake team fight practice, but like you can kind of cope. It's like or team fighting. So, I mean, keeping like doing like spacing and stuff like that is fun. But I don't know, it's just crazy. Like I don't understand what's going on half the time.
what do you guys feel is OP in the game mode?
What did I play? I played like randomed Alawi twice, like in a row.
Oh my
It was
God.
pretty fun. I just like kept slamming people with tentacles. What else? I don't know what else I played. It's like some random stuff, but yeah.
Cass, do you play much Arena at all?
Not really, but we did cope a lot last year on DSG with like Bowie, like Darkwings, like that also. Like we did cope a lot about like practicing on Arena, like team fight practice. Like, after that, like even before the change about the 3v3, I think they changed Arena a lot. So
Yeah.
I don't really know like what's good there, but like it looks pretty fun.
Who's the biggest coper for Arena on DSG side?
Definitely Hui.
He really wanted to play who?
Yeah, definitely Hui.
Oh my God. What was his thought process whenever you guys pushed back on it?
Like about the
Of like going to Arena?
co-op?
Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, like NA's location now, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
He just hated solo queue,
Yeah.
I think.
it's
That's the
like-
biggest reason.
That's always where it starts from.
Yeah.
Any OPs that you guys from just going through Arena?
I don't play Arena.
Hmm?
I don't play Arena.
Jeez.
not sure about the OP, but I'm always spamming Yumi.
Yumi?
I'm always spamming
Yumi.
Yumi.
Is that even good?
Is it good? Like it was pretty good on 2v2. Like
Okay.
yeah, so I'm always
See
spamming
it.
Yumi.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Let's get straight into the actual playoffs conversation. Because to me, the most interesting part, Gakos, is we had an arrow in to talk about the selection process of who they selected.
Wait, can you repeat?
Yeah, we had an arrow come into the broadcast to
Oh,
say
Sinan
who
coach.
he selected. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he selected you guys. You guys are going to be going up against Cloud9. What's your thought on that matchup and the idea of him selecting you guys?
I mean, we're losing to them like 4 times in a row now, or 3, probably 3.
Probably 3.
I don't know. I guess they don't want to choose TL because of Morgan. Yeah, I mean, I'm really confident going against them. I think I would choose Astu if I was C9.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like playing against TL.
What are your guys' thoughts on the matchup?
Sinner versus Fly.
Yeah.
Not sure we lost into Fly today, so I think it's pretty close. It's hard to choose like one, like who's winning, but yeah, it's gonna be a fun match, I guess.
Darkwings?
Yeah, I feel like in general, I feel like all the matchups are kind of like whoever shows up on the day, but
Who do you
I'd
think
say
should win
whoever
that?
has a better draft will win.
Oh
That's all
my
I'm gonna say.
God.
The draft is OP.
Positive. Positive. Coach Cap.
Oh yeah,
Coach
Coach
Cap?
Cap. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
But do you
who's
have
a
an
better
opinion?
coach?
I mean, of
Are you
course,
leaning
like,
one
of
side or
course.
the other?
Tinkard.
This one. Thinkard versus Inero. I will dominate.
And there is Apollo. Don't forget
Apollo.
about him, please.
Thinkard, Apollo versus.
True.
I will dominate and Inero. I mean,
I have an
honestly,
opinion.
honestly close. I mean, it's close. It's close.
It's close?
Yeah, it depends on who gets a better sleep that day.
His brother's gonna be sleeping all night.
Apollo is like sleeping. So yeah, 12 hours a day. So
Castle, you're gonna be going up against Team Liquid. Thoughts specifically on that matchup now?
At least I have like pretty good experience into Morgan because I played twice. I
True.
played into twice, so like, yeah. As a top line, like, honestly, I only care top, so like, only care top and winning. So I say that I think it's playable for us. Actually, I think it's winnings like favor on us
Yeah.
than TL. So yeah.
Geckos, what's your thoughts on that matchup? Because that happened last split, and it was definitely a disappointment from Team Liquid side, and they honestly have changed how they play the game immensely because of that series. So what's your
Which
thoughts
series?
on the Team Liquid versus Lyon series? So what's your thoughts on that matchup?
I mean, so close, but I will go with Lyon.
Yeah.
I think TL top laner, Lyon top laners are really decent to play against Morgan. And if Morgan doesn't get lead, I think they are not good as a team. So I will go with Lyon.
Darkmix, I need your thoughts now on this one.
I feel like,
The-
for a mid lane perspective, I feel like Saint is way more like crazier than Quid is, I think.
Yeah.
And it really depends, like, if you get like the crazy good version of Saint or like the crazy like fucked up Saint.
True.
But I think I do think Lion will win.
Okay.
But it's gonna be a close series.
it
for sure.
depends on, like, I guess, like how Dokla plays. I think like when he played against Morgan, he is always doing good. I'm actually surprised. But I don't know who are they gonna put in.
True.
I don't even know. Yeah.
Yeah. When do you... It's always interesting. I know we talked about this really early on, but the idea of like knowing and having some idea and preparation like going into a matchup, like what do you feel like the dynamic is now? Do you feel like it's a lot clearer of when you're going in versus when Dokla is going in? Or are you going to figure that out probably going into the next week?
Not sure. I think just right now coaches are trying us to between us two. So not sure about it, but yeah. Also, as a pro gamer, you should always be ready to play like in any moments. So yeah.
That's true. I mean, you said you've been in this position before on KT, right?
Yeah, I think that experience actually helps me a lot right now. I'm just being ready to play like anytime. Cause like first week, they didn't even tell me I'm gonna put in the next game before the first game starts. So
Yeah.
like, but like I was still ready to play like anytime. So like, yeah, I think that experience actually helps me right now.
I guess we'll find out on Sunday. Like that's exciting for me. Everybody catch that one next week, Saturday, Sunday. Playoffs begin. That's exciting. Thanks a lot, guys, for joining me on this episode.
Thank you very much.
I much appreciated. Thanks for watching, everybody. Pros on YouTube and listening on Spotify, Apple Music, or wherever you get your podcast from. See you next week for more pros and final week of... Actually, it's the final week of the regular season today. So that's sick. Appreciate you guys. See you in playoffs.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
It's time for best of five. It's time for higher stakes. It's time for C9 versus FlyQuest to open up the bracket stage.
I'm coming around, guys. I don't want to get this completely though. Yeah.
We're chasing Victor.
Guys,
Zeno flashing river. Victor's gonna flash river.
Guys, looks in. Slowly, okay?
Continue, go forward. Victor's gonna flash too.
Looks in.
Go forward. I gotta go wave here. Then that.
Insane wave.
Can we ban?
Yeah, we can.
I got him. Let's go ban. Here. Okay.
12-1. GG. Cloud9 take the first game.
Fighting here now. You wanna use TP for shield?
I think Knight. Yeah.
Watch me. Go flash. Watch your Kali. Yeah. Look at Mundo. Close to dead. That's dying. No one dies.
Yeah. Look at Kali.
Kali wants me.
No flash.
Is there flash? Goes there.
I'm down.
Be slow. Wait a minute. I'm calling the ult then. Okay, I'll come on. Play fashion.
Nice, guys.
Despite it going the distance, despite nearly being reverse swept, Cloud9 will deny FlyQuest and win their first series here in the playoffs.
I'll take it.
Welcome back to the LCS. Second day of playoffs here, about to kick off. I'm Zael, joined by Raz and Kobe today.
Raz.
And let's just jump right into it. Let's look at the playoff
my
bracket.
Yumi kitten.
Oh my god!
Freshly cleaned.
The clown is over there now.
Dude, I still have like a red stain on my nose. It's there.
I'll always be with you, Raz.
Oh my
He just has
god.
naturally rosy cheeks and a rosy nose.
Yeah. It's still lucky, that means it's still lucky.
That's
for,
true. You wanna
for
squeeze it?
No,
Yeah.
I don't
Is it
think
the
that's
Yumi makeup,
necessary.
or is it the alcoholism? Who knows?
But as you can see on the standings, Cloud9, they advanced with the win because they did squeak the Raz lucky nose more often than FlyQuest.
We got 2 squeaks to 1?
Yeah.
Yeah. Though Dom lost with his. He lost with his.
But
So.
Apollo
But
refused to squeak.
And he did. So that was, you have to have faith
Yeah.
at the end of the day.
What was he
guys.
thinking?
So more
Yeah.
luck.
That was crazy.
Today's going to be super hype as well. Lyon versus Team Liquid is always a banger, I feel like.
Yeah, this should be really, really good. I feel like all the matchups amongst our top 4, I think, are going to be amazing.
Even 5, maybe?
Yeah, maybe even 6. Who knows?
Whoa!
I'll give you 4 for sure, though. And I'm guessing 3 of those top 4 teams are going to be at ASU's Mullet Arena June 13th and 14th. Get your tickets now. What are you doing? You've been slacking on your tickets. If you haven't bought them already, scan the QR code. You're embarrassing yourself.
Oh my God.
I see you don't have your phone up. Scan that thing
What
right
are you
now.
doing?
Go! What are you
Your friends are
doing?
going to make fun of you.
Oh
I'm making fun of you
Little
right
Timmy
now.
desperately wants to go for his birthday. You're not going to buy him tickets?
That's messed up.
That's
no.
crazy.
up.
There's gonna be surprise mullets there too.
Yeah.
We don't
It's
talk
gonna be
about his
exciting.
birthday. It's birthday months as well, so you celebrate the birthday
Yeah,
month.
birthday year.
Exactly.
It's always applicable.
Every year, it's my birthday year.
Yeah, every year. And as the road to Arizona heats up, we will also be back in the Riot Games Arena starting next week. Head to lcs.tixter.com to get your tickets now for those matches next week. That should be a lot of fun. Okay. So, on to today's match, transition. Lyon versus Team Liquid.
Smooth.
A lot of people have been talking about the Lyon top lane. Obviously, Castle came in, hasn't won yet. Dokla has been on this massive winning streak, and the question becomes, who should Lyon be starting? So,
Wow.
spam chat, Dokla
Everyone.
That's
or
a really
Castle.
hard question to answer. I think Big Dokes is gonna get a lot of votes.
Oh my goodness. Castle has been set up to fail.
If you were gonna make an argument for starting Castle, where would you start?
His laning phase.
He's lost every single
Yep,
game with
well, I mean, I clearly, but it's also not really a fair comparison because Dokla has played the whole year with them.
Yeah.
And Castle has just come in and then just kind of got shoved into the
them.
system.
That sounds
so,
like another point to start Dokla.
okay, fair.
But if I were to think about,
well, then here's another point. All right, we're just bullying Castle. Thanks, production. That's cool.
And for the Castle lovers out there, the Castle
timing.
believers.
What about where's some Castle stuff? We need some laning phase.
Yeah, show the laning stats.
Okay.
His laning
so-
phase, I think, has been really good, and everyone was hyping him up on TSG because of that. So it's like you can see the argument if he's crushing laning phase and then can transition that, with Lyon, they could be even stronger.
And I will run with it because he has played so much of like Jace and Rumble and lots of champions that do win lane. I know people were looking at picks and counter picks, but a lot of times you'll first pick a Rumble and that's not like a bad thing. You don't necessarily need a counter pick to have a winning lane or have a
You can just be OP.
Yeah, you can just be an OP champion and get that first pick. But Castle plays a lot of those champions that do have strong lane phases to the extent that you really expect from them, and gets really big CS leads when he does. So.
And I'm going to be Castle's public defender, all right? You probably don't have the cash to order an actual lawyer, but I will tell you right now that as his public defender...
Meteos tried on the dive and he failed. So you're the new lawyer now.
He was
a horrible lawyer.
He's awful. But me...
Meteos has been fired.
But you're a great lawyer.
Exactly.
Raz, you're hired.
You're not a clown today. You're...
Well, we're going to find out if he's a great lawyer. He hasn't done any lawyering yet.
Yeah.
Begin the lawyering.
Okay, so yes, his laning phase stats are incredible. A lot of the stuff that we saw from DSG's side of like not even requiring the draft resources that he had, oftentimes blind picking and still winning out in lanes. And then when you're thinking, oh, well, Dokla has the funny picks, right? He has the pick that are great for counter picking. Who's the one that's willing to pick the Nasus into the Kennen or picking the Yoriks in which it's applicable? Like, I feel like Castle's laning phase is great. His champion pool is large. He's an all-round he's a nice guy.
This is some good lawyering.
That's how he ends it with a nice guy.
That's
a weak ending.
Yeah, it's a weak ending. Saying someone is a nice guy in esports is like this brother is ass.
I'm appealing to personality.
You can have such a weak ending. You know what? Start Dokla.
No.
You know, I'm going to go further. I'm going to say keep Dokla in the whole series.
No.
Never sub Castle in.
Dokla actually tweeted after their lost series last week, which was kind of funny because they lost the series, but he only played one game, which he won, and he throws up the 1-0 sad face tweet,
my God.
which I thought was diabolical.
That is sad face.
Honestly, he deserves it. You're like, you got to take your victory laps. He literally has the highest win rate of over any team in the entire LCS because Lions sub him out
He's
during
his own team.
Yeah, Lions sub him out during their losses. So his win rate just keeps
During
on
their losses.
their losses.
Like mid-game, if they get behind these goals, he's
They're
like,
like-
yo, Castle, this didn't
They're
go
like,
out.
I got a feeling we're going to lose this game. Dokes are out, Castle, you're in. And so he's ended up with a higher win rate than any team in the LCS, even higher than Cloud9.
Begs the question, is Dokla the best team in the LCS?
And Cloud9 went literally undefeated.
Dokla's going
in
to
the regular
work.
season.
He's going to MSI, first seed.
So you're lawyering here.
Look, I put in the work. I look at the stats. You look at the feelings, all right?
Yeah.
The numbers definitely go in the favor.
Raz isn't saying he's guilty or not guilty. He's just doing his best.
I'm doing my best to defend the guy. And also on top of that, like if All Pro comes out, will Dokla have a chance? I don't think so in terms of the full split.
I think he does.
You think so?
Third spot, maybe. You could slip in there.
I think
Third
a
spot
lot
is
of
like
people-
Gakkos, Dokla, maybe. If you want to separate Castle before he was online.
Yeah.
I say it's no.
Really?
He lost too many games.
Yeah.
I think Dokla or Gakkos could get third.
To me, even in the losses, he performed quite well, at least in the
did.
laning phase.
Yeah.
So I still have Castle basically
One part
in
of the
there.
game.
I think
though.
Raz might have voted for him with
Yeah,
this
I mean,
talk that we're getting right now.
My entire
He's
take
like,
is on.
hey, anybody who voted Castle into All Pro is probably
They're
really
pretty
smart.
They're
You know?
super thoughtful.
handsome.
Not recency bias in
Good
any way.
reasoning.
They love
Definitely
the
not recency
underdog.
bias because the laning phases and the team fighting have both not worked since he swapped to Lyon.
Let's take a look at the actual counter pick numbers though, because we did dive into this.
Oh,
you know,
sure.
I was, talking about it a little bit earlier. You don't necessarily always have to have counter pick to have the advantage in a lane, but the counter pick rate did go up when he was online. Every single game on DSG. Like I said though, not getting counter pick didn't mean he had weak picks.
Yeah.
He would oftentimes early pick Jace or early pick Rumble.
Yeah.
And so he would still have really good matchups. But it is interesting how Lyon kind of approached this a lot. And when they have Dokla in, they are doing like first pick Anivia sometimes just because he's so good at it.
Well, let's see what the fan vote is.
What did we get?
I'll start off immediately and say the Dokla propaganda was thick on this one. So I feel like you guys were not impartial in the voting.
60-40.
Oh! Okay.
That's more than you thought
It was more than I thought.
your client was going to get?
Yeah, it was more than I thought. I'm
Raz
happy
is
with the
already
plea deal.
prepping for the loss.
Raz was ready
This
to...
is not a reflection of my skill as a lawyer. The stats are not always indicative of performance here.
He was already trying to distance himself from the...
As a public defender, I'm quite happy with that plea deal. I'm quite happy with that.
Well, Dokla is going to be starting, so that is the result.
Yeah.
Not a surprise to me, just based on how well he has been doing. He's on a massive win streak, and I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, he not only does he play a lot of these team fights exceptionally well, I thought he'd play in like frontline Anivia quite well, like putting his body on the line when he has Egg and Zonias and stuff. But
Why don't you break it down for us, Kobe?
let's take an actual look. I might have some clips ready for you.
Just might.
Just trying to block you before you get to the
Yeah,
PC.
that wasn't on camera, so I was gonna mention it, but Raz, ineffective blocking.
Raz wasn't sure if this was going to be pro Castle or pro Dokla clips.
Yeah,
so.
well, spoiler, Dokla's playing in one of the positive games for them. But the first one I wanted to highlight, and the reason I'm showing you some of these clips is because the previous matchup we had between Lyon and Team Liquid, I thought really showcased exceptional League of Legends play. Like, we had lots of good plays from players on both sides, and it was one of the most hyped series. So I just want to highlight some of them because people get bogged down in misplays a lot, but we had some really good ones. Take a look at this too. Team Liquid were not winning in gold when this happened, but of course they had the 3 dragons, so there was the extra pressure. Lyon have gotten into position early though to cut them off from this dragon, but the mid-wave push is really big here for Team Liquid, and they're going to use that. Jose specifically is going to go for this big flash play onto Ahri. So he gets the flash into E, right into the wall. They chain CC from 100% to 0. And then you see the counterplay. They're trying to go for Yeon, but Yeon was able to flash away to safety so they can just focus down on the rest of the fight and finish up with these split Lyon members. And that's just a case where you're coming down to crunch time, enemy team already has position in towards the objective, and Jose just comes up with a really big flash E play onto the Ahri to take down Saint. And this was game number 2 to get them within striking distance for game number 3. And then game number 3, they actually are slightly ahead in gold, and they're very much ahead in map pressure because they just killed off the Corki here, Berserker, who was the big carry for Lyon at this time. But you're going to see the setup. Some key things to note beforehand. This ward here, giving them vision inside the pits. This ward cutting off vision from Team Liquid over the wall. That's going to allow Saint to steal this Sejuani ultimate. And then, as you'll see, they pop the Nocturne ultimate here for Inspired, and they're looking for the Xayah right here. Going for Yeon, nearsighted. He's up against the wall immediately. Deleted here. Ease over the wall, ultimate flashes onto him. They kill the Xayah, but it doesn't stop here. Let's try and slow it down a second because this Baron Smite fight is going to end up 50-50. Saint is killing them over here, and Inspired wins the Smite fight versus Jose. Fair and square right by the Baron, both of them trying to combo damage onto it, and it's this clutch play in the game number 3 that eventually give Lyon the win. But I want to show how it was so close, actually, this series.
Yeah.
Back and forth, and required some heroics from multiple players at different times.
I loved it. I mean, it was a fantastic series to watch, and I just loved how confident Saint and Inspired were on that engage onto Yeon, because a lot of teams just shy away from hard engage onto a Xayah because like, well, he's just going to press ult and it's going to fail. Yeah. But Nocturne, limits your vision, and then Sejuani are flash with that stolen ult from Saint, so it's point blank, so he can't really react to that. That was a super impressive engage, really exciting series. But you wanted to talk about a previous series that they had played.
In lock-in, I feels like when these two teams go up against each other, it's like constant team fighting and scrapping. Now, this one was, I think, really important because just the week prior to that lock-in series that they had, you got the talk here from Inspired in an interview to talk about how like impactful Morgan is to this team. That he is a player that doesn't get the draft resources, and also like Jose Daejeon was playing away from him, so he was basically someone that they can target. And they did do that. Like, they played carry matches into him, the Vayne, the Varus. Like, they played range carry matchups, recognizing that he was going to be going towards more obvious picks. Even in this game, where you got the Vayne lock-in, expecting that the lock-in of an earlier champion within the draft was going to mean that the Camille Galio was going to be relevant, but then immediately locking in the Vayne to pick him into it. I thought that was a really, like, a draft masterclass into Team Liquid.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, there has been some criticism of the way that TL drafts, or at least saying that they are predictable. Nero talked about TL drafts, and this is something that I kind of wanted to look into because a few people had been telling me, yeah, TL, it's a weakness of theirs, they're drafting, or at the very least that it is pretty predictable. And he said, we feel that TL are really easy to prep versus. We think they have a lot of draft issues with what they want to do. So he said this, I went back and looked at some drafts, and I looked at basically their drafts against a lot of the playoff teams. So against 5 of the other playoff teams, 4 out of the 5. This is their game 1 draft from the regular season.
A lot of Ash Seraphine I'm seeing.
This is a lot of Ash Seraphine. And I mean,
and Zin.
it's basically, yeah, exactly. It's Ash Seraphine, it's Zin, but it's also, the idea is basically the same bot lane and then just swapping back and forth on these junglers. And then every game except for one, where they did go the earlier Rumble, it's basically a comfort pick for Quid here on 4, and then they use the 5th pick pretty much always to round out the composition. It's less that they're using counter pick from Morgan for lane matchups, and more that they are answering picks or compositional picks. So I don't think that this is necessarily like bad, because Ash Seraphine is very strong, Zen and Pantheon are very strong, but it is clearly a very easy pattern to follow. And it makes a team like Lyon, who is more creative, I think, in draft and was willing to utilize that creativity to punish them in lock-in playoffs, it could give them a pretty big advantage potentially.
Especially because Ash Seraphine has been so prevalent, people are concocting more and more counters. You know, early on we had like the Bard Caitlyn laying into it. Then we're getting a lot of the Lucian Melio now, the Ezreal Karma, you know, so there actually are a plentiful amount of things. If you are so stuck in your tier list of, these are our best champions, this is what we're going to play, then you could definitely get countered.
Yeah, and even just looking at Morgan's picks throughout the splits, a lot of the times, even if he's getting counter pick, he's picking, as you mentioned, to round out the draft, which doesn't mean that he's getting a good lane.
Yeah.
Like his lanes a lot of times, I remember the one specifically that he had Castle when versus Castle when Castle was still on DSG. Like he's picking Gragas and Ornn. Like a lot of picks that are like, yeah, great for the composition, but now you're losing lane and it's actually becoming a weaker point of your draft for your team.
Yeah, I mean, he basically does just, if you look at his champions, it's all the most meta champions, right? You know, he's going to be playing Gnar, Renekton, you know, Rumble, like, and then he has, you know, champions like Ornn and Sion and Gragas and stuff. It's pretty much just the most standard meta. So TL really isn't doing anything surprising. Again, it doesn't mean that the comps that they come out with are bad by any means.
Yeah.
But it does mean that when you're in a best of 5 in playoffs and teams have a specific plan for you, unless you kind of flip the script, they are going to be very ready for what you're bringing out.
And I feel like on top of the draft, Lyon players are very good too. A lot of them are in the discussions for these all-pro spots that we were talking about, like Berserker, probably the best AD carry, Saint performing like the best mid laner. So a lot of things I feel like stacking up in Lyon's favor.
I will say, though, that Jose, I think, has been performing incredibly well in the regular season. Yes, you know, they did lose their series against those other top 3 teams, but Jat is going to be standing by with a couple of head coaches who may have some familiarity with each other. Spawn and Rainover.
Thanks. We got Spawn, head coach of Team Liquid, Rainover, head coach of Lyon. Also, a working history. Maybe won a couple titles together. Now playing against each other today. I want to start with you, Rainover, since you've been able to have the upper hand the last couple times against Team Liquid. Also going with Dokla today. What are some thoughts about going up against TL today?
Oh, I mean, I respect TL. They're a very strong team, so I expect today's game is going to be not easy, but it's going to be exciting. Every time we play each other, the game's pretty exciting. Games goes late game as well, a lot of team fights as well. So I'm expecting a lot of good games today, a lot of fun games today,
What was some of the thinking of starting Dokla today over Castle?
I mean, I cannot say the most details, all the stuff, but I do think Dokla has pretty good advantage against Morgan in like some champion pool as well. And then recent games against him, he did perform pretty well, so it was pretty easy to decide starting with Dokla.
All right, Spawn. We've heard from Anero last week that he said drafting against Team Liquid can be straightforward. Plus, Dokla has had a lot of strange top lane counter picks. Is that something that's on your mind today?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think like both times we played Lyon, like first they came out with Morgan counterpick strategy, then they came out with the triple ban onto Jose strategy. So they do really smart things against us, to be completely honest, and try and mess with our game flow. I think drafting against us is pretty straightforward. We just play meta champions pretty much in every role. So I'm not debating that, but hopefully we just play the game the way it's supposed to be played. I mean, Rainover knows me. Like my job is to get us like 50-50 or better in draft, and then hopefully the players do the job. So that's what we're aiming to do today.
End of the regular season wasn't ideal for you guys. You were 5-0, end of the season 5-2. How are you bouncing back from that, or hope to bounce back from that in the series?
Yeah, see, I'm actually a little bit the opposite. I actually think it was pretty ideal for us, because I think like we were in a situation where we were winning games, but we actually weren't winning them well. And I think that if you don't lose the games, then you kind of continue to make the same mistakes. So we've had like a really hard 2 weeks, to be honest. Like it hasn't been much fun in the scrim rooms, but I think we're trying to work out a lot of our issues. So hopefully we've now done that and we can have a good playoff run. Whereas like Split 1, it felt like nothing was going wrong. but then it was just not showing on stage. So I'd much rather be in the situation we're in right now than when we were in Split 1.
And Rainover, you guys also coming off a loss against FlyQuest. What did you work on the last week to get ready for this match?
I would say we had some adjustment in the pick ban. I think there was some errors in the pick bans, and then we mainly just talk about a lot of team fights and just us fighting, like making sure we abuse. Like when we're strong, we really want to abuse it. We really want to fight, but we're not able to do that much against those series. So I think those two things are main takeaway.
All right, and then final question: what's Spawn's greatest weakness?
Spawn's weakness? Yeah. Spawn doesn't have weakness. He's perfect.
What's Rainover's weakness?
I don't know. My biggest weakness is I get angry. And Rainover used to help me by being the happy guy at the screen room. So maybe he doesn't get angry enough, and that's his weakness. But he's got Rigby, and I think Rigby does a pretty good job of that as well. So he's got some strengths over there.
All right, great to hear from both of you. Good luck today. Let's send it back to the lounge.
Thanks.
My weakness, I'm angry. I love that.
He's always angry. Every time we get the coaching thing,
He's a water bottle abuser.
Yes. And a table abuser.
Whenever I see him crunching that water bottle, it's like, oh, he's held himself back. Thank goodness. But no, that's hilarious. That's perfect.
I mean, honestly, too, like, Spawn admitted, he's like, it is easy to draft against us. Yeah, I'm not debating that because they have this tier list of, we consider these the best champions. We're just going to go down the tier list, use the meta champions, make similar comps. Whereas, a Lyon, any team, not only the coaching staff, they're pretty creative, but having Inspired on your team always makes you creative in draft.
Yeah. And I mean, you can draft the exact same way every single time and win the split easily. Lots of teams have done that in the past where, think about all the double lift teams. It's like everyone knows what you're going to do in playoffs. You're going to draft a tank top and you're going to draft, double lift to carry bot, and you're going to just scale and team fight, and that's how you're going to win, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of teams have had success with that. But draft is a force multiplier, right? And if you're a team that is playing at a high level and you get an advantageous draft and you're getting these counter picks, then it gets pretty hard. But we wanted to talk a little bit about some series predictions in a different way. So we're going to give you our 90, 50, 10 predictions. That is 90% chance this is going to happen today, 50% chance it is going to happen today, and then a bit of a long shot, a 10% chance that it is going to happen today.
Dude, my predictions suck
Kobe,
these days.
You're going to be kicking us off.
Me first? Okay, well, first up is the 90. The most likely to happen. I think if you've watched any of these games, it is extremely likely that someone online is going to flame their teammate, either call them an idiot or stupid. I actually I put those words when I submitted my thing.
So they censored you?
They censored it a little bit. Maybe I should have said that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Whoopsies, already.
Idiot is going to get us taken off the air.
I mean, they've said it all the time. And also, they use it as a term of endearment. Lyon, if you've seen, by the way, go watch their comms that the team puts out.
Love. You're a stupid idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? It doesn't. I don't feel the love when Raz says it. No. My 50%, like medium likely, is that Spawn actually does punch the table because we always see it happening, and I feel like there is. Actually, I personally think there's a greater than 50% chance that they lose, but it is pretty close and around that. And
Close
then
enough.
my lowest, the 10%,
Whoa!
it skipped ahead, a little double clap, I guess there. Lion sub in Castle. I think that's just not happening. Honestly, I would keep Dokkan the whole time if they're trying to win.
Wow.
What if they're not trying to win?
You didn't think about that?
That's the 10%. That's the 10%.
You didn't think of that, did you?
I did. 10%.
Oh, you actually did. You did. Wait a minute. You actually thought about that.
Sure, we're the stupid ones.
I'm now interested in what censorship could be happening here from the production side. So let's see what my 90% is going to be.
You don't remember.
Raz doesn't even know.
He doesn't remember what he put.
I don't know what they put for me. I'm pressing the button. Go. Rápido. Do it for me, please. Do it for me. Look. Oh my God. Oh my. Whoa. Whoa.
It stored up all. All your clicks.
I'm here. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. You did some weird stuff to this thing. I'm gonna control it.
I think he plays the majority of the games today. That's on.
Okay, you guys are kind of on the same page.
We're on the same page.
But he did it in different spots. He
that's a guarantee. That one's going to be happening here. Now, Team Liquid may be throwing a 5+ K goal. It's funny too because Tyrese Halliburton did that in a win himself. So like that
Reggie
choke,
Miller commentating.
That choke is going to happen. I feel like that is motivated from watching Team Liquid games and also watching LPL games recently. So
50-50, huh?
The 10% game. Well, let me get close to the TV. Jose will call Inspired an idiot, but then Inspired will tell Dokla to shut up, and then Dokla will call Saint a dumb, and the life will go on. Life will go on. It's a cycle of life.
His is similar, but he did a parlay, so he needs to hit all of them for it to work.
So I need all of these things to happen.
It's
the cycle of life of people calling each other idiots.
So you guys were Do I just wait?
Want me to do it?
I press it and then I just
Yeah,
wait?
let's be a little bit patient on that one.
Raz,
Maybe it's the magic touch.
Everybody else was bugging it
The
out.
producer said I'm too far from the computer.
I don't know.
Then you need to get
I
closer,
should be
buddy.
pointing it at this thing then.
All right. So
All right.
you guys were very focused
I got the
on what
magic
the
touch.
players were doing.
What's
you
your-
know?
what's your 90
I took
here?
a step outside of the game. 90% chance. Raz is going to flip-flop on his prediction.
That's not gonna
That is
happen.
an incredibly high chance.
I agree, just because we didn't have a 100% option.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's move on.
You
Let's
put
move
it
on to
as
the
high
next
as
one
you
here.
could.
I'm remaining
There
firm
is
with my opinion.
A 50% chance that Raz will get his prediction correct.
That's actually pretty high.
50-50. That's pretty good, right?
He's a coin flip player for
Yeah,
sure.
okay. Now, let's go to the 10%.
Okay, now I'm interested.
There's a 10% chance that Raz sticks with his prediction.
I'm gonna stick to my prediction.
90 plus 10 equals 100.
I'm sticking to my prediction.
Well, that could be. I've counted for this.
No,
it's
my God.
It's a 10% chance.
Look, now I'm Mr. Consistency, and I'm consistently getting my predictions wrong. So that's the problem. I'm actually.
And your fantasy.
That's my fantasy. This is actually a trauma for me. This teddy bear being right next to me with the clown nose and the hat. That's a problem. But yeah, unfortunate. Very
How's it going
unfortunate.
trying to get those Yumi buffs passed?
Oh God, I do not want any of those
I
back.
like the slow pan out to who Raz was just yesterday.
Just get that off.
Give him a lucky squeeze, Raz. Give him a lucky squeeze. That's
actually
now your
nice.
predictions have a higher chance of being correct.
There you go.
Just went up.
Yeah,
I like that.
Now you're a stupid dummy.
No, you are. Yeah, get him.
Let's go.
Roasted him.
I take that as a term of endearment. My parents told me that all the time.
Speaking of your predictions, Raz,
Okay.
do you want to start us off?
Look, I have been wrong on Team Liquid all split long, so I'm going against Team Liquid this time around. I do have it 3-2 in favor of Lyon. I do think Lyon is going to get the better of them. The conditions for games for Team Liquid have been good, and then they lose the team fight. So I just don't think
That
they
was
can
your
win
5,000 gold throw thing, huh?
Yeah.
So now that Raz is on your side, how concerned are you?
I'm more concerned than previously.
Yeah.
But at
90,
least
50, or 10.
Yeah, which one? Or the 70 or the 30.
But I went harder on it. I went 3-1 online because I have a lot of confidence. Like I said before, and I have another clip too. I could show the Berserker pentakill from last time where he's able to use his Hex Optics to space out the enemy team. I feel like Berserker, best AD carry in the league. Saint, I think, is the best performing mid laner in the league. Inspired, I think, is the best jungler in the league.
Okay.
Dunkla is, I think, the biggest, best sub in the league.
Best six man.
Best six man in the league. I just think Lyon, I think they have advantages like almost everywhere over TL. Honestly, wait. Isles does also have an advantage. I would put Isles over Core JJ in my all-pro voting.
Yeah.
That's what. You know what? Make it a 3-0. Boom! Boom. Spawn's gonna be pissed at me.
Yeah,
Spawn, whenever I predict against him, they get to my DMs. He's like, "Are you stupid? What are you saying?"
Well, see, I hear your arguments. You're making some good arguments. But if Dokla is the sixth man, that means Castle is the fifth man. And that means that they're going to be playing with Castle.
That was 10% chance. 10% chance.
We're hitting the 10%, buddy.
Lawyer, get in here. Tell him how good Castle is.
Castle's incredible,
Gonna win
guys.
lane.
Look, I'm once again defending him and saying, laning phase, fantastic. The drafts, he's being robbed by his own team.
Yeah, not his fault. Boom.
I think that I agree with you, on a lot of your points, but I do think that Jose has actually had a better split than Inspired. Even though they beat them, I think Jose has performed better in this split.
Individual play.
Yes, individual play. And I'm not talking about like who do I think is the better player. I'm saying who performed better this split. And I think that is Jose. I think that TL's bot lane has been on fire. I think they started this split kind of weak, but I think they have been playing at a really high level and are capable of carrying these games. And Quid to me has always been more of a playoff riser. In these big moments, he has had a lot of big carry performances. When I think back to him last at Worlds, he was playing incredibly even in losing games. And if we can see that version of Quid, if we can see Core and Yon playing to the best of their ability, I think TL can take it. I do think that it is going to be a close series, and I think we're going to be in for a really good series.
I agree with that. Go for it.
You've got a lot of like what ifs.
Yeah,
you know,
a lot of
people play
yes.
better and risers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Interesting terminology that you have there. I think
these things happen.
The one thing that concerns me.
I'm predicting
That they are going to happen now.
That they are going to happen.
Right now it's going to happen.
90% chance that my 10% will happen.
You always hear about, by the way, you always hear about this mystical world in scrims where Morgan is stomping people. Even in like the pros episode where Gakos was talking about how he favored Morgan instead of Thanatos, all these conversations. It could be the day. It could be that's why I have a 3-2 in favor of Lyon. But the question is, are you guys lovingly, the audience members, stupid idiots? Ask yourselves that question while the show starts.
Why would
Go
they
on.
ask themselves that?
After a fierce regular season, the LCS now sets its sights towards the Spring Championship at ASU's Mullet Arena. And you know the only thing hotter than a June weekend in Arizona? The LCS playoffs.
You can have your expectations, you can have your predictions. Shopify Rebellion says we just kicked your ass.
What's different about playoffs compared to regular season, the stakes are higher, the pressure's on, and the temperature rises.
He's going in solo again. Look at contracts.
Sentinels is the team that's heating up going into playoff because I feel like we're finally playing as a team. And compared to regular season, that's what I play for as a pro player. There's more stake to it. Playoff is all about how you handle that heat.
In the end, it's just gonna come down to a one-team fight.
And who he finds a monster engage.
When you're heating up and you're feeling very locked in, let's say, you're like, wow, I just played a really good game of League of Legends. It was super clean. I don't think I did any stupid shit. Even though we're young, I think we'll be able to handle the heat.
Griffin taking up the damage on the other side, and Zinni's gonna be the target now. Quad looking for him. Griffin's gonna go unstoppable as they knock down Seos. FlyQuest are gonna get it done here.
Team Liquid should bring the heat by being aggressive. I think when the stage is like very, very tense, you know, you tend to play like more natural, you tend to do better, so that's what I normally do. Playoff es sobre quién juega mejor, y Team Liquid siempre la rompe en playoffs.
So Jose's gonna walk forward, flash, Eastall's impact straight into the wall and bail right after. Saint is dead before the fight even starts.
Cloud9's gonna bring the heat by playing Lulu, Seraphine, Karma, and buffing my teammates. My last name is literally Laflamme, so I think we'll do all right.
Ombak gets caught in the Tempered Fate. Vulcan's Bard is doing so much work in this first game. This is just tragedy.
How is Lyon going to bring the heat in playoffs? Don't overcomplicate things. Just play.
Here comes the paranoia, but the big shockwave just going on a solo mission. Castle does not look like he is winning this fight. Inspired goes unstoppable.
I don't really care who's the best and who's the worst team in the league. I just hope that they will have fun playing against me in the finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS and day 2 of our spring playoffs. It's all best of 5s from here on out until we find our teams that we'll be sending to Arizona to find out who from there we'll be sending to MSI. Yesterday, we got a full 5 games between C9 and FlyQuest in our opening BO5, and now today, Lyon and Team Liquid go head-to-head.
And I'm hoping for 5 more because the top 4 seem very strong in the LCS this split. We also got a couple of fresh haircuts I saw. Inspired had a nice haircut, and Yawn, it's finally out of his eyes. So we don't know if his performance is going to increase.
Focus up.
The funniest series.
In case you couldn't already tell, I'm Captain Flowers with Jat and Emily here for this BO5 as we are into Champ Select already. to get things kicked off. Team Liquid choosing blue side. Hey, there we are. And so that means Lyon going to be playing from the red, as Team Liquid are going to target the mid lane pool here immediately. Orianna and Cassiopeia banned away, while on Lyon's side, they're going to ban out Jarvan and Nocturne to hit the jungle pool, and Yone specifically as a target ban against Quid.
And I got to talk to Spawn and Rainover before this series. Rainover talking about how they've had specific strategies against Team Liquid in the past. In the lock-in lower bracket, it was about counter picks in the top lane. In the last series, it was about triple bans for Jose. Slight modification here with 2 jungle bans, but specifically the Yone ban, which Team Liquid has been forcing in game 1 of a lot of their recent series.
Yeah, and that is kind of the default AD that you, mid that you can run. Also kind of a specialty pick for Quid, as we see the Varus being the final thing taken off the table by TL. With Dokla in, we do have to touch upon the fact that his top lane counter picks were such a huge part of not only a few things we saw in their last series, but also their playoff series in lock-in.
Absolutely, but with the first pick Karma, Lyon is absolutely in their comfort zone. They were actually the first LCS team to really spam the Karma Ezreal back in lock-in. They have it once again, and it was dominant in game 1 of their last series they played against Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's actually super interesting. I'm glad you brought that up, Jat, because I was surprised in that series as well that if you're going to be picking this kind of Ashe Seraphine combo, leaving the Karma up as one of the things that can be paired as a pushing lane. However, we are now separating the Ezreal Karma with TL, locking in that Karma pick, and now hovering the Anivia, something that we know Dokla will play top lane, but it's looking like it's going to be the Rise.
And Jet, I like the fact that you bring up the Karma Ezreal combo being used by Lyon against Team Liquid the last time they played.
Yeah.
Because when we were looking at the lounge earlier and what they were talking about with the Team Liquid drafts, so many times Team Liquid loves pulling the Ashe Seraphine whenever they get the chance to do it. So the fact that they've opted to say, no, we're not taking that this time around just shows me they've got a lot of respect for this Ezreal Karma combination that Lyon is so effective with.
Well, and they should, right? Because the last time they stepped too far forward and actually got 2v2 killed in that lane, in that same matchup. We see the Jhin coming out. Early Jhin pick.
Hey.
I know, I immediately turned over to Flowers, and he is just making the most sour expression. You and Atlas,
I will say,
just hate this champion. Looked good yesterday, though.
Sven went 13-0 on Jhin. It's back on the menu, boys, but the interesting thing is Jhin Karma is just a really strong lane. We've seen Masu Cryogen win with this, and it just has insane push and utility. Plus, they now have the flex pick Anivia for the top and mid lane.
Yeah, that could be going against the Rise, or more likely, actually, despite the fact that we've seen the Anivia picked into Rise very frequently, it could be going top lane for Dokla. We've seen him have success with it. But the big thing to me is Lee Sin locked in for Jose Deodo. I was wondering, post Lee Sin buffs, if this would just be permabanned against Jose, since he has been so good on this pick, and we've seen it have success elsewhere as well. That's just like standard straight up comfort for him.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of people talk about Lee Sin after the buffs, and Jose was one of our players still willing to slam the Lee pick even before those buffs were coming in. So this has got to be exactly what the doctor ordered here in the jungle for Team Liquid, especially considering, like you mentioned earlier, Jad, Lyon has already spent 2 out of 3 of their first bans on the jungle pool, getting rid of the Jarvan, getting rid of the Nocturne. So for Jose to then be able to still lock in one of his signature champions here in the first game feels great. As we move into the second half of the bans, Rumble banned out by TLAW, Lyon getting rid of the bar.
And it is fun watching these two teams draft against each other because we have Team Liquid who just plays meta or comfort all the time. So Spawn is just throwing fastballs constantly. Can you hit this fastball?
You know what's coming down the pipe.
Yes, can you deal with it? Whereas Lyon has thrown a lot of knuckleballs, curveballs, sliders, all these types of different pitches with the flex picks and the different bands.
I love the baseball analogies. As we see the Rumble removed and then the Xin Zhao for Inspired, something that he's been incredibly successful on. The Bard taken out, and I'm curious if they're going to stick with support or if they're going to lend something to mid or top.
Yeah, I gotta say, for Core JJ, he has a little bit of flexibility because they're probably losing that lane anyway. I would guess he's going to go with Rakan because you'd want him to have engage, and it's a normal Ezreal pair. But it's tricky. Like, when you give over the Karma, you're kind of losing the lane regardless. So as much as we wanted to talk about fastballs right down the middle, this is where they can get a little bit creative with Core's pick.
I actually think the Nico hover is most
Probably
likely
never know. Oh, Rel, okay. That is wild for Core JJ.
I mean, so we were kind of, and the lounge kind of touched upon this as well, but we were chatting about this in the green room prior, where like we're one meta shift away from TL just being incredibly dominant, right? If a lot of these melee picks come back into fashion in mid, if Core is on some form of engage because he is such a good engager, and Rel does give him that option.
And Rel is very good at locking down targets that already struggle with mobility. Jhin, Karma, and Anivia all have no mobility built into the kit. Yes, Karma will be able to make everyone faster in terms of movement speed with the haste. However, being able to blink away from a big magnet storm coming in, not something that any of these champions can really do. Plus, Team Liquid really did want some more engage in the comp after the first 3 picks, so I really like this one here from Core JJ and TL. Back over on the Lion side, though, Sion being locked in tells you that Anivia is going into the mid lane for the matchup against the Rise, and Wukong will be the final pick here as Inspired takes that into the jungle.
And they were a little bit low on damage. They had the Poppy hover in there to potentially counter the Rel and the Lee Sin, but I think the Wukong makes sense with the Sion Jhin already being locked in. I feel like you're playing with fire when you have Jhin and Sion in the game together. Like, Jhin against Sion, bad. Jhin with Sion, also kind of bad, because it's just not enough damage in a lot of cases. So this will need to be a very controlled game for Lyon as we see Morgan lock in the Shen top lane with the last pick.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting coming out of Morgan specifically, who hasn't necessarily been known to, you know, go out of some more of the standard meta picks, Shen coming back in. I don't believe he's played it a lot in his career.
No, he hasn't ever won with it. So that's in.
Are we talking like 0-2 or 0-10?
0-2.
Okay.
So 610 games, 2 all-time games. This is his 3rd on the Shen.
Wow.
And no wins. So definitely some different tech from him, but it is, in theory, good into the Sion. It can push early, it has a lot of % health damage, and then it can also leave lane to help. You know, I'd like it a little bit more with a hyper carry, but they're going to have to use it to try and play the map.
Yeah, and that is my big test for Morgan here, because I feel like when he's been really good, it's because he's either soaking up pressure topside or just doing super well in lane. I feel like his team fighting and coordination and map play hasn't necessarily evolved the way Team Liquid may have wanted it to in terms of his synergy with the rest of the team at times. And Shen is something where he's going to kind of have to be on top of that, right, to contribute to a lot of these team fights and potentially rescue teammates. So kind of an interesting test for him, but if it does work out, they do have the double globals in their favor, right? Like, they should be able to spread the map really well and also respond to potentially overloading sides.
I mean, not just the double globals with the Stand United plus True Shot Barrage, also the additional semi-global with the Realm Warp. There's a lot of mobility to move around the Rift here for TL, as we'll see an early ward dropped in the top side river by Inspired. As now Jose Diodo will go ahead start chickens. Inspired going to start his own red.
Yeah, I'm also told we got some footage of Quid's warm-up routine, which producers are going to throw up on the bottom left of the screen. No audio in this, just trying to stay warm.
Yeah, get the blood
Keep
pumping.
the energy going.
Yeah, get excited.
Yet another Rise game, run it back. The kind of only mage that they're very reliably willing to pick for Quid, but with the Deathfire touch, definitely not as good as the Phase Rush variant into the Anivia mid.
No, he's doing, like, what, balance? Was he balancing on one foot there?
No, he's on top of his assistant coach.
Yeah, he's sitting on the coach
human
couch.
chair.
See, yeah, okay, so now then he was doing, like, high kicks? All right.
I respect it. That's,
gotta stay warm.
That's a coach doing whatever he needs to do to make sure his players are set up for success.
Job security, baby.
Oh my god.
Who else is going to be willing to do this for the players?
For Quid.
All right, Jose Diodo here, level 3 on the Lee Sin. Going to walk around through the tri-brush here, perhaps. Is seen on top of a ward. Berserker of Isle is going to have to respect this one and immediately back away. So Jose returns to the tri-brush.
Ooh, he's just going to reset and probably buy some items to go do more combat, because if you do the 3-camp bot side into bot gank, you can often get set really far behind. So he may as well go back, get a longsword, and then go to clear his top camps. That's the way you can pull that gank off without completely screwing your game.
Yeah, and as we see him headed over to that top side, oh, it's my match of the week, which is actually
a new tradition.
Yeah, it's
match
a
of the
new
week.
tradition, because I'm just
Emily needs to tell us her
annoying.
match of the week.
Emily, why is this your match of the week? Why is this the big dog?
So I was actually looking forward to this rematch just because of the ways that Lyon have approached TL, and kind of the two coaches talked about it as well in your interview chat, where specifically their draft choices, and also the fact that just TL always have this kind of, we have this thought process around them that they still have a lot that they haven't necessarily shown us thus far on stage. However, it's now going to take a lot to beat yesterday's 5-game banger, so I might have picked the wrong match this week, sadly.
I disagree. You had to pick before the. You had to pick
you
beforehand.
can't doubt yourself
Before
already, by
drafts.
the way. What
There
if we
was
get
so
Have
much
you
negative
met
self-talk in that whole pitch right there.
we got to get the frog. All right, what if this goes 5 games and Game
Spectacular.
5 is a 55-minute 4 Elder Dragon banger?
Because think of the
gonna be
storylines
great.
in this game already. We have the lock-in champions.
True.
As we see an invade from Jose, and Inspired still on the map with some items, going to take these Raptors now.
Yeah, Inspired brings Isles right behind him to invade Jose. And it's just that easy to walk in, steal the camp away, get a little bit of extra tempo.
And that's an extension of the early gank that
Yep.
Jose pulled off. It meant he was slow back to his Raptors. It meant that Inspired pre-called to have his Karma there so that he could make that invade and now go back to his own camps.
And Inspired also with more stats in hand. He's got the longsword that Jose has, but because he cleared more before going for his first recall, he's also got the Ruby Crystal. Just makes it even less desirable for Jose to want anything to do with some PvP for those chickens. As heading back down into the bottom lane here, it is Berserker with a nice tidy CS lead.
Yeah, and as we were saying, Team Liquid has been great in scrims. Right now, they're just the champion of scrims, but they're actually against the ones who actually lifted the trophy back in lock-in, which is a difference, surprisingly.
Yeah, I would prefer to be the second versus the first.
Yeah.
Scrimbucks have... they've always been one of those really dangerous currencies that's very volatile, oftentimes end up being worth nothing more than the paper that they're written on.
It was really interesting to hear from Spawn, though, and just be like, it's been a rough week in scrims. I don't know if that means, like, in actual result or just in, like, the conversations they've had to have afterwards. But he did say that he actually thinks that having the on-stage struggles they've had recently could make them a much better team in the long run.
The way that I understood it was definitely more towards like having to have those tough conversations, because he specifically said, yeah, scrims are not fun this week. Like, we're not having a good time playing scrims, and that generally means you gotta have some hard truths in there. As Dokla is very low on mana up here on the top side, so Morgan is gonna feel plenty comfortable dealing with him here in this 1v1, you would have to think, but the wave is pushing towards Morgan, so Dokla will take the opportunity to recall.
Yeah, Dokla, both of them have their TP so they can get back to the wave. Morgan has the wave in a better state and is actually ahead in this lane, even though it shows him as down in CS, since there's so many more minions for him to collect. And Jose coming up here to maybe try and get a cheeky play onto Dokla, who wouldn't have mana to ult away, but I believe he's just going to walk it off.
Ooh, Dokla does take that extra second there. Jose Deodo jumping forward with the safeguard. Slows him down with the Tempest. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, flash out from Dokla to live with 15 HP.
Woo! Same reaction, very close call there from Dokla. Starting with the Doran's Helm, not Shield, so a little bit of scaling as well. Ends up getting away. If that wasn't a recent buff to get a little bit extra health on the Helm, he would have died on that game.
But now we see the response from Lyon, Inspired taking that early first Drake. Drake stacking has been absolutely huge, I mean, in League of Legends as a whole, but also just in these playoffs already, as we saw yesterday. And it is always kind of interesting to see what Lyon choose to do, because historically they have been our team that sometimes gives up objectives, but with Jose on top side of the map, that is completely free for Inspired to be able to take on the bot side.
And I think what we've seen early from Jose and Inspired is really indicative of their style and their stats from this year. Even though Jose's ganks haven't worked, you can tell he goes for more of them. He has 78% kill participation to Inspired 63, which is basically first or second amongst all junglers, and then last place of junglers. But Inspired, if you look at the bottom there, the XP difference at 14, massive, because he's always going to be able to prioritize camps, which is what we've seen him do when Jose goes for those plays.
Still a very close game overall, as we have not seen anybody really find any great success just yet. Dokla losing that flash up top, of course, because of Jose. Inspired stealing away the one camp with the help of Isles. Down in bottom lane, though, biggest individual gold lead is still Berserker here on that Jhin, with about 2 waves worth of advantage in terms of the creeps. And as I was counting that, both sides had 3 ranged minions left alive in lane, so it's not like, yeah, Yon just has a whole lot more creeps left to pick up. No, it's just a nice lead built by Berserker and Isles with this Jhin Karma combination that we called out in draft as they're just really strong in lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're annoying to have to go up against. And like Berserker and Isles have quickly become, I would say, our best bot lane in the LCS. Berserker has been absolutely phenomenal for Lyon this split.
I mean, I don't know about you guys. I put Berserker #1 on my All-Pro. I had Isles at #2 for their respective roles. So I think these two have been really, really on point. I think Isles has had a lot of clutch moments. I think Berserker has had some really strong performances.
Absolutely. You can see some of their stats right there with Berserker really having massive gold difference and damage difference stats. So that's laning and late game team fighting where he's been able to dominate. And if you look at their items as well with the Boots of Swiftness plus the Karma, they're kind of subscribing to the just dodge it theory.
Yeah.
So they're up against Ezreal and Rel.
Yeah.
You know, there's no cleanse, there's no Mikhails, you just dodge, and then you're going to be fine.
Trust your hands.
Yeah.
Just stay out of harm's way. Void Grub's going to be picked up there by Jose Diodo right about on spawn. Remember that Lyon did secure themselves the first Drake of the game here, too. Early Ocean Dragon always feels really good while you're still firmly in the laning phase. Just have that extra regeneration, make trades that much more favorable, or make trades that otherwise might have been bad break even, as Yon and Core JJ are going to have the opportunity to step forward, clear out some of the vision placed down by Lyon here in these bottom lane brushes, considering Berserker did have to take his recall. But on top of those Boots of Swiftness you mentioned earlier, now he's coming back with Noon Quiver, ready to continue wreaking havoc on the lane.
Yes, he is. Maybe at one point Jhin will do damage in this game. We'll have to see, though.
I hope so.
It sneaks up on you. He's either doing nothing or he has 13 kills.
Yeah.
It's just one or the other.
It's heaven or hell. Jhin players do not live
It's Berserker.
on Earth. Yeah.
Come on, you don't believe in Berserker?
And Look at his CS already, 102
like
at 9 minutes.
If you don't believe in Jhin, Flowers, can you at least believe in Berserker?
When I think of Berserker, I think of hyper carries, right? I think of these champs that scale up and 1v9 in the late game, or maybe 2v8 if your support's playing a Pocket Lulu, right? But it's one of those things where Jhin just doesn't come to mind immediately, but so far he has had a first good 9 minutes and 45 seconds of the game as Quid heads into his own jungle here. He's got Core JJ right next to him again, just trying to clear out some of the vision that Lyon wants to establish to try and track where Team Liquid is going to go. And I think that for Lyon, it's going to be even more important than normal to have vision in the right places this game because of all of those different globals and semi-globals TL has.
But I'd also say, like, this game being 0-0 is advantage for Inspired on the Wukong versus the Lee Sin. It's not an incredible pick for him, but he's definitely been pretty solid with it across his time here in the LCS. So we'll have to see how he's able to continue.
22-7 is like a 76-77% win rate. If I see a guy on my team in solo queue, I look at his OP.GG, he's playing something he wins 77% of the time on.
Fair.
I'm like,
just
I'm happy to have
He had
this
like
guy.
an 80% win rate last year on FlyQuest. He's won like 5 titles.
Fair enough, fair enough. Eclipse completed, though, for Jose Diodo. MasterCard Power Spike right there, as this is going to give Lee Sin some very scary dueling potential.
Yeah, and we'll see where he wants to go with that. I think the big thing for me is now Inspired also has just locked in his Triforce, and Inspired's MO, as we see Jose going.
Yeah, Jose immediately with the Dragon's Rage finds the angle there on a Saint. The Anivia tries to get out, but no, already knocked down into the egg. Sure, Inspired shows up, but there's no way for him to buy enough time for Saint to revive. So first blood over to TL, and they even get it through the Anivia passive.
And that's actually exactly what you want to see from Jose on this pick, right? Like, even though we saw his looks bot, his looks top, didn't necessarily net him any kills, he was trying to affect his lanes, and like the pressure is more, and the impetus is more on him to be able to do something a little bit earlier with this Lee Sin, as opposed to the Wukong, who's going to want to farm up and then show up to team fights with items, as Inspired is wont to do. But this is also going to net them the second Drake of the game and kind of stop any sort of rapid dragon stacking that Lyon may have been able to attempt.
Completely agree. Great look there by Jose, and a nice recall interrupt there onto CoreJJ. Gets his flash.
Yeah, not just the interrupt there, but CoreJJ forced to dump that valuable summoner spell. As now once more, it's Jose the Odo here in the mid lane. Saint tries to flash away, but Jose's ready to flash follow. Saint is the target, and Jose is shooting true.
Saint thought he was being a little clever, not burning his flash the first time. Burns the flash the second time. Jose still has his, and it's a perfect follow. Yes, it cost Team Liquid a couple of flashes, but that's definitely having back-to-back deaths on your mid lane is really how you can unlock a rise onto the map.
And I especially like seeing this kind of focus on an enemy mid that's going for Rod of Ages first. You can see that Saint only just now completed it 12.5 minutes into the game, where I feel like more often we're usually seeing laners get this done around 10 minutes, 11 minutes. And whether or not that thing is fully upgraded and you have the extra level and the power spike in time for a big objective fight that'll normally happen in those early 20-minute marks of the game can really make a big difference.
Yeah, and Quid's going to lock in his on the opposing side as well. And I think another big thing for TL, and we talked about Quid on this Rise, is that there was a time in lock-in where like Rise was kind of their answer, right? Like they would always win with it because it just gives you such good side lane control with the semi-global. And now that he is ahead by almost 1K and in a really, really good spot, we're going to be looking to see how many plays he'll be able to make around the map and also affect side lanes.
I still feel like this is going to be on Jose to make a lot of plays for Team Liquid, because you look at the like real structure of their team composition. It's not a super straightforward team comp to play. They have to play side lanes with the Ryze and Lee Sin. The Shen has to be very effective. The Ezreal, Rel are both kind of good independent champions, but you wouldn't necessarily think they have good synergy. Whereas for Lyon, it is scale and front to back. Even if their overall damage is a little bit low, it's much more straightforward to try and find a win condition with Lyon's comp.
Especially considering you have things like the Ryze that are very susceptible to the Anivia wall. I'll be very curious to see how effective Saint can be with that as we go further and further into the game, as he can put more points into the Crystallize. I know sometimes I see Anivia's, they always max Flash Frost the E first because that's the damage tool, or Frostbite, excuse me, Flash Frost is the Q. And then a lot of times I'll see Anivia's go 2 or 3 points into the Q just for the end of the laning phase, and then you max Crystallize from there, because let's be honest, the level 1 Crystallize, it's kind of junk.
No baby wall.
Yeah, it doesn't really cover a lot of space.
Still counts as terrain, but.
So we've got 35 seconds here until the Rift Herald spawns. 1 Drake for either side so far, so that dragon that's 2 minutes away is not going to pose any imminent threat of soul point, no matter who gets it, as Team Liquid is again in enemy territory. Saint could be once more in danger, but a nice Flash Frost there. Finds a Sun and a Hose Diodo, buys time for Saint to get away.
Yeah, they're really trying to attack Saint as much as possible, especially while his Flash and Egg are down. But with Inspired having that Triforce, he would look for a good numbered fight, especially when he's around his Jhin and Karma, since that's where he has the advantage on the map.
Exactly. Hex Optics already completed for Berserker. This has just become the go-to first item rush for the vast majority of AD carries. Turns out in a game where range is one of the most powerful stats, an item that increases your range is really, really strong.
Yeah, it feels great as we see TL moving up into this top side of the map on Jose onto Herald.
Yeah, I mean, Inspired doesn't want to fight, it looks like. Everywhere that Jose goes, oftentimes Inspired is just trying to cross map somewhere else. So Jose kind of gets his free pick of the objectives that he wants to claim. And also, if you're going to attack a Shen team, it's good to attack the Shen directly. Otherwise, he's just going to ult in. So that's why Morgan's playing a little defensively.
Exactly. The only person that cannot receive Stand United is Shen himself. Nobody is going to stand united with Shen. They only want Shen's help.
What does that say?
It says like that Shen needs to find better friends.
Yeah.
He clearly doesn't have the best judgment in terms of who he's hanging out with here. But Team Liquid does have about a 600, 700 gold lead here for themselves so far over the course of this game. And honestly, it's 1.1 thousand gold individual lead for Quid thanks to that pressure from Jose Diodo.
Yeah. Yeah, it's putting all of this onto Quid, and as we take a look at the map in terms of like where the setup is, Lyon has done a really good job of getting a lot of deep vision behind the Drake, which should allow them to spot any movement from lane to lane or any sort of setup as we see them continuing to fight over vision as Drake is about to spawn.
Yeah, Team Liquid has some pretty good side lane pressure at the moment, crashing the bot wave that Lyon has no one to catch, and then Morgan also crashing that top wave, but Inspired is pretty gung-ho about just either starting this Drake or getting a fight on this Drake right now.
Okay, Team Liquid are going to summon up the Herald, common play that you see to at least create a different point of pressure as the Drake fight begins. TP about to arrive from Dokla, as the Infernal Drake is already secured. Team Liquid not going to go for a fight on this one, instead just allowing that Herald to crash into the mid lane.
A little surprised that Dokla actually TP'd in there because Morgan was preemptively proxying the wave, so has a huge amount of free time on that top lane now to really put Team Liquid ahead in gold. Yes, good Drake secured by Lyon, but it cost them a lot of gold.
Yeah, and it also gives TL this kind of mid pressure as well. They'll be able to take this tier 1 mid turret down for Yawn and then potentially rotate up towards this top side. Jose and Inspired are already here.
Yeah, Dokla's trying to clear out the waves, uses Decimating Smash to get rid of most of it, but because it's a cannon wave, there's still enough time for Morgan to move up there and just take the turret. That's now a 2-0 turret lead for TL, as Lyon have yet to acquire a structure for themselves.
Might have a big fight here.
Here we go. Quid going in with the Realm Warp, tries to find his way into the back line, and Inspired is caught out. Cyclone ain't getting him away, and Berserker has already died here too. That's your Fed Jin out of the picture before the fight really even continues kicking off. Jose Diodo once more, speaking of kicks, finds the angle on Saint yet again. It's the carries on Lyon, absolutely eviscerated as Team Liquid invades the enemy jungle beautifully.
Beautiful macro from Team Liquid to set that one up. It was all accumulated pressure from the original Drake give that they gave to Lyon. The top lane collapsed, the mid lane collapsed, and then rather than resetting, they continued to invade the jungle. And the big thing actually happened when Yawn gets the flank on a Berserker. He takes 60% of his health before Morgan's ult even arrives.
Yeah, and you knew that he felt so comfortable having Morgan in his back pocket. This kick from Jose onto the Anivia is also beautiful. And even though Dokla is going to be able to get out here, it gives all the pressure in the world to TL.
And I love the fact that Jose also committed the flash there to make sure that he hits Saint at the right angle, because if he doesn't commit the flash, you knock him kind of into the terrain a little bit. It's sort of wonky, and you most likely don't get the kill. So Jose just finding these plays over and over again.
And I want to give some credit to Morgan, right? And also just TL's communication overall, because I was like, this is going to be a pick where it's going to be a test of how well he's able to synergize with the team, something that we've seen him struggle a little bit with prior during the split. But that was beautifully set up, taking advantage of the fact that Dokla did commit the TP to the Drake fight. I may have just cursed him, though.
Yeah, Morgan now finding himself under pressure as Lyon wants to send a 3-man play up here. They will at least force the flash out of the Shen, but they won't get themselves a kill. Meanwhile, hold on. For a second, I was thinking we were doing a split-screen replay, but no, it's just once more Berserker being found in his own red side jungle by the enemy AD carry and a little bit of backup.
Deep push everywhere by Team Liquid. He's dying near his second-tier turret, so the mid-prio has completely gone over to Yawn's Ezreal and this Team Liquid team that is pressuring Lyon like crazy.
Yeah, they're pressuring all 3 lanes now, right? Morgan is up top, pressuring that top tier 2. Quid is on bot side, pressuring bot tier 2, and then you have the push in the mid. This is really well set up by TL.
Yeah, and a lot of it is off the back of Jose. So a reminder for everyone, you can still vote in your Kia All-Pro for your All-Pro first-team jungler. We've already voted. It's a regular season award, just to be clear. I think people will still be influenced by the games that they see in playoffs, however, and Jose putting on another Lee Sin show.
Exactly. Our votes are already cast, but the window is still open for all y'all to cast your own for a few more days, as we do have a 6,000 gold lead for TL. They've been able to find a great amount of use out of the Void Grubs they got early, too. That was one thing. Remember that Jose took those on spawn. Lyon took the first dragon. Normally, the Grubs are less valuable, but it's still a down payment objective that you want to profit off of later, and I think TL has found a lot of success from them.
Well, it works really well with this team, right? And the split push pressure they've been able to set up. I feel like I've never been able to say that correctly.
It's a
on the
tricky
first
one.
Try. So that's a nice tongue twister. But yeah, like the way that they have actually set up the map has been so impressive. And every time they have been able to get a catch onto someone, they're immediately pushing in their side waves, and they've had a lot of pressure mid as well.
And they've gotten a lot of global gold off of that. Everyone with pretty even gold leads. You can see the top 4 gold in the game are all Team Liquid players, so they've really been popping off there. And Quid on his rise doing about as much damage as Yon. The big thing here is that Lyon just hasn't been able to find fights where they've been able to do really any damage.
And I feel like that is well demonstrated by the damage chart, because the highest damage in the game on Lion's side is Dokla, because he's up there playing the tank punching game with Morgan. If the carries aren't able to out DPS the tank punching tanks, you've got a bit of an issue. As Yon, nice sidestep there on the Deadly Flourish, even though he was slowed by the trap, doesn't get caught out by that one. We do have the Infernal Drake live right now, and Jose Diodo is already working on taking it out.
Yeah, I mean, TL are just pushed up so far on the map that it is incredibly easy for Jose to just get in there, make the Drake stack being even once again, with that third Drake that they gave up actually being the big breaking point where they really broke the map open. And yeah, this turret is gone.
And there's just not good ways for Lyon to counteract it right now. The Jhin wave clear isn't that strong. Also, Jhin doesn't do that much damage, especially well behind. Morgan's Shen also now has a lot of damage with the Dusk and Dawn being completed if he's trying to go up against Dokla in the side lanes. And then Saint is just not very mobile, so he has to stay under his turrets against the Lee Sin wherever Jose decides to pop out.
You know, my entire life, ever since I was a little kid, I've been allergic to mosquitoes. Maybe that's why I don't like Jhin, because he does about as much damage as a mosquito does. It's a long-standing hatred between me and Mr. 4 over here. As Berserker, that lead that he had early on in the game, remember, he was the one who was like the point of power for Lyon because of how strong that laning duo was. But now, after getting caught out a couple of times, both times, like you said earlier, Jat, in his own jungle in a place that should not be as dangerous as it was, you would think. No, he has fallen behind. Yon has been the beneficiary of the kills, and now it's a 2,000 gold lead for Yon over Berserker.
Yeah, and Jat already touched upon it, but this is also kind of a symptom of the fact that Lyon haven't really been able to set up their front-to-back team fighting for the Jhin at any point in time, right? Because of the way that TL have been playing around multiple waves.
And now Saint once again finding himself the target of Jose Diodo. Sonic Wave resonating strike, setting it up for the Dragon's Rage. Saint with a flash over the wall, but immediately shattering strike into the crash down coming out from Core JJ. Magnet Storm blocks up both enemy solo laners, and yet again, this Anivia egg makes a nice omelet, but it won't do much more. Team Liquid's eating good.
Yeah, the Anivia has not been able to set up at all to kind of create space with her ultimate, and now TL are immediately onto the Baron after that pick.
Team Liquid far too mobile for the Anivia to have any effectiveness, and Lyon still killless in this game 1 of the upper bracket spring playoffs. Team Liquid is looking very sharp. Is this a scrim or is this stage?
Yeah, maybe those scrim bucks went up in value. Overnight, they just shot straight to the moon, because this TL is here to compete. Nearly 8,000 gold lead, 24 minutes, 45 seconds into the game. There's very few ways to lose a game from this point. You've got to be trying.
You think?
Yeah. I mean, I think the most impressive thing to me is that a lot of this is classic TL from the way that they've been using globals and semi-globals to spread their opponents around the map, not get them into a position where they can set up for their front to back. And there we go. Wake up.
This was the question, right?
Wake up, Team Liquid Alienware.
This was the question. Would they stay asleep on stage? Apparently not. Apparently they've learned a way to channel their scrim power again into this stage game. With this Baron, let's see how much they can break of Lyon's base.
Well, they're pressuring 2 different spots at once. Make it 3 as Morgan is up there in the top lane. Just doesn't have the wave crashing into the tier 3 here just yet. But Yon, as the main cannon here for the squad, is going to be the first to take down his assignment as that tier 3 turret falls in mid. Now everybody except for Morgan grouping up down here in the bottom lane to siege the tier 3 there. Inspired, seeing if he can maybe make a move, try to find the angle here onto Morgan. And that's going to be the sign for the rest of Team Liquid to look for something in the enemy base. They know they're going to lose their top laner, and sure enough, the shutdown credit goes over to Inspired's Wukong. Team Liquid not going to take out the inhibitor itself here in the mid lane. Instead, just going to go ahead and retreat for now.
So not a super effective Baron power play by Team Liquid. Inspired able to get a little bit of cash in off of Morgan's Shen. Always smart to attack the Shen in any situation. That's the only play that had a chance of working for Lyon. So at the same time, you do wonder if Team Liquid should have been, if they're going to play two lanes that are next to each other, because then at least they'd be able to collapse if they get engaged on like that. So I think a bit of a mistake there by Morgan.
Well, I mean, that was the thing, is they weren't even playing two. It was a full 3-lane play, right? You had like a little bit of pressure in bottom side, most of the pressure in mid lane to actually crack the turret. And then Morgan was so far back because he still had to get the wave pushed up. But now it's Dokla in danger. CoreJJ, he'll be here to body block it. That feels bad, man. Oh, but never mind. That feels good. Dokla survives here with the shield. True Shot Barrage not going to snipe him either. Well played from Big Doke.
Couple of small missteps there by Team Liquid. Core didn't want to take the KS away.
Yeah.
So Doke was able to escape. Baron power play only plus 1,200. So pretty much just the gold from the Baron is TL's advantage from that one. But Infernal Drake coming up. They're going to try and stack more towards Infernal Soul.
Yeah, they were able to crack the base, but not take an inhibitor, and now they should have free reign over this Drake, as you already mentioned, because they're already pushed up with Morgan having pushed up that bot wave.
But there's a streak on the line.
Oh, yeah.
Dokla, 9-0 in his last 9.
Yeah.
Could it end? It's kind of looking like it.
I think it's much more likely than not to become a 9-1 here, as Team Liquid will go ahead and secure themselves soul point here with this Drake. Even though, like you pointed out, Jat, the Baron was, well, let's just be frank, it was underwhelming, right? You get one tier 3 turret from a Baron when you're 8,000 gold ahead.
I mean, just make it like a really long game. That's our best chance.
I mean, he's right.
He's not wrong.
That's you've got Anivia, you've got Scion, you've got these characters that can scale up and become absolutely obnoxious as the game goes forward, so you want to try to pump the brakes a little bit, but that's much easier said than done. Yawn has 4 fully completed items, including his armor penetration here with the Servelda's Grudge. In mid lane, Quid has the Actualizer completed. It's just scary.
And Jose just locked in his GA, right? Which is going to make him even more of a huge threat to displace priority targets in TL's fights.
Vandal Pipes also completed here for Morgan, considering you've got both your AD carry and your jungler wanting to get out as many attacks as possible. I think there's value in that one. Also with the Battle Shen Dusk and Dawn build, he does a deceptive amount of damage himself, as Inspired wants to jump in after him. Does have Dokla coming around here from the side, but you can see that Dusk and Dawn Titanic damage that I'm talking about right there, as Inspired, thanks to Dokla, isn't going to be under any real pressure, and that's yet another pick for Lyon on to Morgan. Both kills so far have been finding the Shen in the side lane.
Yeah, the comeback would have to be a bunch of small plays like that before one big fight where they collect a huge amount of bounty gold. Because objective bounties have been up for a while. The big thing will be if Lyon can find their way in to being able to contest this Infernal Soul. Because as much as you want to make it a long game, I think going up against Infernal Soul, max item Ezreal, and Actualizer Rise that's too long.
No.
Yeah. And TL were able to take care of that top tier 2 in the meantime, which should allow them to continue this kind of deep vision push to really control the map, and hopefully, again, making the most of the fact that Morgan did die in that side lane, getting a little bit more map pressure top side. And you can kind of see how dark things are for Lyon.
Pretty scary.
As the observers are showing us right now.
Physically and mentally, things are dark for Lyon right now. This is a pretty depressing game state, especially when Actualizer Rise just deletes your jungler in 1 second. CoreJJ wrapping around the side here to see if there's anybody else to be found, as Inspired at least got away thanks to his Guardian Angel, but Dokla won't. He'll explode into an Infernal Shard Pinata, and his dead body won't get a whole lot of value there either.
There was a joke there about trading the Actualizer cooldown for the GA cooldown, but not a good trade.
No, not generally isn't going to favor the one with the Guardian Angel there, as Saint does at least land a quick Flash Frost onto Morgan, but Yawn just so unafraid.
Yeah.
No issue whatsoever with using the Essence Shift to go forward, chunk Saint down to half HP, Jose Diodo. Sonic Wave, no Resonating Strike here, as Team Liquid heads over to Baron, knowing Dokla is still dead for the next 25 seconds.
Yeah, Baron number 2 likely uncontestable by Lyon, unless they want to feed themselves to TL. Looks like Inspired's thinking about a steal.
Okay. Lyon are at least considering it. Remember, Inspired, no Guardian Angel anymore. Jose Diodo still with a GA of his own. Quid looking for the Realm Warp here as CoreJJ leads the charge. Inspired forced to use the Cyclone. TL now regrouping. They're giving up on the Baron, though. So honestly, props to Lyon for stopping it.
Big success there. The Realm Warp was a fake for Team Liquid, but Inspired jumping over the wall to engage/escape onto CoreJJ. Very effective. Buys enough time for Dokla to respawn and at least stems the bleeding for now.
Yeah, and it will allow them to get more vision on the Sabat side of the map with Inspired picking up that Scuttle Crab right around the Drake area. So at least getting something down there that they'll be able to have more eyes towards this bot side. And any vision that Lyon can get down to try to set up is going to be huge.
And Summoner Spell check for Lyon. Everybody has Flash, which is good if you're trying to do a game-deciding fight. Wukong Ultimate will be back up. And Morgan's Shen ultimate actually is going to be slightly desynced. It's about 8 seconds below the Dragon respawn, so he'll have it if there's going to be a fight. That shouldn't be a problem either.
And all the flashes on the TL side also available except for Morgan. So he's kind of the one person who won't have everything in the tank available for this fight. But when your team is up 8,500 gold, you're fine being down one single flash, you would have to think, as Team Liquid does control the entry point towards this bottom side river. And you can see Jose hanging out just around the pit right now. He's got Quid right next to him because the Lee Sin and the Rise can just burst this thing down in a couple of seconds anyway as soon as it spawns. The only vision down here for the Lion side is the Scuttle Crab because it can't be removed. All the other wards have been swept away. Dokla arrives here with ATP. Morgan grouped up with the rest of the team.
I mean, pretty smart to enter through that bush with the super shield from the TP. Allows them to at least make it to river. Step one kind of accomplished. It's still going to be nearly impossible for Lyon, but at least they're here.
Yep, Dokla's stepping up. Very tanky here on the Scion, but has almost lost the entirety of that big TP shield. Now it's gone. Soul Furnace, all he's got left. Flashing in, going for the play on Daejeon. Jose Diodo with a defensive Dragon's Rage. Inspired wants to go in, looking to steal away the Drake, but no! Yon guns him down. Saint's about to fall next. Dragon still standing, but Lyon is not. Isles tries to flash away. Saint falls. Isles burns. Everybody on Lyon is getting hunted down in this Team Liquid Safari, and there's nothing left to stop them. Berserker's the only one standing, and TL's gonna march it down mid.
Statement game one by Team Liquid. They control 4 Drakes. They only give up 2 deaths. If Lyon plays the controlled game, Team Liquid pressured the crap out of them here, and they're gonna take game one, Flowers.
They'll just march straight towards those Nexus turrets. Berserker throws a trap at the stairs because if he steps out of that fountain, he is done for. Team Liquid. Spawn said it was a rough week of scrims. It wasn't a lot of fun, but they were fixing problems, and it certainly paid off here in game one.
And it was how they did it, right? By playing the map, by forcing Lyon into some bad decisions around vision, around minion waves. I want to hear from the lounge now to see what they thought of TL in game one.
Exceptional. We thought TL were great.
Beautiful.
You know what?
Stunning.
No
Incredible.
notes. And I would say that all of us predicted them to win at least one game. I don't have a lot more room to work with.
Kobe, about 20 minutes ago, said, you know what? It's a 3-0.
Good thing that production had my back and they didn't change it.
Update the graphic.
Look at that tracker.
Oh, we all
That's the L.
heard it.
That's the first L for Dokla. Wanted to put that up on the board, all right?
So is that 10% of Castle coming in feeling a little bit more likely?
It's feeling likely. It's feeling likely. I do want to talk about the positives that we ended up seeing from Team Liquid side, because there are a whole heck of a lot of them.
And one of them starts with a J?
Yeah, I think it does.
A little jositive.
A jositive. And I do think I want to start from the very beginning. Like, just being able to place down a ward deep in the lane so you get an idea of the intent of your laner. I think what we got to see this from Quid specifically, you get to see the TP come in from Saint, and of course he's just like roaming around a little bit. But then you see, hiding a little bit, he seems to be doing the classic, sit and wait for the wave to come on in. So they set up a trap for him specifically. Quid comes from the right, and you also see Lee Sin come from the other angle. And it was just really tough, even with Flash getting cooked. And I love this strategy because oftentimes you will be able to get a Flash. Saint recognizes that he's dying in this sequence. So yeah, he just goes down and takes an honorable death and thinks the next time is going to be better. The reality is sometimes that's just not the case. Sometimes the next time is just as bad as the other. And
no honor.
No honor at all. And so I think this was nice too because as you can see here on the mini-map, Lee Sin's on his Raptors, he can just loop around, and he does that exact same thing, especially since you can build the plan as soon as you see him on the ward. Now, in this case, you're on the wave anyways. The wave is right there, and he's trying to get his wave pushed in, so they take advantage of it. Immediately gets a flash route into Jose Daejeon being able to come in and have a great flash follow-through. So I just thought 2 immediate plays that then results into a flash on the second death. I thought that was just really picture perfect from Jose Daejeon.
I mean, he's been crazy on Lee Sin.
They had the mid lane warded on both sides this whole time, too.
And this one is going to be my Pagoda moment of the game. This was just a really good moment from, once again, a player that starts with a J. It does start with Quid getting a nice realm warp because they were looking to contest and take this fight around red buff. So Quid just says, okay, I'm realm warping right on top of your carry. I'm just going to start with another look at the minimap because Lyon just doesn't recognize that wave is being pushed in here. Oop, the best line of all time.
Yeah, the yawn flank with the Ezreal comes in. It's pretty hype.
So he's threatening.
The Daejeon.
Threatening Berserker here, and then you get to see the Realm Warp come through, and so the team is right on top of the carries. I really love this play from Jose Daejeon. Be able to find a little cute Wardhog kick as Saint is trying to come in. It's like, what are you doing here? A micro Wardhog kick to be able to nail that as well.
Clean.
When he is on his Lee Sin, he is on his best performance. And so if you guys find any other Pagoda moment play, you can spam the Pagoda emote in the chat because more like those, it's always a plus.
Yeah, but after having seen game 1, you know, it's always good to be able to adjust based on the new data that we've been informed. Jose, 6 out of 6 player of the game, very well deserved. He was absolutely smurfing it. But let's check back in on these 90-50-10s.
Oh,
okay. Because we got to see how it's doing here. So
any changes in there?
Bring on back up the 90-50-10s. The player of the game for chat as well was Jose. No surprise. I think there was a lot of good play from TL, but like he was clear.
Yeah, I do like a couple little votes for Yon. Whenever I see an 80 carry flank, usually you're like, no, what is happening? But with the channel on top, it was pretty cool. All right, here's our 90-50-10s.
All right, so nothing has happened just yet, but some things might be able to happen. What about that 50%? Teal was up 5K, did not throw. So
not yet.
That leads me to wonder, will Raz flip-flop? You said it was going to be a 3-2. TL just smacked him in game number 1. Are we changing the prediction?
Don't do it, Raz. Don't do it. Hold strong. It's this game number 1. You're not really a flip-flopper. People have just put this on you. It's not actually who you are.
Alternatively, you are a flip-flopper. You should do
No, it's all narrative. People are just trying to peer pressure you, Raz. Hold strong. Hold strong, Raz.
I'm flip-flopping. I'm flip-flopping. I'm doing it. They look clean. I don't think it's just a Lee Sin thing. I think this is the Team Liquid that's been promised to us.
Why did he throw his shoe? You guys
90% chance. I knew it. Casters, take it away. Oh, never mind. Don't take it away.
You are the
Fan
caster.
voting is open until tomorrow for Kia All-Pro and MVP. Here are what some of our LCS players think about what it means to be a Kia MVP. Scan the QR code, do your votes right now. We'll see you soon.
What makes a Kia MVP? In my opinion, the Kia MVP should have strong leadership and good playmaking.
Inspired goes unstoppable.
What I think makes a Kia MVP is consistently dominating.
And contracts on the side, surprises Ignar. Ignar is just getting deleted.
An MVP candidate specifically, I think good leadership probably will matter the most to be able to uplift the level of the team.
Can't finish him off. Griffin, taunt, flash, gets the kill back.
You have to be a good laner.
Thanatos is about to try to give Fudge another death, chasing after him here in the 1v1, and he just claps him.
This person should be able to play different styles.
FBI's immediately quickness up, charm down. Jose Daejeon with the double kill for Team Liquid.
Laning matter, teamfight matter, of course everything matter, but I feel like it's most matter to me is like inspired to people. Like everyone think you're MVP, instant think you're tech player.
Is into a twisted advance, actually not have enough damage. Flash away from FBI to follow up from Inspired.
C9 wants to clean up more of these kills, and Vulcan with the 2-man binding.
Castle trying to get the push here, and he's gonna look, he's gonna flash forward, and Impact does not react.
The resurrection for Dokla. He gets alive and he gets away, but no, he's finally taken down. A triple comeback over to Berserker on the Corki. Yon steps forward. Berserker guns him down. Ace for Lyon.
So who is the Kia MVP?
I don't know.
That's for you to decide.
Cast your votes now.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it!
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here?
Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T wireless and home internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T wireless and home internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS and our second best of 5 here in the spring playoffs. Game number 1 between Lyon and TL was very favored for TL. It wasn't one of those things that was a total wash from minute 1. It was actually a pretty slow, pretty controlled early game. But Jose Diodo's Lee Sin, I know all 3 of us voted him player of the game in that one. He was making all sorts of moves, and when it finally came time for the big team fight that would really break the game open, it was Team Liquid getting it done.
Yeah, it wasn't a total wash from minute 1, but I'd say from minute 9, essentially the moment he killed Saint.
There's 8 minutes in between them.
And then killed Saint again and again and again. is when that game became over. If you can see, Dokla still here.
Yeah,
They've not decided to jump in with Castle. He had won several games in a row. They're not going to do a quick swap here.
Exactly. He was one away from getting the 10 in a row streak, and then Team Liquid just cut him down right there. But Lyon going to keep him in here for the second game.
And it does make me wonder if they are going to, depending on what TL play, try to pull out one of those ranged counter picks. They have chosen first pick for themselves, so that would be something they kind of have to engineer during the draft. But that was such a huge part of their strategy going into TL previously.
So already, this draft is looking very, very similar to game number 1 in that the first 4 bans are exactly identical. It's Orianna and Cassiopeia banned out by TL. It's Jarvan and Nocturne banned out by Lyon. Of course, now things are going to change up a little bit. It's the Ornn banned away by Lyon, so they don't want to deal with that tank up there in the top side. TL has one more to go. Remember that last time around, we did see the Yone banned by Lyon in place of the Ornn, so Quid now has that open and available to him, and there it is, the Varus once again.
Yep, taking away the Varus, and now I'm curious with Ashe Seraphine up and with Lyon having first pick, if they're going to pick one of those. Nope, they're going with the Rumble for Dokla.
Dokla back in his comfort zone of Scion Rumble. When he first re-emerged on the scene with Hunter Thieves, he would play these 2 champions and then Cassante as his third crazy pick. He's had, strangely enough, online, he's been the counter pick guy, but he's kind of back to his roots here.
And I like how you bring those champions up, because back on that 100 Thieves roster where it was originally like General Sniper, when Rumble and Scion are so strong in the meta, it was Sniper struggling to play those power picks, not finding the efficacy on them that 100 Thieves wanted. And it's like, wait, we got this guy right here that can kind of just make these happen. So Big Dokes back on the Big Rumble over on the TL side. Unfortunately, no more of the iconic Lee Sin here for Jose Diodo, so he will be switching over to the Vi in game 2.
Pretty early to pick Vi, but it's also a takeaway from Inspired, who has played it a lot this split. It's really about playing side lanes aggressively. When you pick the Vi, you're winning a lot of 2v2s or 2v1s on side lanes. So Team Liquid going to try and just continue with what worked for them in game 1.
Yeah, and they're going to be locking in the Lucian. Yon, a very well-known Lucian player. Also kind of a takeaway from Berserker, and they're going to immediately lock in the Senna Nautilus.
Divorce court bot lane. It's Lucian versus Senna. Who's going to come out on top?
And it's going to be Emilio, most likely, to pair with that Lucian. Really, really strong pairing. I fully expect the cover to be real.
Yeah, should be some bot prio for Team Liquid if they are able to get the Lucian going. But a lot of CC being locked in for Lyon with the Senna Nautilus. That's, again, like a big team fight composition. I think they wanted game 1 to be a team fight comp, but they just lost too much control in the mid game.
Emilio loves it when the enemy team has a lot of CC, because Breath of Life can then get so much value, particularly if they have AoE CC. Senna and Nautilus, both mostly individual targets, right? It's pretty easy to walk away from whoever the Senna route is going to latch onto. Nautilus's stuff is all single target as well for the hard CCs. But now we're into the second half of the draft, with the bottom lanes drafted for both sides, but a difference in the other picks, considering Rumble's definitely going top, Vi's definitely going jungle, so we'll see how that influences the bans, as Team Liquid is going to focus the jungle role yet again, banning out the Xin.
Yeah, I think the Xin takeaway is still really, really good. I mean, it's just a super strong pick right now in the meta, but also Inspired has been phenomenal on it. And then taking away kind of the automatic CC you get with the Annie mid, over on Lyon's ban side.
Yeah, so for Team Liquid, it's like finding a pick for Quid that can play fast, because the Ryze can play fast, the Yone would be able to play fast. I think even with the Yone not being banned, taking the Rumble away is often a bit of a soft block for Yone, since you always want to have Rumble Yone as a pair if possible. When I'm thinking about Quid's champions, the Annie was going to be the one I call out. That's why they banned it away. So I'm thinking maybe something like Aurora would still be the similar slot for Team Liquid.
And the Trundle ban here tells me that Team Liquid has got to be looking at a tank top laner here in this one, because otherwise I would be like, oh, okay, maybe they're trying to open up for a Sejuani, but you've already got Vi, and she's definitely not going anywhere other than jungle. So I'm expecting some sort of a tank pick here in top for TL, as Akali will be the last ban there for Lyon.
Another good ban against Liquid, even though he hasn't played a Kali this split, you hear other teams talk about just never giving Team Liquid a good angle to play a Kali. So that also means that Saint might just want to lock in a control mage if they're forced to pick blind.
All right, TL, what are we going to go for here? I would assume it would have to be the top laner since you already know you're going up against the Rumble and you want to get value out of that 5th pick for a mid lane counter pick as well. So what's our tank going to be here? It's not a tank at all, actually. Okay, it's going to be Ambessa instead.
Bruiser. Blind pick Bruiser. So that, well, not completely blind pick. They're going to be going up against the Rumble. Morgan's had a very strong Ambessa when he's been able to cook with it.
Yeah, and speaking of the kind of Sej-Yone combo, that is something that obviously Saint and Inspired could go for on their side, and something we've seen them have success on. Yone being kind of still the only AD standout really in the mid lane currently. So we'll see what Inspired wants to lock in. Could be the Sej. I'm once again betting on the Sej, but it could be something else.
I mean, Pantheon's up if they wanted a little bit of pseudo-global. It would be a good denial for Jose, but the comp just makes so much sense. Like, this is a really nice blind pick 5v5 if you're Lyon. How would you like to play Yone with this, please?
Yeah, exactly. There's so much setup for him, and I feel like we've talked so much about how good Inspired is on this Sejuani. He's such a playmaker on it, and there we go. The Aurora, kind of the default as we go down Quid's champions that he's played, something that fits in this composition and what he'll be going for.
I think pretty important for Lyon to win this one, not just because they're already down 1-0, but they've taken a lot of champions away from Team Liquid, the Team Liquid want, right? Taking the Quid, Yone away, even though Saint is 2-0 with it, and then also having it with the full Rumble setup team comp for melee mid. Would be really nice if Lyon's able to even the series with this comp.
I definitely favor the Lyon composition in this one. I feel like just the combination of Sejuani with the 2 melee solo laners and the combo of how those AoEs overlap and interact with the ults seems so strong.
Yeah, and I think on the other side, it's actually super important for this Lucia and Milio to get out to a really, really strong start.
Yeah.
This is why you're picking this bot lane, is to kind of really hard win the 2v2 and continue from game 1 of trying to make Berserker not as impactful in these team fights. So I'll be really, really curious to see if there's any bot lane intervention early on from either of these junglers, particularly Inspired, to try to make sure that Senna and Nautilus are able to get through the initial early laning power of the Lucian Milio.
All right, Lyon, let's see if you can bounce back and tie us up here in this one. As where do you guys expect to see our junglers focus early on?
Bot lane.
Bot lane? Okay. That's where I was going to expect as well, considering you do have the Lucian Milio, and it's really important for Lucian to stay ahead of things. But just wanted to make sure that I was not barking up the wrong tree here.
You never know, though. The junglers could also just focus on each other. Just try to show each other the Raptor camp, as they've both warded each other's Raptors. But likely that Sejuani just wants a stable early game where he's able to full clear. And we also have a Zale standing by with Spawn to talk about that game 1.
All right, Spawn, you gave an interview at the top of the day. You said you got to give your team a 50% chance or better with the draft. What are the odds?
I actually really like our comp this game. I think, like, don't get me wrong, like, if we just let them freely engage into us, we'll die very quickly because they have a lot of damage. But we're really familiar with the comp they're playing, actually, like Nautilus, Yone, Rumble. That's kind of like our thing. So, you know, we like what we got into it. We've struggled when we've had to play into a similar comp in the past. So, job done.
Are you concerned at all about the fact that they are taking a lot of these champions, which people would kind of, you know, consider Team Liquid champions, like the Yone, like the Rumble, like the Nautilus, in a best-of-5 Fearless?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, if you drop games like this where you're playing against champions you want to pick, it starts to get quite hairy. So as long as we are able to win these games, then it will be fine. But yeah, if we drop this game, then they kind of have done their job of taking 2 for 1 out.
Talk to me a little bit about the Lucian Milio, obviously rising in priority a lot. First came in kind of as an Ashe Seraphine answer. Now we're just seeing it blinded all the time. What is its role in this game?
I mean, Yun is just one of the best Lucian players actually in the world, in my opinion. And then when we were looking at their jungle options, we felt like they only had a lot of like single target CC, like Pantheon or something like Sejuani available, Skarner maybe. So Milio is just really good in that draft. So I think that's why it's coming about, is like there's just a lot of like kill one person comps, and Milio shuts that down. So hopefully Core's able to play that role this game.
Thank you very much, Spawn. Best of luck with the game.
Thank you.
All right, always good to hear from the coaches there. Just in case you guys were curious, our brief pause there that happened and gave us that lovely ambient noise in the back of the interview there was apparently there was a fly.
Insect issue. Yep.
Not the team, but an actual like little buzz flying critter on Saint's monitor that had to be dealt with so that he could properly focus, get locked in for the game. The fly has now been taken care of and dispatched. So now we're back in as early on, it is that Lucian Melio with the push in bottom lane.
Yeah, it's always funny to see someone type insect issue. Guys, I'm taking insect aggro. Oh, congrats to Court on 300 career wins. 11th.
That's a lot of wins.
Yeah, 11th LCS player to do it.
Yeah, came over in that 2019 season in the middle of the Team Liquid dynasty and has been there ever since. So
hey, he was there before that too. Back in the day when he was
Dignitas
AD carry.
That didn't contribute to the 300 win mark.
Okay.
All right, touche.
A few of them. A very small percentage.
He's out of line, but he's right.
The door was wide open.
Yeah, you had to. I respect the play. I respect it. Both of our junglers have gone ahead and done their full clears, so no early action there. Going to end up on opposite ends of the map, taking out those scuttle crabs. As Saint, of course, taking some early damage from the Aurora in mid lane, but that's kind of what you expect. Melee champion into Aurora. It's a pretty obnoxious matchup for many of them.
Absolutely is. And I like what Spawn talked about in the interview as well, trying to kind of play up the fact they're very familiar against the champions, even though now Team Liquid can't play any of them in the series. But if they get a win with these champions in a game, it's kind of as if they played the comp.
Sure.
It works like that, right? The transfer property of team compositions. All right, Morgan has Jose Diodo up here helping him. Looking to make the play onto Dokla, who's mostly just walking it off. Jose Diodo, immediate flash on top of Dokla. Point blank vault breaker. Dokla gets away with the first blood. The patience from TL pays off. And once again, it's Jose Diodo getting involved with a solo lane to make the moves happen.
I mean, just such an aggressive early play right there. All with the early flash to force the flash out of Dokla and then do the skill check on if Dokla flashed, then you start charging the vault breaker, but then to just snap engage it like that. A lot of just mechanical outplay there. Dokla didn't flash, didn't dodge, and Jose landed everything in order to get that kill.
Yeah, and we were wondering where these junglers were going to go. Well, as it turns out, Jose decided to go top and kind of managed to. I'd be curious to see the vision line, how much he was able to avoid, because it definitely didn't look like they saw him coming, but there was a bunch of vision down in that river. Jack's going to go back and check in the game itself.
Yeah, he went straight through it.
Yeah.
Jose queued over the wall onto vision, then flashed early because his vault breaker wasn't actually up yet, and then point blank vault breaker as soon as it was off cooldown again. So Jose was just a really clean gank.
Nice.
Yeah.
Really won the mind game on Dokla, actually, because if Dokla just flashes early, he's totally fine.
Yeah, he's just chilling. He gets back over to the turret. He hangs out for a second. As soon as Jose leaves, everything's fine. But not the way it went down, as Jose Diodo is going to start up Drake #1 4 seconds after it spawns.
Yeah, and that is off of kind of this pushing bot lane pressure, although Saint, is going to come down and check this out since he just had the push in mid lane.
Yeah, but
bot
now
lane's headed up.
Jay is rotating over. Quid is rotating over. Saint, it looked like a good idea, but as soon as Team Liquid rotates, you got to back away.
Well, and this is what that Lucian Melio bot lane priority gives you, right? Like, despite the fact that he initially went top, got the gank and kill up there, was super successful.
Oh, that was a really nice lockdown coming out from Isles as Jan is down to 150 HP, fires back into Berserker to halt the Lion chase, but pulling Jan in there underneath the turret in aggro range makes a pretty decisive victory for Lion.
Yeah, super, super close for both AD carries there for a little while.
Jose is smurfing this series. The Lee Sin game, into the top gank, into just the very decisive mind games. Like, we've had this whole meta of junglers doing the 5-minute, 30-second Gromp to get the Smite upgrade, but Vi specifically can kill dragons so fast and safely with the shield and the percent health damage that you can just jump on in the 5 minutes. When he started that, Inspired was on Krugs, so even though Sand could go check, they're not able to make that fight happen because they're going to have a numbers disadvantage.
Well, and that's why we kind of both cited this jungle matchup as something that's super interesting, right? Jose, as kind of a more gank-heavy jungler, is here he is back in top lane.
Yeah, and remember, Dokla has no flash, so immediate cease and desist, followed up by the public execution, and it's all too easy to repeat the same process as before. Team Liquid goes up 2-0, and Morgan owns both kills.
Yeah, and now both of their side lanes are in pretty good spot. Berserker has taken a slight lead in the bot lane from the AD carries, but Morgan's in a great spot on top, and he should be able to push this entire wave in.
Jose Diodo off to a great start here in the second one after having a phenomenal game number 1, as this wave is just going to get munched up by the turret. Dokla trying to get back as fast as he can, but will lose out on a few minions here. Morgan up
Feels
to
bad.
over 600 gold lead here for himself. Despite the fact that the farm is even, he's just got the kill advantages.
Yeah, and to touch upon, again, like this jungle matchup, Jose is someone who is going to historically interact with his lanes a lot more frequently and a lot earlier. And we've already seen that where he's been on the map, getting that first Drake, those 2 ganks on the top side. A little bit more scrapping in bot
real
lane.
Scrapping. And I apologize if this happens to a fight. The producers told me that we have comms of Saint dealing with the fly, and I really want to hear
Oh,
it.
man.
So we're going to pull it up now and hope that a fight doesn't happen.
On my monitor, there's a bug. Yo, ref. It's scary. Yeah, it's so scary, yeah. Okay, ready? Yeah, I'm ready.
I like how he just sits there and points at it.
Berserker just like cracking up. Can't believe he paused for a fly.
Okay, well.
That was worth it.
Yeah.
No, that was a good call.
Thanks,
Good call. We didn't get a fight during it, so nothing lost. Nothing lost.
Yeah.
Hanging out, having a good time. Inspired is on the Void Grubs, so the opposite story being told here in Game 2 as what we got in Game number 1. This time around, it's Lyon controlling the Grubs while TL have that first trade.
But I think it's just Team Liquid controlling the game right now. They have minor gold advantages in every single role. It's another game where Jose has been able to make a much larger footprint on the map than Inspired. Inspired does have Protoplasm Harness, which is one of the strengths of these junglers that don't have to go Sundered Sky. It's the faster early power spike. But what's he going to do with it? Where is he going to find a fight to make use of this item?
And especially since both the kills that TL have found so far, the gold has gone to Morgan.
Yeah.
Look over at Dokla. He went for the full plated steel caps already. His first full item is not going to be online for a very long time. While Morgan already has Pickaxe and Caulfield's Warhammer in inventory, we're going to have a pretty big item power discrepancy here very soon in top lane.
Yeah, and as we see Jose kind of prepping for a lane gank, he will get spotted out by that ward in the brush. So Dokla should be able to play this a little bit safely.
And he sweeps. Now he sees it. Okay, he was suspicious. Dokla's movements once Jose
He's
arrived.
backing off a little too much. But yeah, once again, getting Morgan into a really good position and relieving any sort of early pressure this Rumble may have been able to have.
I want to see how Morgan is able to deal with this lead, because I remember the last time they played in lock-in playoffs, it was just counterpick City for Dokla, and he was able to punish Morgan, because that was back in lock-in. Morgan was just dominating people in lane, so it felt like that was going to be the big mismatch in the series. But here, just with the standard picks of Scion Rumble, Morgan's been able to play a very standard game, right? His Shen was effective, and maybe he could take over with this Ambessa.
Yeah, and I think the way you kind of want to set it up is he does have a nice dive buddy. We've already seen the Vi and Bessa combo really well together in Jose's ganks. And with kind of Quid and Yawn to really soften up priority targets, they should be able to pick off whoever they want kind of together if they're able to work in tandem. There's going to be a lot of room for Morgan to move around in these fights.
Hey, Isles again, going for these dredge lines onto core JJ, chunking that Melio down low, forces out the summoner's heal. But Team Liquid still not in too terrible of shape as Inspired starts up Drake 2.
So he has the item Power Spike, and they chunked the bot lane a little bit. So Inspired wants to create a fight here, but look where Morgan has arrived from. He's actually based, and he's right back on the map.
Yeah, Isles goes in for the dredge line onto Yon as he and Core JJ just try to keep this enemy bottom lane distracted. Jose Dioto, ball breaker forward in Inspired's direction. Morgan has showed up to the fight now with the Eclipse in inventory. This Ambessa is very, very powerful. He also has his teleport ready to reset back up to the top lane after he helps out with this. I really like the movement from Morgan and TL.
Yeah, when he has that Power Spike, it ends up being massive. So even though Jose didn't have the item, he brought the top laner with the item. So that's just as good. And Dokla doesn't try to match TP for a fight. Inspired says, okay, they're stronger, we're gonna give it up.
Yeah, and a really nice recognition of what we can do now, again, with this Ambessa being in such a good position, comboing so well with the Vi. Even though their bot lane did get chunked out, TL are able to muscle their way in by bringing Morgan down. And now they have two pretty quick Drakes early on in this game.
Very quick. Yeah, pre-12 minutes for the first two Drakes. Very quick. And Morgan continuing to look to bully Dokla. If he gets a big enough chunk, Jose's just going to kill him.
Yep, and there's Jose right over the wall. Public execution coming in. Dawning Shadow, though, reinforcing from Berserker, who was back in the base. Dokla does survive with about 300 HP, but again, it costs his flash, and Team Liquid is not letting up the pressure in top lane.
Yeah, and now we see the swap coming through. We've kind of seen this, typically between...
Ooh, hold on. Fate Sealed coming out from Saint. Wants to all in, going after Quid here. Does force the defensive between worlds from the Aurora. And as soon as Core JJ shows up there with a cozy campfire, that means that the mid laners are going to trade pretty evenly as Saint snaps back again with the Soul Unbound.
Yeah, he gets a nice little healing there from Core. But yeah, you can see on... As we see bot lane.
Trying to get a little aggressive.
Yeah, we've seen these kind of swappings coming back into meta, not like an entire lane swap, but basically a lane assignment, if you'll allow me to call it that, Flowers.
All right,
you're the
lane
biggest
assignment.
You're the biggest anti-lane swapper, I think, here.
I will proudly claim that title. You don't have to think, Emily.
Yeah,
You can know
right.
with great confidence.
But we have seen this happen occasionally between 9 and 12 minutes, depending on game state, to try to either relieve pressure or apply pressure, depending on where your bot and top is.
And I do find it interesting as well, as this is actually a very interesting recall location from Isles. I think he's just going to back away. No, they could go for an engage here with Saint, who's playing very aggressively.
I like how aggressive Saint is playing. He's already got his tier 3 shoes completed, nearly has the Blade of the Ruined King ready to combine and really hit that power spike on Yone, but he's just utterly unafraid to jump in with a Soul Unbound whenever he's got the cooldown ready.
He absolutely is. I wanted to call up a bot lane point here where it had felt like Berserker might be taking the crown from Yon as the best bot lane AD carry in the league. But I will say, with the champions he's played so far in this series, Jhin and Senna, they're not really putting him in the position to do that, where he's not the one that is in lane dominant situations with hyper carries, which I think is definitely favoring Team Liquid if they're able to win away from Berserker and then not have to deal with him later in team fights.
And I really like Core JJ's roam up to the top lane here to cover for Quid. You saw that Saint and Inspired had the idea to try to go after the Aurora, but as soon as Core JJ shows up, you know that Melio has so much defensive power in every single ability in the kit, so pretty hard to make the dive work on that one. Isles here in the bottom lane now as Morgan, nice use of the public execution to reset his position away from the equalizer. They are going to fully commit here with a depth charge. Morgan continuing to try to get away, but no, it's Berserker. Dawning Shadow offensively across the map this time, and he gets the kill.
Yeah, and the shutdown going to Berserker is really, really big, actually. He's going to be almost 1K ahead now on that Senna, and it frees up Dokla to get some much-needed gold and turret damage onto this bot tier 1. As we see, TL's response is going to be to go for this Herald.
Yep, Saint's going to see it.
Yeah, they'll see it, but they won't be able to contest it.
Yeah, I mean, we can bring it back up then, I guess. Berserker.
Berserker's back
Gold difference
already.
at 14 has been good. CS difference has been good. He has the tied for first Pentas. The Yon stats were from 2024, 2025 when he was first in all these categories. Now Berserker also first in all these categories, but we threw the question mark in there because you never know when Team Liquid's bottom lane is going to be able to wake back up and continue to perform at the level they've had the last 2 years.
Yeah, and I mean, Jan had a really, really good Ezreal game, game one, on one of his, like, most, I would say, known picks. Like, I think of Jan as a Lucian player. I think he's a very good Lucian player. However, on the other side, this Senna has made it through the worst part of playing Senna, right? Which is the early laning phase. It is the pre-static Shiv, and now with the static Shiv buffs and Deathfire Touch, she's going to feel a lot better, and that shutdown onto her was pretty big.
Dredgeline misses here this time as Jan barely gets away from the range in mid. Nice fire back there from Berserker, though. Just that quick 1-2 punch as Jose Diodo is hanging around the Dragon Pit, but Inspired is here too. Berserker just trading so effectively into Jan now with that static Shiv, as the junglers, neither one wants to be the first one to try to commit to the dragon.
I think this will be the dragon that we get a big fight over.
Okay.
At this point, just everyone has their first major item. Lyon does have a team comp that wants to scrap. So they're grouped up, really trying to aggressively contest this vision.
And you can see it's Saint and Inspired hanging around the pit as Berserker and Isles run interference, keeping everybody from TL away. And considering Jose Diodo is leaving, they're just going to go ahead and give this up. Instead, they're going to do their favorite play, kill Dokla with Jose Diodo. However, the equalizer nicely used. Dokla recognizes the problem, recognizes the danger, clears out most of the threat, tries to get away, but Jose Diodo gives him the thumbs up. Nice TP, buddy. And immediately commits his own flash to guarantee the interrupt. That also guarantees they're going to grab the tier 1 turret. That's a 22 HP Herald that's about to get value on a second tier turret as well. Nice sequence for TL.
Yeah, and I like that response from TL, right? Like recognizing that Lyon want to fight. They don't necessarily want to fight into them. And they did stack those initial 2 Drakes very quickly early on in this game. So recognizing they can make a play topside again with the Rift Herald. Really nice flash follow from the Vi on Jose to get that. And I mean, he has participated in all 3 of Team Liquid's kills.
He has.
And they have all been on to Dokla.
He's been very active on the map. I will also say, even though this isn't the Dokla we saw in the lock-in playoffs when they played Team Liquid, Dokla's familiar with just getting weak-sided while his team does effective things and been able to win. So he'll still be effective in team fights. He's keeping his farm up.
All right, reminder, we got our spring finals coming up soon. We're almost towards the end of May, and it's that second weekend in June there, the 13th and 14th at Mullet Arena in Tempe, Arizona. You can get your tickets now, scan that QR code. Hope to see you all there. Always love being able to have these road shows, especially if it's one of those finals where you're not really sure who's going to win it. There's not a clear favorite. And like you said at the top of the day, chat, our top 4 all feel like there's a chance for anybody to really level up and be the favorite.
That's what this year has really felt like to me. Cloud9 dominating the regular seasons, Team Liquid dominating practice, and Lyon dominating the actual lock-in finals. And then FlyQuest just dominating, personality and hype. So we got crazy, man. It's too fun to watch. And then we have Sentinels kind of lurking as well, dominating online play. So you never know what's going to happen and which teams we're going to end up seeing in the finals.
All right, right now, though, the gold lead could go either way so easily. Only about 300-400 separating the 2 teams as a whole. But, of course, the big deal here is Berserker on his Senna, 900 gold lead. Can we take a look at the Senna stacks currently, get an idea of where we are on that one?
44 currently.
44, all right. 44 stacks on the Senna as Inspired jumps in the mid lane, goes for the Glacial Prison. Not a whole lot of value to be found of that one because Core JJ just immediately pops the Breath of Life. But now the follow-up is there. Now Jan is in danger. Flashes back over the wall as the depth charge is committed. Jose Diodo here on the front line. TP's coming in from both sides. Saint's got to be careful. Morgan here on the front line now. Team Liquid scrambling to reposition as Dokla joins the charge, but it's fired. He goes really far forward, but he stays alive here with the Protoplasm Harness. Team Liquid's got to be careful now as Jose Diodo is almost dead. Morgan trying to get himself away over the wall, but he has to use the flash. Protoplasm Harness just saved Inspired right there.
Are you kidding me, Flowers? Nobody died in that entire fight after everything was blown? So all ultimates gone except the Yone ultimate, and they all just kind of back away.
Look, mid lane prio matters that much.
It does. We'll use every spell. But yeah, Protoplasm Knight's Vow already completed. Isles has Protoplasm as well, so they got a lot of bruisers on the side of Lyon. And Team Liquid doesn't necessarily have that one-shot potential Quid's still sitting on just the Proto Belt and components, and then Yon building up as well.
Yeah, and as we saw, Berserker is like slightly behind in terms of actual like Senna stacks compared to average, but he's still in a really nice position.
There we go.
Speaking of nice position,
Yep.
Lyon find themselves a pick on the enemy support as they were ready and waiting for Core JJ.
Unlucky that one went over to Isles, but a really good look right there. All of Core JJ's CC break was burned in that last fight, and now they're just trying to accelerate the game off this. Senna teams with Baron I love because they can stay at very high health.
Okay, Morgan's trying to take out the tier 1 turret down in bottom lane here at the same time. Is going to collect that one, but this Baron down to below half HP. Team Liquid going to pick up another tier 1, this time in mid. And it looks like the Baron's going over to Lyon, no contest.
Yeah, really, really nice call from Lyon, immediately getting that pick, turning on to Baron. TL recognizing they really don't want to fight this unless they're as 5. So they are going to take out the mid and bot tier 1 in response.
This will be a really nice test of the is Baron useless hypothesis that I've been hearing from a lot of pro teams, because while taking that Baron, they lost mid and bot turrets that were already low, and now Drake is up. It was 37k to 37k before they started Baron. Now it's still pretty even gold. It's if they can do anything with this Baron buff, because they don't have an advantage yet from it.
Okay, Lion's on the approach, but Team Liquid is already waiting here in the brush. TL Morgan here on the front line. He's going to be your target at the start. Nice equalizer coming down from Dokla. Morgan has all 4 stacks with a Sejuani passive on him, but immediately Breath of Life coming out from Core JJ. Hosey, oh no, gets burned down. And Lion's team fighting is looking ferocious here in this one. Core still trying to escape, but no, Inspired runs him over. Lyon continuing to commit, press further forward. It's what we heard from Spawn. If we just run in and fight them face to face, we're going to die quickly because they have so much damage.
And further proof that you cannot keep Dokla down, right?
No, sir.
His equalizer in that was great. He was actually immediately burning priority targets at the front line of that fight. So despite the fact that he was such a huge target for TL, shows up massive in that fight.
Okay, Vice.
Vice here.
I'm looking Vice.
Good.
Okay, I'm
High no place, high no place.
Aurora is going in.
S30.
Token 5.
Okay.
Token 3. I ult this still.
Look good. Look by.
Yeah.
Nice.
I have ult still.
Yeah. Reload, no flash,
Kill the million. Maybe I'm best.
Maybe
I can ult someone. Token 5.
Okay. Aura here.
Keep
going.
No.
Go back. Go Dragon mid bar. Aura.
Really clear comms there. They won that fight so easily. Didn't even have to burn the Nautilus ultimate. Just melees behind Senna is insane. And that's what we're talking about, Emily.
You can't keep him down. Look at that.
1,000 damage from Dokla's Rumble.
Yeah. And obviously a lot of that was set up CC, right? From Inspired. Also the Dawning Shadow coming over across the fight in that narrow choke point, kind of softening them up in addition to the equalizer that come before it. But yeah, you can't keep Dokla down, and this is kind of what initially I know Rigby had talked about with Dokla's strength, is his team fighting and his communication with the rest of the team when comparing him with Castle during that first week where they started swapping between the 2 top laners.
Now gold leads for everybody except for Dokla on the Lion side. Remember that Morgan does have 2 out of 3 of the kills for TL. Lyon has also now tied up the Drake count 2-2 for either team, and things are starting to look very Lyon favored from here.
They are looking to even this series, but still only a 1,500 gold lead. It could snap in one fight if Ambessa Vi find a kill onto the Senna. I think that's the most important thing. If it's on any type of front-to-back team comp, it's going to be like that Dragon fight that we just saw, where they can run through everything behind the Senna. So it's on Jose and Morgan, I feel like, to find flanks. Or it's on Yana and Core today to be able to get some mid-prow, because if they're not controlling mid, they're not going to be able to move into side lanes to get flanks.
I mean, that's what Lucian's supposed to do once you get to the mid game, right? You maintain mid priority, you can use the culling aggressively. Lyon, though, again, looking aggressive in the enemy jungle. They find their pick. A lot of burst down to Quid. He tries to get away between worlds and barely holds on, sidestepping the Dawning Shadow damage.
Yeah, and that's going to allow Lyon to further pressure in on mid and on bot with Saint coming down and catching this wave. And Dokla is actually going to be able to respond to any sort of comeback they might have been hoping from Morgan pushing on this top side. Again, you kind of see how this team fight from Lyon is so deadly. Once they take out one person, they can kind of just push ahead as a unit, especially if the Senna remains untouched in the backline.
Well, it's just a matter of, like, what does Team Liquid actually do against it? Because you can send all of your short-range, not very tanky dudes into Sejuani, Rumble, Yone, Senna, Nautilus, and then you're dead. Or you can kind of slowly run away and hope not to die. You need to have an offensive plan.
And it's tough to find one, again, against this composition that just has so much AoE, so much CC, so much power, and honestly, so much scaling because Senna just keeps going and going and going. 3 fully completed items now with the Shiv, the Cleaver, and the Hex Optics. Over on the other side, Essence Reaver plus Navori is completed for Yon, so it's not like the Lucian is super weak, but he's certainly not ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, again, once the Senna got past that laning phase, and because that shutdown went on to Berserker, he is now at a 1.2k gold lead, and he's kind of hovered around 1k for a while over Yon in this game.
That shutdown really was the start of it. After that, he was up to like
huge.
900 gold, but now Berserker going to be your target. Here's Jose doing exactly what we were hoping he'd be able to do, but Berserker gets away for now. Morgan going into the back, continuing chasing after the Senna. Berserker staying alive for now. Morgan getting locked up. Beautiful defensive play coming out from Lyon. Protect the president, and the whole Secret Service shows up. Berserker gets away, and Morgan gets buried.
Morgan thought he had the angle with the public execution, actually goes on to Isles, I believe, and then has to kind of step around him to try to even get onto Berserker.
If that look doesn't work, I don't know what look will.
Yeah, that was the best.
They'll have to get that again when Berserker doesn't have Flash Barrier ult, because he just kind of used all of those things. You know, his Bulletproof Vest was on, and he was able to defend himself for a good portion before everyone else arrived, and now they're starting up Baron once again.
Okay, remember the first one was claimed without a contest from TL. Instead, it was a trade for the Tier 1 turret bottom and Tier 1 turret mid. This time around, TL decide they do want to fight for it as Lyon tries to jump over the wall and answer that challenge. Quid under pressure from Dokla off to the left side of the fight as Saint once again tries to jump back over the Baron wall. Jose Otto locked up inside the chicken pit. Saint jumps in, and Jose's fate is sealed. Team Liquid trying to get one back on the Dokla, but he's already gone golden here with the stasis. Dokla staying alive. Saint has to reset here with the Soul Unbound as Berserker's down to almost no mana. Morgan still looking for a little bit more. Lyon low on health bars. Team Liquid recognizing they gotta try to find something here, but all they're gonna do is lose Quid. Dokla goes on a killing spree, and Saint's right back into the fight. Now Morgan's locked up here on the front line. The Mbessa might just die too, and Berserker takes him out with a killing spree. Team Liquid can't find their mark. They just don't have the damage until Yon finally gets it there with a cozy campfire. Dredgeline hits him though. Isles lands the shot, and Yon got. Lyon find yet another fight victory. They take the Baron and a 5,000 gold lead.
Yon tries to make the hero play at the end after the fight had just gone so wrong. And again, Dokla's likely chasing down Core JJ as well. That was a disjointed fight for Lyon, and it still worked. It started 3v5 with Dokla flanking. Saint flew back to the Baron pit at the start of it, so it was an extended 4v5, and then they still win the fight 4-1. So look at the start. Watch Saint here. He eases over the wall, doesn't get the original gauge. He snaps back. So now Inspired is just fighting the rest of Team Liquid here, but everything ends up being completely fine because Lyon's 5v5 is just so strong.
Well, and also Dokla kept Quid out of that fight for so long, and he was such a nuisance here. Goes golden, still doesn't die, and that actually opens up a lot of space. So once Morgan gets rooted, even though they're so low, they're able to finish off Quid there. And then Saint can go back in.
You think maybe because Berserker's out of mana that it would be a possibility for Team Liquid to win in the extended fight, but they're just able to play on the margins so well, and Dokla re-arrives to burn down Yon. Now they're back on Baron. They finish the Drake. They're reset. They're back on Baron.
All right, back to live. Here we go again. Jose Otto once more caught out. The Dawning Shadow bursting through, and the enemy jungler is already gone. A max-range Dredgeline coming in from Isles as he tries to lock up Yon. But the Team Liquid AD carry still safe for now. Isles nearly dead, but once again, the Protoplasm Harness is the MVP on Lyon. Quid drops next, Saints into the back line, and Team Liquid has already lost 2. The remaining 3 have to scramble. The Baron claimed by Lyon.
That was so nicely done from Lyon. Also, shout out to Isles for landing some of these like really crucial dredge lines in a lot of the fights. I feel like he's been super, super on point with this Nautilus pick in tandem with the Senna.
And they're just really pressuring Team Liquid now. As much as they seem very passive, when they sense the advantage, they're still willing to scrap and force objectives because they know they are so much stronger in these 5v5s. They don't even reset after that Baron, knowing Jose and Quid are still down, just maximizing their amount of gold in pocket.
And man, the tier 2 turrets falling almost simultaneously in top and mid means just more and more gold in the pockets of Lyon. You get 1,000 gold for taking the Baron across the team. They're up to about just shy of a 3,000 gold Baron power play now. So getting those turrets, getting those kills, it's just so scary for TL now, man. Lyon got this one in control.
And just kill Jose. He's the one person who could maybe stop the Baron. It is just Inspired Saint over the wall. And then Dokla holds the flank. Their team fight structure has been so solid. Dokla makes it really hard for anyone to actually dive through. And then even though they tried to kill, it didn't work.
Maybe they can throw it one time.
Maybe.
That's kind of all you're hoping for at this point from TL. When your opponents are at soul point, when they have an 8,500 gold lead, this is kind of just the reverse situation of game number 1, right? And if you thought these guys were already hard to kill through Senna healing, through these protoplasm harnesses, well, here in about 2 minutes and 8 seconds, it's going to be Ocean Soul for the Lion side with 4 Ocean Drakes contributing to it. So practical immortality at that point for the unimpressive amounts of damage that Team Liquid have been able to do so far.
It's really interesting. Team Liquid's doing damage. They're just not getting kills. They can't finish everyone through the protoplasm harness and the Senna healing. Lion's the one that are doing the damage that sticks.
Now that's 2 plates of the bottom lane tier 3 turret. As Lyon continue trying to use their last 60 seconds of Baron control. The timers, I believe, are going to line up very nicely because this Baron will last up until there's about 30 seconds until the Drake spawns, so Lyon will be able to control the entire Rift until then. They can set up whatever they want around this dragon, and you can see all the vision from Lyon in the red side jungle of Team Liquid. It's lit up all over the place here. TL finally having the opportunity to step out, clear some of these away. They'll get rid of the Raptor Brush ward. They'll get rid of the backside of the red buff ward. There's still that one there around the corner, and there's an additional one down by the Krug Brush. So all sorts of vision being set up by Lyon as they make their exit to keep an eye on TL's approach to the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, and they absolutely have to, because this will kind of be TL's like last stand, right? Like Lyon can essentially set this up, push in the mid wave with the remainder of their Baron buff minions, and then be in full control of this bot side of the map, kind of forcing TL to contest this Ocean Soul.
And credit to Lyon and especially Dokla for forcing this into a team fight game, because there was definitely a world where Morgan could take over this game from the side lanes with the early advantage he had on the Dokla, but that's completely gone now. Morgan's been consistently sucked to the team to partake in these 5v5s that have just consistently gone Lyon's way.
Lyon getting a last little bit of damage here onto the tier 3 turret in mid lane. Nearly gets the 3rd plate, but not quite there. Almost a 10,000 gold lead here for the team as they're 10 seconds away from that Ocean Soul spawning. And we're going to see a TP coming into the top side river from Quid, so looking for a creative angle to wrap around here, but minions are going to arrive in mid, so Quid's position will be known by the Lion squad. Jose the Odo jumps in for a quick vault breaker onto Inspired. Jose does have his Guardian Angel now, so keep an eye on that one. Dokla over the wall as immediately Jose full sends it into the back, looking for the kill onto Berserker. Morgan's ready to join him, and Berserker is down. That's the kill they needed, but Yawn and Core have already been killed. As soon as it looks like Team Liquid might have a chance, Lyon immediately slams the brakes on it. Now Morgan's got to try to run away. Saint, Inspired, and Dokla wrapping around to make sure he cannot do just that. The Mbessa locked up. It takes a little while, but they will eventually burn him down. Inspired goes on a rampage. Jose's just trying to clear waves away, get whatever he can. He knows he can't challenge for this Ocean Soul for Lyon.
And there you see how hard it is to actually go into this Lyon team and win a 5v5, right? Because they do actually get the Vi and Mbessa working together to try to get onto Berserker, but it doesn't matter because the rest of the fight, TL are losing as they end up going in on Inspired, but then Jose immediately sees the angle. Quid pops his ult. Mbessa comes over the top. They do shut down Berserker, but then Quid dies. Like, Lyon are just able to move as a full unit, even without Berserker.
Yeah, I mean, when I was watching the fight for the first time, I was watching Berserker. The second time I was watching Yon, Core, and Quid. They got completely womboed by Saint-inspired Dokla.
Yeah.
Like just one shot by Yone, Rumble, Sejuani. So Lyon completely pulled their own trigger when Berserker was getting assaulted by Morgan and Jose.
I mean, if you trade one of your guys getting insta-gibbed for 3 of their guys getting insta-gibbed, you'll take that trade.
That reminded me, sometimes when I'm playing with friends and we're losing real bad, we'll say, okay, let's just kill like this guy. And then you try and keep the mental
The moral
up, right?
victory.
You're able to get the one kill because the game is cooked. The game is completely cooked.
It's like you're down 19-5 or something. It's like, okay, well, at least let's give ourselves a side quest.
Yeah, and that's, I think the side quest was accomplished, and now we can go next.
Okay.
I mean, you heard it in their earlier comms too, right? Where there's like, maybe they throw. Maybe. It's always a possibility, but it's not looking very good, especially the way that Lyon are playing.
It's looking great if you're Lyon.
It is looking great if you're Lyon. It's not looking great for waiting. You never want to be in a position where you're waiting for the potential throw.
All right, we got another Baron. And Lyon are immediately ready to just jump in. They are daring Team Liquid to come and try to answer this. Isles just maintaining space. Berserker right next to him, culling, finds a lot of damage onto the Nautilus, but honestly, Isles is still pretty much okay. We'll be able to eat up a couple of these yummy honey fruits. As now Saint jumps over the wall, wants to try to put a little pressure onto Core, not going to get a whole lot. Baron aggro still being maintained by Lyon here. They got the Baron down to about 7,000. Keep your eyes on Dokla over the wall. Ready to drop the equalizer as soon as TL commits, and there it is into the back line. They go yet again. They're going after Berserker. He's down, but so is Quid. Saint has also found the next assassination on Daejeon yet again. It's the same story as Dragon Soul, but this time it's being told on the other side of the map. Triple kill for Saint on the Yone. Can he make it a quadra? The Soul Unbound's about to run out. No, the kill credit goes over to Dokla, I believe. But Lyon's going to be happy with that. It's only Core JJ left alive. Baron is not needed. They can take this one straight to the Nexus.
Berserker was just a distraction. Saint was zeroed in onto Yon, and the rest of Lyon was assassinating Quid. So Lyon display some awesome team fighting to even this series.
Team Liquid had a great game number 1 where they took things over and never let that lead go, kept setting up great play after great play. Now here in game number 2, it's Lyon team fighting, forcing TL to play their game, and Lyon just being better at it. 19-6, 15,000 gold lead. One last kill to add some insult to injury as the Nexus falls and Lyon ties it up 1-1.
And what a great display from Lyon to recover, also to kind of take away a lot of picks from TL and beat them with said picks. So I will be curious to see what the Lounge wants to talk about with this game. Hopefully it's how you can't keep Dokla down.
But they tried. They tried. Perfect area to start, Emily.
Yeah, you can't keep him down, but you can get him down.
They hit him with an elbow drop. He always gets back up.
Yeah.
He's with a backhand. They tried. They made the attempt. In fact, let's just get right into it, right? Why not just get right into it?
Why not, Rez?
Yeah, why not?
Service up?
Because they definitely made the attempt. Every play, it was like, all right, Jose Daejeon, where are we going? Well, the answer is we're running straight top lane. We even queued over the wall because even though we recognize that there's a ward here, well, we already started the fight, so Dokla now has to get the hell out of here. So I think what's interesting is the fact, as you can see, the Q was used to be able to walk over the wall. So Jose, if he wants to be able to close the distance, he's going to have to flash. Now, he takes a little bit of a time as Dokla is like slowing him down. Then he gets the slow on red, and denting blow started, so he's participating in the damage. And then like Dokla recognizes at this stage, with Morgan also committing the flash and Q2, that was going to be a kill necessary for them. So like that's one on the board.
I wonder if Dokla insta early flashed when Jose flashed if he lives.
Oh, he might.
You know, because he wouldn't actually proc the denting blows then.
Yeah.
And they barely had enough damage to finish him off. So I did wonder watching that. Should he not have just insta flashed as soon as Jose flashed?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely thought that he still could live because the Vi hadn't used Q yet. Yeah. But the Q2 range is also really long for Ambessa.
Oh,
yeah, that was a really good point.
It's cheap. Spoken as a top laner who was laying against this.
And to Emily's point, yeah, they kept going top. They kept trying. They made the attempt.
Do it again, Raz.
Well, one more time. This time around.
First time. What about this time? Is that ult?
Oh, we got ulti. Red carpet starts immediately to slow him, and then as we continue this one, of course, because Dokla recognizes that he's going into a 1v1, so he starts with it, closes this distance with ulti. I do like the fact that we're consistently seeing Morgan was like, all right, if we're already getting stunned up with Vi ulti, why not pop him up one more time? And so recognizing Dokla that he's going to die here, he clears the wave as well. So that's 2 in a row, 6 minutes in. I felt like Jose Daejeon did his job. Game 1, fully mid. Game 2, fully top. Success? No, this time not.
Well, there was some success. Like
a little bit of success.
We didn't keep him down, but we got him down,
Yeah.
you know? So that was working pretty well, I will say. But I wanted to also talk about some of the Lyon team fighting and show some of the success that Dokla then had later on. So we can jump right back into it. This is, pretty late in the game, 26 minutes in, where they are going to look for this pick right in onto Berserker. And this initial engage looks like it is pretty good. Morgan TP's in, gets into the back line, but what ends up happening is Lyon basically kite back. Saint was drawing a lot of pressure there, retreats back from the culling here from the Yone. And you can see Dokla just kind of trying to control this area as much as he possibly can, while the rest of the team was basically just kiting back to protect Berserker here on that other side. At the end of the day, Berserker does end up living, Morgan ends up going down, and then Lyon say, all right, let's head up towards the top side. Let's actually try to look for more here. So I'll fast forward a little bit. Lyon decide we are going to try to go over here and look for a play on Baron, which is just respawning now. So TL in the 4v5 are going to try to actually stop this. Dokla has come back, and Dokla's positioning and play in this fight I think was really, really good. So as TL are actually moving forward here, Dokla has basically stayed off vision. He's moving up through this area. TL are kind of just controlling space up here. And we're going to see when this fight actually breaks out that Dokla is able to get in onto Quid on the backside of the fight and ends up being able to basically completely make Quid irrelevant in this fight, puts a lot of pressure on, is able to drop a really good equalizer here across the fight, starts putting pressure onto Quid on the side immediately. Saint is staying back in the pit, staying safe. Berserker's over here, they're staying relatively safe. And just watch Dokla throughout this fight. I just think he plays it very, very well, pushes Quid entirely back, makes him use the ult defensively. As soon as Quid is out of the fight on the side, then Dokla is looking to actually rejoin the fight over here. And Lyon just start to run through this fight. They're missing their one solo laner, Morgan, who had died. They're now missing Quid, who has been pushed out entirely. And even though Yeon and Core play this fight very well, Lyon do a good job of just sectioning off the threats and taking them out one at a time. Dokla, again, buying more time there with the Zonias, then kites back. And Lyon do this so well throughout the fight. As Yeon gets one member low, they immediately kite back. They turn around. Berserker's low. He's pulling back. Isles is pulling back. Dokla is staying around, still threatening with the Electro Harpoons on the side, being so annoying. And you think, all right, maybe from this moment, Yeon can actually do it, gets a really good culling through the team. You look at all these low health bars here, like look at these health bars. It's a couple hundred extra damage, you'd have a double kill, a couple hundred, maybe 1,000 damage, you'd have a triple kill there for Yeon, but can't really finish off the kills. Does eventually flash forward here and is able to finish off Berserker, but then a good hook from Isles gets them Yeon and does get them the kills. He dashes in. So maybe there was a way he could have outplayed, but I just felt like Dokla played that fight so well, drew so much pressure, pushed Quid entirely out of it. And Lyon just kind of danced around that fight on no health for so long.
Yeah, I like how they played around vision and the small timer that was left on Morgan's revive, because Morgan had teleport. So if they wait longer for that setup and Dokla doesn't go in and force Quid out like you're talking about, then Morgan revives, he comes back in with the full big teleport shield, and it could have been a different story.
Sure, what's so funny? As you were making that, having that, you're breaking it down, Yeon walking by, the moment you mentioned his name, I was like, oh yeah, that's fine. He was so close. It was so close.
He was close, man.
Dokla getting a lot of the votes on this one, especially, the tenacity. Being kept down, but not being held down.
Tilt proof.
Exactly.
I always honor my top laners for tilt proof if they get ganked a whole bunch.
True. We actually need that vote back. I actually love that vote. But yes, that was a really good game from them. Also, I think Isles performed exceptionally well. That being said, don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. That being said, we're going to be going to Game 3 after this break, but we're going to check in some Lyon comms.
What's this? Okay. Yeah, I just take.
Come. Oh, five.
Me.
I mean, Aurora first. I ult there. The Saint went. Saint, you fine? Okay, nice. We kill here.
I'll kill Vi.
Yeah, kill Vi. You got it? I will help you, I guess.
Penta.
Yeah. I can see.
Bender, bro. Emilio's not here.
See.
Oh!
Nice. He's camped up. Proud of me, man.
Oh, I'm good. Yeah.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm looking by stay. I have ulti. I'm looking by.
Go by.
Okay.
Seek is, we're fine. Hook and pull. Ambassador no flash here. Look at flash. I miss. Back slowly. Slowly. I can Q out.
I 5 seconds.
I can ult Lucian.
Wait, I cannot go. E 1 second. I'm coming. I'll Q flash.
Keep.
Look where, I'm better. Nice.
Hook in 3. He dashed in. Okay, I'm looking.
I can't
maybe.
Million of flash. Back. Correct. Just look at it.
Go, kill.
Nice.
Million of flash.
I think Nash.
Now here in game number 2, it's Lyon team fighting, forcing TL to play their game, and Lyon just being better at it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It's spring playoffs time, and it's day 2 of those best-of-5 only playoffs. We got TL going up against Lyon here. It was a very TL-favored game number 1 and a very Lyon-favored game number 2. We're all tied up.
Is it possible to win? Like, is a win always just a win, or can a win be more than a win?
Elaborate.
This is a philosophical question?
Because Lyon won with Team Liquid champs. So it's like a win and a half.
So you're like,
because you're denying it, denying those champs for the rest of the series.
No Yone, no Rumble.
Okay,
yeah,
I like it.
No Senna or Nautilus. Corvidid can't have that engage.
I was waiting for the specifics, or if this was just like philosophically about League of Legends.
Yeah, there's a famous LeBron quote, like 2 points isn't just 2 points.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And then he just left it at that.
I was like, okay, what's the follow-up?
All right.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see if the win is more than a win here as we're back into the draft, and things are changing.
Yeah.
This time around, the first 4 bans in games 1 and 2 were exactly the same, but we are also switching up sides here in this one, as Team Liquid decided to go for first pick, so Lyon chose blue side. Lyon going to ban out the Varus and the Seraphine, as Orianna, Akali, and Bard are banned out by TL.
Yeah, and I like taking away the Seraphine, maybe because I'm sick of watching Ashe Seraphine, but also because it does like kind of break up that combo, right? It's something that we already talked about, how TL kind of gravitate towards one of the strongest, if not the strongest bot lane still in the meta currently right now. And we see the Casio as the last ban down from Lyon. I'm very curious to see, since TL have first pick, what they are going to use that on, like where their priority is going to be. Could have previously been with the Ashe Seraphine prior to the ban. That's J4 for Jose.
It's going to be towards 80 jungles. Pantheon and Jarvan both available, but Jarvan will help block some of the less mobile champs.
Yeah, remember that the Jarvan and the Nocturne in both of the previous games were Lion's ban 1 and ban 2. So first time this series that the J4 is allowed through that ban phase, and TL are quick to snap it up.
But you mentioned the Nocturne, and the Nocturne is also available, right? Because that has not been banned out, and also kind of a like small favorite. I think Inspired is really, really good on that pick, although we do not have the Aurora to pair with it. Nico is still available. So there are still a few good like Nocturne options if he does want to go for it. But it's going to be the Caitlyn locked in first. And I'm wondering if the Lux is going to follow, but no, it's going to be the Xin Zhao, which TL have banned on 4-5 every other game.
Definitely looks like Lyon wants to wait and see what they want to pair with the Caitlyn, because there's a lot of good pairs still available. Caitlyn Bard, Caitlyn Lux.
I love the Lux for Lyon specifically, just because Isles is so comfortable and so good on that pick. I think he still has like an insane win rate on it as well. As we see the immediate Jace and Twisted Fate locked in for TL.
It's 20-0 or it's 0-20. There's no in between. NA Jace, NA TF in the same team together. This is going real good or it's going so bad.
Well, I'll also say, yeah, TF is really good with Caitlyn, because you gold card for the trap. Against Caitlyn, you're telling her exactly where you're porting in, and she has time to put the trap there.
Put it on the floor.
And you're going to get hit by the trap.
And I love this response from Lyon already. Locking in the Sylas, right, with the ability to steal a few ultimates off of this TL team. And also just something that I continuously want to point out, Saint has absolutely smurfed on in a lot of their games, including the last time these two teams met.
Sylas is one of those champions that I feel like when you get a game where it feels like a good Sylas angle, it just feels like so good to play him, having those strong ulti options. Also serves as a bit of a preventative measure for things like an Alistar being locked in the support role, because you don't want to give him access to Unbreakable Will. So let's get into the second half of the draft here, as we do have our junglers, we do have our mid laners for both sides, but then a little desync between AD carry and top as Ziggs is banned out by Lyon.
I really like the Ziggs ban, actually. It's one of the few champions that can win lane against the Caitlyn, so Lyon's just trying to secure a pushing bot lane. One really important thing with TF is that you can create volatility in your side lanes, so the Jace can do that. That's why you lock them in together. Now they want to have something in the bot lane that can do that as well.
Yeah, and we see the Nico being removed, another thing that pairs really well with Caitlyn and has kind of a really huge ultimate for follow-up from the rest of the team, especially with the Xin Zhao. And the Xayah taken out, interestingly enough, by Lyon. They don't want Yon to have kind of a mobile defensive AD carry.
TL, do we want to ban out more pairings with the Caitlyn to make bot lane more playable? We still have to see both of the bot lane choices for their side. Remember, you don't have the safe laning of the Jhin or the Ezreal. You do not have the powerful all-in potential of a Lucian. And of course, the Seraphine banned out alongside Varus just means so many of those high popularity choices are not available, and there's the Lux.
And at this point, Lyon can choose to hold for support counterpick if they want to. Very, very high chance that it's a Jace top lane that Dokla would be picking against right now. Yorick is a standard. He's also hovering that Malphite right now, which is, again, good into the TF and the Jace. So they lock it in.
I honestly am totally down for this. Malphite is one of those champions that I'm never sad to see him on my team. I feel like even if he gets beat up throughout the early phases of the game into a bad matchup like Sylas or like Rumble, he's still Malphite. A well-placed ulti can still win an entire game. Plus, you're on the same side as the Sylas. It's not like you're going to have to deal with that being picked.
You don't have to worry about it.
Sylas is one of the champions that Malphite's actually really afraid of. If Sylas is still open and you lock Malphite and they lock Sylas into it, you're just now better Malphite and you get to farm him for free in lane. So I like picking this since you already have the Sylas. Over on the other side, though, it's
Mel
Reddit's favorite champion, Mel, locked in for Team Liquid.
You have to inform me as to why Mel is Reddit's favorite champion.
Oh, she is the center of most of the recent community controversy. Everyone hates playing against her.
I mean,
yeah,
that's a given.
It's just like there's a couple Mel threads every day.
I think we have support Pantheon too.
Yeah.
So Team Liquid has some LCK flavor here with Mel bot lane, and then AD assassin type support that you'd play with it. Carrier played Camille. You can see it with Pantheon as well. So getting a little bit of AP poke to go against the Malphite, I think, is good, and it can also counter the Caitlyn. So Team Liquid trying to throw in a little bit of spice, because if they go even more standard down this Jarvan, TF, Jace rabbit hole into the Sylas Malphite, it was going to be ugly. Maybe they've saved it here with these last two.
Yeah, and the Braum locked in for Isles. I kind of like that too. Down. I mean, again, it's not going to have the same pushing obnoxious power as the Caitlyn Nico or Caitlyn Lux would have, but does block a little bit of what Jan and Core want to do kind of on this Pantheon Mel. I do want to point out, Core has had some insane games on Pantheon in the past. He is pretty comfortable with this pick, so if he gets unleashed on the map, that will be something that Lyon will have to watch out for.
I've always known Core JJ as one of our premier Pantheon support players. Even when it's not in the meta at all, I'll just see him in-game on friends list and hover over it and it'll say Pantheon, and I'm like, okay, sure, Pantheon. Why not run another Pantheon game? So he's always got that in his pocket, always has that as a choice. Over on the other side, though, with the Braum, I also like this because you can easily throw up the Unbreakable against the Jace if he gets ahead in the side lane and then comes to try to contribute around an objective fight or something, block some of those accelerated shock blasts. So I am always going to favor the comp without TF when TF is in the game, so I got to give the edge there. But how are you guys feeling about this one?
I'm feeling like both teams cook pretty hard here, and I'm looking forward to this game. The big thing that I'm excited for with Dokla is about the champion experimentation that continues. This is his first career Malphite game as a pro, and if we think back to their best of 5 they played in lock-in, one of their big strategies was to let Morgan pick and then let Dokla cook with his counter pick, whether it was going to be Varus or Aurelia or Vayne. And this isn't as flashy as those picks, but it might be as effective depending on where he gets going in this game on the Malphite. It's not actually great really early in lane into the Jace. It's about the scaling. As Core's already flashed over a wall. Okay.
That's wild stuff. Okay, Core JJ with the level 1 flash over the Dragon Pit wall to find himself behind enemy lines. He's not going to see Inspired anywhere around.
He was really hoping to find his in. And now nobody knows that he doesn't have flash. So it's as if he didn't flash. If a Pantheon flashes in the forest and nobody sees it.
Does it happen?
Does it make a sound?
Well, it did go whoosh.
Yeah.
But
it made a sound we could hear.
Yeah.
But not
Lyon couldn't hear it.
Yeah. As we see kind of some of the highlights, as you already pointed out, Jat, I think this kind of saving counter pick for Dokla's strategy has been one of the reasons why Lyon did have so much success against TL, specifically in lock-in, in their best of 5, and it was a huge part of their strategy of kind of punishing Team Liquid's over-reliance on Morgan's strong laning phase. And as we saw just from that game too, I mean, Dokla was such a massive contributor in so many of their team fights. Even when they tried to target him on something more standard, he played like his most standard Scion and Rumble picks in that. But now we are going to hear from Lyon coach Rainover, who is standing by with Kobe.
Yeah, I've got Rainover here on the edge of his seat with the level 1. First, let's talk about Dokla though, because at the beginning of the day you said you had utilized him very successfully into Morgan with counter picks, and here with the Malphite.
I mean, we did had some plan going on, like games starting from like game 1 or 2, but I mean the way the draft went, it felt like it wasn't like as easy for us to utilize yet. But I mean, DOKLAW isn't just like a player that is only good at like those like flexi picks, right? I think he's also really good at playing standard champions, so I have no problem with it.
Have you put a lot of time in on the Malphite tech, or is this one of those ones where you just thought it was a good angle and time to pull it out?
I mean, we didn't really expect Yeon to play Mel, so going into the draft, we thought Malphite would be like pretty good pick. I mean, I think their answer was not bad, but yeah, I mean, we did prep this matchup a lot.
I gotta ask about the level 1 as well, where you have CoreJJ flashing in, looking for Inspired, and right now Inspired actually going into the jungle. Let's watch this. Okay, never mind. They're just gonna grab the crab.
I mean, we have Braum, so I think we should be pretty happy fighting here.
It looks good.
Yeah.
Done.
Should win this fight, I think. With Braum. Caitlyn.
It's a bloodbath! Oh my god, Berserker flashes too!
Okay, that's terrible for the game. Yeah.
Yeah, we just had Coach Spooks for TL walk by, cheering and laughing. I'm sorry you had to see that live raid over, but we're gonna send it back to the casters.
What the hell just happened?
Rain over. He's just dying in his seat. Oh, it's terrible for the game actually, because it looked good. They have the Braum for the 4v4, and then all 4 of them die.
Okay, let's watch it again. Let's see how this all started.
So Core has snuck behind already. It was really such a strange opening here.
Meanwhile, back in live, DOKLAW just solo killed Morgan.
It happens.
4 minutes.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out how Team Liquid wins all of this. Jose gets a really nice EQ. Yeon landed all of his damage. And then it looks like Lyon just... A little bit of target selection, as we don't even have time because they're fighting over the next crab now.
Okay,
oh my god.
This game is insane.
Yeah.
How did he get a level 5 solo kill?
Yeah, as Malphite into Jace.
What?
Not just any solo kill. Malphite into Jace. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought for sure this was going to be another 5v5 somehow, but no. Instead, we're just going to get a couple of shots back and forth. CoreJJ there with the shield.
He just comet poked him. I mean, Morgan was winning the CS battle massively, was trying to shove in one more wave before recall and got a little greedy. DOKLAW was 3 points in queue with Comet and just landed enough poke that he walked him down. So, happens.
Sure, why not? Quid's getting caught out here now, though, as the Twisted Fate does not have his flash from the earlier Dragon Pit kerfuffle. So there you go. Shutdown credit over to Lyon and Saint.
Yeah, and that cuts what was actually looking like a pretty nice lead for him as we see the fighting in the top lane. Yeah, he just gets
the
a
Comet
lot
Malphite.
of Comet,
he just gets the
Comet poke off of it.
Yeah, Morgan gets one more grasp proc before thinking he can speed away, and he can't.
And yeah, flash for good measure. Make sure he gets that kill. Good job, DOKLAW.
Again, it happens.
Yeah. Just click on the guy, hit him with your shard, hit him with your Comet, run him down. Why not?
Comet damage goes really hard.
Yeah, when Comet can't miss unless the guy is specifically trying to juke it and knows like how to do the movement, pretty strong stuff. Malphite with Comet's tale as old as time, and you can see DOKLAW just building towards that early armor, knowing that it's going to be the Jarvan and the Jace he's dealing with the most, so very easy choice there as Team Liquid has started up the Dragon. They've got it down to about half HP. Lyon is around the area. Isle's going to step up first. Inspired and Berserker coming up right behind him as Team Liquid trying to be careful now. Saint with the stolen ulti there, away from Quid. Now CoreJJ is going to be the target, and the Pantheon is forced to flash away. He has his flash back up because he used it at level 1, so it just now came back up and available.
Yeah, he probably would have used it in the river if he had it.
Yeah.
So in a sense, it's good.
The level 1 play paid off now.
What I find really interesting about this, though, is even though Team Liquid won that early skirmish 4-0, they still have to back away from the Drake because of the fear of the Merc Tread Silas and the Braum for early skirmishing. So they still have the early skirmishing power. No major items were completed for Team Liquid, and Lyon was able to play off the power of their champions.
And here is Core again. Like, he does not stay in lane when he is on this Pantheon. Like, he makes it his objective to be as obnoxious as possible and kind of rotate around the map. But yeah, Lyon should be able to collapse.
No flash.
Okay, the crab is secured by Lyon. Every single time we're seeing anyone move to anything, you see 6 more people also go towards it.
Yeah, it's also like I keep wanting to talk about how like, oh, okay, it was really good that Lyon recognized they had to make a play on the mid lane because Quid was actually in such a good position from that initial fight in the Drake pit. But yeah, TL 1.5k gold lead. However, they did lose that first Drake after kind of some extended scrapping. So Lyon are not in a bad position here, especially with Saint kind of getting stabilized after that kill in mid.
It is really big for Quid's game, though, if he can get to that Rod of Ages early. The fact that TF is 20 CS up, 800 gold up in lane, means he has the ability to go elsewhere. And what? Okay, that was Saint. Wasn't that a TF ult icon I just saw? No. Got a little confused.
Yeah, it was Quid. He was just ulting back to...
Okay, his ult is
back to lane.
Is down. He ulted back to lane.
I was wondering if he was actually going to try to make a play
just
now that
just
he...
a tempo ult.
Yeah, because he did get his Roa completed, right, off of that back. So
that's a fast Roa.
Yeah, I was actually thinking maybe he's going to make a play on the side lane. Didn't see anything there. So yeah, just ports back to mid.
And you can see at the same time, MasterCard Power Spike there with the Luden's Echo for Yon's Mel. So both of these mages for the Team Liquid side, getting those first items online pre-9 minutes. Very, very strong stuff for them.
This is the eventual result of that early Scuttle Crab fight where Team Liquid picked up 4 kills. They get to their power spikes so fast. You can see Jose completed his first item as well before 9 minutes. So, I mean, if Lyon could sneak away these grubs, that would actually be huge with the item disadvantage they currently have.
Yeah, and Jose is headed up there to at least check, so he's going to spot out Inspired.
I just probably 1 or 2 and run away.
Yeah, 1 is already secured. Inspired smites down the second, says, okay, fine, you can have the third one, isn't really going to matter that much. So Hosdiodo shows up. Down here in bottom lane, you can see Isles trying to keep Yon further away from the wave since Yon is alone, but it's not really going to matter. Mel has so much range, it's still very easy to farm with the Radiant Volley. So Berserker and Isles just going to allow this wave to move up and crash. Hosdiodo secures the last grub. CoreJJ still roaming around all over the map. I never know where exactly he's going to be, but he does take his recall. Got a couple long swords. He's in business. Solar Snare dodged away. Berserker keeping himself out of the range of that one.
I mean, I think Team Liquid's going to be really happy with the state of the game right now. Able to play off of any side lane. CoreJJ doesn't even have to be in lane, especially with that Luden's Echo completed for Mel, so he can be a constant threat if Saint or Dokla ever want to try and go for a play. So I think Team Liquid wants to run this like game 1, where they just keep the pressure up very aggressively and try and snowball a quick win.
And once they have that Pantheon up, ult up with Core once he hits 6, which he is going to do very shortly, they will have kind of 2 double globals to try to affect the map as well, and probably want to set up something kind of similar to game 1, right, where they're controlling the side lanes a lot better and forcing Lyon into either overloading on a side or contesting something that they might not necessarily have vision coverage for.
All right, 25 seconds until our next bloodbath occurs. The dragon about to spawn, and you can see both sides already thinking about their positioning around this bottom side river here. Quid's going to go ahead, take his recall, grab a purchase, upgrades to Mercury Treads. Berserker throws down a trap, forces CoreJJ to step to the side. Winner's Bite tags him, but it's a little too late since nobody else online is around to stack up the concussive blows.
Really aggressive posturing here by Lyon. Team Liquid has the items on them. Berserker's still not completing his first item. So I believe if Lyon's going to be here, Team Liquid will want to fight.
Berserker still only with the 2 traps placed down here. 1 near the enemy Tri-Brush, 1 in the Pixel Brush near bottom lane. Yon fires out Solar Snare, catches Isles, but he immediately puts up the Unbreakable to prevent any further follow-up damage. And now Berserker starts sitting down more of a trap line as Inspired and Lyon have begun the objective. Team Liquid approaching The bot lane duo plus jungler combination, however, Saint does have the stolen TF ulti from Quid to make his approach. And there's the Infernal Drake secured by Inspired. Jose Diodo going in after Berserker. Core JJ trying to find a little bit of pressure here. But that's the Caitlyn down. Nicely done there from Team Liquid as Quid falls to Inspired. Isles trying to get away over the wall. The Solar Snare not quite going to find him, but it is enough coming through. The damage from Yawn with the execution of the Golden Eclipse is more than enough. But now he's under pressure. Saint and Jose Diodo trying to find the damage here to Inspired. They jump right back in, but Jose Diodo has to flash back over the wall. Inspired! Fearless on the Zinjao. The audacious charge lives up to its name. Jose Diodo turns it right back around, though. What a fight. It's 7-7 when the dust settles.
Absolute bloodbath, as you called, Captain Flowers. 4 for 3, and the Dragon going over to Lyon.
Yeah, as we see the ulti pop, they're able to sneak out because the trap line wasn't fully established. Inspired does get this Drake, however,
We're not done.
Of course.
Dokla in danger, trying to get himself out there. Even spent the flash. He still drops, but now it's Isles and Berserker showing up. The 1-for-1 trade so far will end up favoring Lyon at the end of the day. It's a double kill to Berserker.
And that's huge to get this Caitlyn back in the game, because before, it was cut off in that team fight, she did not particularly have a good time, and this Mel has been kind of running rampant through these fights. I believe that was Core ulting top initially to try to make the 2v2 play, but then Lyon coming out ahead of that one.
Yeah, Lyon had been going for the swap up top, able to get a couple of kills, and Frozen Heart completed for Dokla now as well. This is an amazing game.
This is so fun.
So speaking of items getting completed, Emily, I want to consult you as resident LCK expert here, because we need to discuss the chovying of mage itemization. This has been a big point of discussion and criticism among lots of the League of Legends community. We'll get to it as soon as we're done with the replay.
We took a break from the replay, but I gotta commend Inspired holding his ult until that moment in the fight and then flying back over. But Saint didn't have his E cooldown to help, and Inspired thought he'd have fatal damage, so a beautiful EQ by Jose. Then Saint actually has his E up to pick up the final kill.
And remember that when Jarvan plants the Demacian Standard, he gets bonus attack speed, so he knows that when he goes in... Never mind, okay! God bless this game!
Dead.
All right, Yawn is down, the Mel is out of the picture, and now Team Liquid might be able to get one back here onto Dokla. Okay, so it's a 2-for-1, favoring Lyon. Now they're pushing into the tier 1 turret. Meanwhile, of course, JJ going up into the top side. Inspired, chasing after Morgan, trying to grab himself a solo kill here. Saint, nope, not even a solo kill required. It's Saint who shows up instead. I'm not sure the time, keeping up with what's going on. Okay, now we got another Twisted Fate ulti, this time for the real Twisted Fate down here into the mid lane. Isles and Berserker backing up for now. Jose Diodo finds a little bit more damage.
Can I just say how insane this is from Saint? Stealing the Pantheon ult after killing Yawn, Pantheon ulting top, then being able to TP back in.
Can't stop, won't stop though. Trying to flash over the wall.
This is what happens when there's 2 Twisted Fate ults in the game. And Pantheon.
And 2 Pantheon ults, yeah.
I will say, the Pantheon ult onto the Sylas did make the Sylas even crazier. The 5-kill Sylas now. Saint was down 20 CS early to Quid and 1,000 gold, but has found his way back through skirmishing.
He's so good on this Sylas too, and he has a plethora of ults to choose from, but specifically with the TF ult and with the Pantheon ult, he essentially has multiple teleports now.
Okay,
that's why you Proto Belt.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask before we got into fight number 17, is Proto Belt on Mel. I feel like this is one of the times when you're looking at control mages, the item generally gets criticized more, but right there, it gave Yawn the extra bit of distance to escape the Mal fight.
What a beast.
Wow.
Good job, Yawn.
Okay, so...
Okay,
he's
sorry.
It's proving it right.
Okay, so the chovying is fine.
It's such a herky-jerky game right now. Dragon's up in 43 seconds, but Inspired is pulling the Rift Herald already, and Team Liquid is contesting this one.
Morgan does have TP if he wants to join. He's backed off of pushing in bot.
Dokla also with a teleport available, but no ulti on the Mal fight makes him very ineffective.
I think it's just so much more important to control this third Drake, because if Lyon can get onto Soul Point with the Malphite Sylas ult power that they're going to have later in this fight, it's insane. Also Inspired going for the Dusk and Dawn plus Sundered Sky Build, which we haven't seen in this variant. We've seen Titanic Dusk. and Sundered Sky Cleaver, but it looks like he's going for Giga Healing when the actual DPS from Team Liquid isn't super high. They're more burst, so maybe this is the right call to go super healing for Inspired.
Well, you kind of saw how like difficult it was to kill him. I mean, obviously that fight had devolved into a lot of different fronts, but you saw how difficult it already was to kill him with just the Sundered Sky plus ultimate.
Okay, Dragon fight starting. Lyon with control over the objective for now, but the Scuttle Crab vision belongs to Team Liquid. Core, Yawn, and Jose Diodo approaching from the left. Quid occupied down here in the bottom lane at the same time, but Isles is going to be bursted before the fight even starts. Saint looking to make his way into the scrap now as Jose Diodo falls. Berserker taking a kill. Core and Yawn have to try to get away as Quid goes into the middle to keep his AD carry alive. Yawn with a flash out, staying alive for now. Core JJ falls to Inspired. Saint will not land the abduct. Yawn continues to live. Team Liquid have lost their jungler and support as the Dragon falls and Lyon move on to Soul Point.
I don't think Team Liquid can deal with Saint Inspired. They're just Brawl Brothers right now, driving through the back of the fight. Team Liquid used all their burst on the support Braum, and that was just the green light for Inspired and Saint to fly into that fight, and there just wasn't enough damage left. So Lyon, despite that early disaster in the bot crab, have fought back every step of the way.
And with both of them kind of being the Bash brothers in this, Berserker has also gone untouched, is now locks in that Infinity Edge on top of Hex Optics, is now ahead of the Mel, who had been significantly ahead of him previously. So he's had, like, in this kind of quiet, very quick Drake stacking that Lyon have put together, Berserker is completely back in this game and in a great position as the Caitlyn.
It's exactly what you want. Doka also just chilling now, only 1.3 thousand gold down on the Jace. So I was going to ask you, Flowers, is a 1.3 thousand gold lead on a Jace real?
No, this is. I was about to say this is the most fraudulent gold lead of all time because it only manifests itself through Jace. We are playing in North America, and the enemy is Malphite.
And a Braum shield, plus Silas, who's just going to be a insane bruiser.
Okay, Core JJ has already used the Golden Aegis. Isles has already used the Unbreakable. Shields down on both supports. Core having to run all the way back. Still 3.5 minutes until the next Drake spawns. Saint using the Abscond to create a little bit of extra distance as Quid flings the gold card. Morgan should be able to grab this turret here.
Yeah, Morgan's going to... I mean, the turret gold is real.
Yeah. But
even though it's on
behind.
TP, well, we'll
so
see.
is the play. Dokla jumps in. Yeah,
Yep.
Morgan's just going to go ahead and get away from it. There's no way they can catch him in time as soon as he evades the unstoppable force.
I mean, in 3 minutes, we're guaranteed to have another big fight. Maybe even in between that, though. I want to point out the Bloodletter's Curse for Saint. It's just what he seems to do on Silas. I still feel like something like a Riftmaker might be better in this situation, but he's built this item both times he's played Silas. Will still help a little bit of magic damage from the Malphite in these fights, and it will, of course, be good if he's in a fight for a long time.
And he should be, right? Like, they're kind of relying on him and Inspired to be running through these fights together. We've already seen it from that prior fight. And I just think it's now so difficult for TL to be able to deal with the two of them being as tanky and difficult to kill as they are.
Dusk and Dawn completed for Inspired.
There we go.
Saint's got 10 stacks on Dark Seal. I want to see him build a book, man. He's only got 1 death the whole game. He's 5-1-5. Build a book. Make him afraid.
He's most likely not dying, maybe?
Yeah, he's...
Although then the book becomes a curse, right?
Isles taking a quick hit. Yeah, I guess you got to be careful with the book, but I don't know. I feel like when you're having a game like this, build the book.
Team Liquid is so bursty that I think he's going to want the stopwatch. If he wins one more fight, book buy.
Then you go book. Okay.
Once they're actually ahead in the game, he can shut the door with the book.
Also, imagine a fight where you have this Sundered Sky, Dusk and Dawn healing, and then also the Silas.
Oh, okay, Dokla's your target. Right. This is just the full dog pile on
Dokla.
Okay.
We'll see how that works out for him. It hasn't worked out for many. Oh, Berserker.
That's okay. Ace in the hole.
That's half his health bar.
That was... I've never actually seen a projectile bounce back that far from rebuttal before.
Ow.
He's got to be careful. If he gets more items, he's literally going to kill himself doing that. That was crazy.
All right, Berserker just learned an important lesson about making sure you take the right shot there at the Mel.
I feel like sometimes you do not necessarily forget what Mel can do, but just momentarily forget because your muscle memory is so like, okay, you know what, ace in the hole,
good poke.
Low, you know, like soak up some of that health, No, Mel immediately just shoots it back at you. And I mean, this game has been incredibly chaotic. But a lot of times when we do see the Mel succeed, it is because she can rebut so many of the things that a team is doing.
And if you're enjoying this absolute insanity of a game, a reminder that we are back in the Riot Games Arena next week, and tickets are on sale for that one. You can head to lcs.tixr.com to get your tickets today. And hopefully next week, we'll have at least one game that's like this back in that arena.
And Saint has TF ult once again to try and flank in a team fight that is surely to happen soon, as Cloud Drake's up in 15 seconds.
Team Liquid, they know they have to stop this. You do not want to give that Cloud Soul over to this Lyon team that is already playing so wild, so fast. As it looks like Inspired is taking the top side Scuttlecraft to secure the vision there. And now our Dragon has spawned. Dokla's got the Unstoppable Force, flashes up all across the Lyon side. TL singing the same except for Morgan on the Jace. That flash is still down. So keep your eyes on if Dokla tries to aim at that enemy top laner as their primary target. Winter's Bite tags CoreJJ, but that's all they get. When it becomes Lightning, slows them down a little bit more. Solar Snare, no dice. CoreJJ taking some damage, and there they go. The engage on the Morgan, exactly like I'm talking about, but CoreJJ is already dead. Dokla barely staying alive. Morgan getting away for now. Saint goes gold and buys himself a little bit of time. Quid's going to be your next target as Saint goes in after Yawn. The rebuttal doesn't give him a whole lot, but it does do enough to keep him alive. Berserker now the target is Hoda. The Odo goes in for the Cataclysm, but Saint is ready to run him down. Inspired takes the kill on the enemy jungler. Berserker fires off one last ace in the hole. Core and Jose dead means Lyon has control over the Dragon Pit.
These fights are crazy. Lyon is basically separating them on multiple fronts. You saw Saint taking down that mid tier 1 to be able to kind of wrap around here after the TL ult is popped. Dokla and Saint comboing onto Morgan, and even though he ends up surviving, the rest of Lyon are ready to collapse.
And it's just so difficult for Team Liquid to stop these engages. The Silas is coming from anywhere, and the Malphite is coming from a screen away. So Team Liquid desperately holding on in this game, but they're just dying too fast. And that is the soul completed for Lyon, which is going to make their chase down even more lethal.
Look at this, Silas. You like at this point, you have to watch out for this in so many of Lyon's drafts, because Saint has been deadly on this Silas, not just in terms of like what ults he can steal, because he's obviously making the most of that in this game, but also just the way he approaches team fights is so great, and his understanding of how to flank on this champion, he's completely run rampant over all of these Silas games that he's been able to play.
He has, and with all that said, Berserker's also sitting on 3 items right now. This has been such an awesome game. Second
like
most
an
in
LPL game.
LCS history.
Wow.
Yeah, that
incredible.
Is wild.
That's awesome.
I'm not sure.
Match of the week? Match of the week?
Okay, see, remember when earlier you said, I think I should have picked yesterday, and we said, Emily, you can't doubt yourself before we even play the series.
I should never have doubted myself.
You just gotta believe. Stats, I'm curious actually if we have Leo the stats guy, if he knows this, what was the bloodiest game of all time at 15 minutes?
Because
21 kills is really high. So I'm curious what we beat it by.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll be able to get that information here soon, because right now we have a little bit of a lull in the blood. Since it's 16-11, there's no Elder Dragon to fight over for the next 4 minutes, and TL doesn't really want to fight a Cloud-Souled Lion.
No, but what is going down, they aren't bloody, but they're turrets, right? You know,
there's
Dokla
probably blood
down
on everything on the Rift at this point, Emily.
CoreJJ
goes in. Isle's going to defend himself there with the Unbreakable, loses about half HP. Yawn wants to kill him there with the Golden Eclipse, but it ain't going to work here just yet. Dokla and Saint going in after the rest of TL as the Stolen Cataclysm brings Saint into the middle of everybody. Jumps right back out with Abscond, re-engages with Abduct. CoreJJ is already down. Jose and Yawn separated from the rest of their team. Jose the Odo gets over the wall as there's Unstoppable Force onto Yawn. There's no rebuttal for that. Inspired goes on a killing spree. Yawn drops. Lyon finally reclaimed the gold lead as a team. And Morgan wanting to stick around and get some plate money off of the mid lane tier 2 may have overstayed his welcome. Inspired and Saint going in. Saint steals away the chase power as now Morgan continues trying to get out here with that acceleration gate, but it ain't gonna matter. You're trying to run from Cloud's soul and it will not happen. Inspired goes on a rampage and Lyon get 3 for nothing.
There is just no escaping Lyon team fighting in these last 2 games. They ran at them with the Nautilus, Senna, Yone, Rumble, and now they're running at them with the Silas Malphite Xin.
And as Lyon take their win in the team fight, they'll take the reward of the Baron, and I'm going to take you guys down memory lane because I got the answer. The bloodiest game of all time at 15 minutes in LCS history was 23 kills versus this game's 21, and it was Dignitas versus TSM back in 2021.
That is so insane to me because Power of Evil was in that game, and you wouldn't expect him to be part of the bloodiest game. That was Power of Evil's Sword Art roster. For TSM back then. That's insane.
That was a time
that was
in LCS history.
Yes, it was a bloody time in LCS history, apparently.
That was my first year on broadcast.
Hell yeah. And now you're the one casting this game.
Yeah, let's go.
It's the Emily Rand difference.
This is also a very fun gold graph because although we've been talking about Lyon winning out in all of these team fights, they only recently, as we pointed out, took the gold lead in this game.
Second time the Proto Belt got him out of the Unstoppable Force.
He's just a Proto Belt god. He's not going to win the game, but he's won the mini game within the game.
While we have time, do you actually want my thoughts on Proto Belt that you asked like what seems like an hour ago now?
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
In terms of the choking,
you never really got to answer the question.
Yeah. So my response, as it was with the Grasp Azir that kind of ran rampant through pro play as well, I feel like if you're copying it without thought, it's not good. But there are definite situations, like I would actually argue that in this game, it's a good pick for the reasons we've already
to dodge the Malphite.
Yeah, because if this game goes a little better, she's able to survive a lot longer, rebut a lot more things, put out a lot more damage with the Solar Snare, everything like that.
Okay.
So yeah, I do think, like, I'm not gonna necessarily argue against it in this game, but I think with anything, like as a blanket adoption, you should consider why it's being done and, you know, use your head a little bit, think.
Consider it besides, well, Chovy did it, so now I will do it.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
But I would say like 75% of the time if Chovy does it, it's probably fine.
Yeah,
okay.
Sure.
So,
Chovy's a very good player. Chovy's a very good player.
Yeah, it's one of those things like an Inspire tells you what to do. Maybe you do it.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe it's fine.
Just smile and nod. Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
Yes, sir. Why not?
No reason not to. Team Liquid currently trying to maintain control over their own blue buff jungle as Lyon continue moving up as a team. It doesn't matter that Twisted Fate can see them. He sees them all back to back standing together, so there's not really an angle to find there for Quid. As the Elder spawns in 10 seconds, this is TL's chance to still potentially win the game.
And Saint has the book right now. It's the 10-stack Soul Stealer, so he has
There
the
we
move
go.
speed on top of his Cloud Soul speed and the TF ult.
Yeah, they've got the
they're
TF
just
ult
gonna
now
go.
as actual
Here's
TL
Saint.
doesn't have it. Nice double engage coming out. Unstoppable Force from Dokla. Quid's already dead here at the start of the fight. 2v2 in the bottom half. 3v2 up here on the top side as Lyon tries to get a little bit more. Berserker dominating as Morgan falls. Saint staying alive against Yawn and Jose. They don't have the damage to kill the Silas. Core JJ arrives for the Uber Eats Pantheon play. It's an ace with a side of support. Team Liquid evaporates, and it's Lyon getting it done.
You know what I loved about that fight is the point where Inspired was like, nah, Saint, you got this. You're fine. I'm going up to the top side of the fight. I'll see you later. I know you can deal with these guys. Even with his health was looking pretty low. Lyon looking to close out this banger of a Game 3.
We are getting one hell of a series here today. Despite being down in gold most of the game, Lyon just out-fought TL time and time again, and they'll move to match point.
Lyon warming up, 7-1-10 by Saint at the end of that game. Inspired also 8-2-9. They were just bashing Team Liquid. We got to see if Raz is willing to flip-flop yet again.
Yeah,
because I don't even know where he's at right now. Who's winning? What's happening?
Flopping back?
Look, I'm holding firm for now. We can't just keep flipping and flopping. Because
Your career says otherwise.
Why do you say we, Raz? That's a you deal.
You're the one that convinced me. You're in this game too.
I was telling you not to. Check the tapes. I'm literally pleading with you not to.
I don't know. I think Kobe said it.
Yeah, we're not replaying. We're not replaying that one. That's
Raz is trying to psyops everybody right now.
Yeah, I retconned it.
We have proof. I have proof right now, too, that this
You're going to play that proof?
I've got proof this game was a banger, Raz.
That is a banger.
I've got proof right here. And we've got stats. This was tied for the second most in LCS history. Actually,
That's
crazy
insane.
bloody. So let's get into the blood, shall we? Let's join in on the blood. I had Rain over here on the couch. We actually just grabbed this one with Rain over still here. He had to watch this live. And there's a couple things to point out before we even get started. Over here in the Fog of War, CoreJJ had already used his regular flash at level 1 to go in and invade and look for Inspired. But here in this play, he was prepping a Hex Flash play to go for Saint. But then they actually see Inspired, so they change their play. And Core is going to come this way, and they're trying to do a wrap on the jungle to go for this crab fight instead. I'm literally going to play the whole thing in 50% speed because it is so bloody. But they force Jose out. This is key that you won't have your EQ for the actual return on the fight because the cooldown is fairly long early on. It does allow Inspired to get the crab, but then CoreJJ does get a Hex Flash play off on Inspired. They flash over and they do get gold card stun, but because he doesn't have EQ from the previous use, he can't CC Inspired here, and then Yon is going to try and layer again. If he still had the cooldown for that, they could fully CC chain Inspired down, but Inspired gets out, he can then flash away from it and live a lot longer, and that's going to be key later on. But Berserker walks up on the Caitlyn, him and Yon both just pelting away in the bloodbath, the blood soup, Raz, that
the
is
blood bowl.
This dragon bowl over here.
Yon's health here too, that he lives. This would be such a tilter for Berserker.
He flashes, he also thumbs up him right when he does it.
Look at that.
Nice.
There we go, thumbs up.
He's got what, like 5 health? It's insane.
Meanwhile, look at that. Saint barely not able to get enough range on that Q, and so Saint goes back in just to die, and you're thinking, oh no, Raz, is this game cooked? 4 for 1 in kills in favor of Team L. But no, it's not cooked. Let's go back to the next one. We've got another dragon fight, and this one Liner starting it out. Okay, yes, you can definitely say they don't have their completed items here on their 2 carries. Meanwhile, you got completed items over here for TL. But TL's playing a little bit more around their cooldowns, or should be. And then we see the walk up here. Both of them have Twisted Fate ult. The Twisted Fate as well as the Silas. So they're making a beeline, trying to go for Dragon. And you have CoreJJ go in on Inspired, while Jose actually goes for the AD carry here, trying to get onto Berserker. And they're split focus. You get spells this way, then you get spells this way. They do end up bursting Berserker anyway. Yon here is going to be able to get a nice Q to finish him off. But Inspired and Saint, they say, I don't care. We're going to the bottom side of this fight instead, while TL were in the top side of the fight. And you get this circle, Raz, where we're all,
oh my God!
We're all just chasing in a circle. Everybody, literally 3 flashes from Lyon over this wall to go the exact same way. Jose's trying to chase, but they can't catch up with Inspired and Saint, who are running it, and they eventually get the chase down back around where we came from, the ring around the Rosie, into the pit. And Inspired here with this Sundered Sky that has finally been completed. Gets a lot of value out. That ult, by the way, on the knockback right there, really huge from him. And then he's able to jump over the wall. Here, you thought he was going to be able to finish too, didn't you? With his W, he gets Jose super low.
You don't know me. You don't know that.
Yeah, you knew the cooldown there for the EQ.
Of course.
He's so dead. Boom, boom, and just barely gets that one too. The Saint finishes him off. I mean, one more. This game just delivered so much action. It was so fun. And action-packed from the very beginning, which did benefit Line a lot with the Dragon stacks going their way.
Yep. The player of the game is actually a tie between Inspired and Saint, which means that chat does decide
it. That's all you guys. Wow.
Okay.
Saint on the Silas. It's also really funny because I flip-flopped my vote from Saint over to Inspired.
So you are a flip-flopper.
To make it this time.
Raz was right.
Turns out you were right.
There we go. Handshake.
One in the same. Me and you, Raz.
4 out of 7. Oh, wow. This is actually a pretty close one. I do think it could have gone either way. I want to talk a little bit about where we are in Fearless, though, I don't think we actually got the list of all the champions that have been played, so it's going to be a little bit by ear, but maybe we can just pull this up. So let's think, okay, what all has been played? Oh, that's not good. I guess when I draw there, it just, okay, never mind, I can't draw.
Me when I'm Raymond over watching the first fight.
All right, well.
We don't have that much time, to be fair, but like, yeah, it's interesting.
One producer just told me to skip it, and the other told me to just do it.
Do it!
Yeah, well, drawing on it minimizes it.
I see. You've been trolled.
Paint me a pretty picture, Azael, before we head to break.
It's not working. we're aborting. We're abandoning ship.
Abandoning ship.
Azael gave up on the pretty picture, so we're going to toss the break. We've got no more time, but Game 4 is on the way. And Game 4, I'm guaranteeing right now, it's actually going to be the most bloody game in LCS history.
There you go.
Guaranteed!
I flank to right side.
Okay, look here, guys. We're looking.
I'm with you.
Look, Jace, he's tagged.
Yeah.
We're winning hard.
I follow just J4.
Okay, you are alone, Saint. Mel is bot.
Hey, here.
I'm coming.
I'm fine. Yeah. You have Junior.
Mel dead.
Okay, I'm going mid.
Pantheon ulted in, no flash. Yeah. We win.
Good KDA.
Nice Douglas. Solo Bolo, Malphite.
Solo Bolo. Dingle dingle.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Hands to the sky as we enter the arena. Wild animals, realize we're hyenas. Blood pumping, waiting for the enemy. The battle's coming. We're creating our destiny. Open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now. We're going for gold. This time is for heroes. A new era unfolds.
Look for boss.
Pantheon.
Yeah.
And TF after.
Okay.
TF. Tag him.
Oh. Follow. Look TF, guys. Where's the ability?
No W on Mel. Fight. We're
okay.
to Mel, I think.
Pantheon.
J4 EQ'd over, he's far.
I'm coming. Look, man.
She has flash. Yeah, I will force it.
Yeah.
J4 has flash too. I can push for J4 still.
Okay.
J4 has flash too.
I'm looking J4.
No flash both.
Nice.
Come here, baby!
Yo, if you guys can swap here, could
yeah.
Because I can just ult and take his condition.
I'm running top, guys.
Oh, Inspired, fearless on the Zinjao. The audacious charge lives up to its name. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It's Spring Split Playoffs, the first weekend of those playoffs here at the Riot Games Arena. And yesterday, we went the distance, full 5 games between C9 and FlyQuest. Today, we are about to head into game number 4 between Lyon and Team Liquid. Lyon currently leads the series with a 2-1 score after game number 3 was the second bloodiest LCS game of all time at the 15-minute mark.
And
crazy.
I feel like Lyon has so much momentum here.
Yeah.
Because game 2, they used TL's best comp against them, washed the team fights, and then here, they lose the early scuttle fight. It looks kind of doomed, and then they just team fight their way out of it. So where does Team Liquid go from here with a lot of their best champions gone and having lost the last 2 games?
I also just really love the answers that they had in their draft to what TL wanted to do, right? Like, it seems like Lyon specifically has a really, really good read and the tools to be able to deal with whatever TL want to put together. In this case, they actually went for the kind of mage plus 80 support in the Pantheon, which we know Core is like super, super comfortable on, right? I'm not saying that was a mistake, but their answers for it were so good, especially with this Silas who could steal both TF and Pantheon ult.
So the thing that I'm looking at here, if we're talking about drafts, I always like to check in on the LCS live discussion threads between games just to see what the community is thinking. I cannot even repeat most of the comments about the Team Liquid drafts on air. Fans are not happy with the way the TL drafts have been playing out.
They didn't love the TF Jace.
The TF Jace, shockingly,
into the Caitlyn Malphite Silas
was not a popular choice. So I really want to see what Team Liquid is going to put together in draft in this one, now that they are in a must-win situation. Lyon going to go ahead, ban out the Varus first. Team Liquid decided to once again go for first pick. Lyon is playing on blue. Akali and Lulu alongside the Seraphine, all banned away.
And they might be looking Orianna if Lyon doesn't ban it. With a very early Akali ban, that's what that signals to me, and then it would also just be a bit of a dare of whether or not they're going to let it through. Nocturne is also up, so they might be also, in a sense, daring Lyon to take Nocturne, because that's what Lyon does. A lot of times they'll give you Orianna so they can have Nocturne, and they'll try and punish you in the sideline. That's what's landing up right now.
Nico is also technically up as well, and one thing that has been consistent throughout this game as we see the Skarner ban coming through for TL is that Ashe Seraphine has not been present, right? Like Seraphine ban in this game, in the previous game, they did not go for it in the first 2, and so, or in the first 1. So I think like that is really interesting to me, considering how reliant TL has been kind of on that bot lane in some of their drafts. And there is the Nocturne being removed by Lyon.
Yeah, that's what's surprising to me. It is almost...
Now they say you get Ori and we don't get Nocturne.
Okay, now I'm confused.
But they don't get Ori.
Yeah, now they just take Corki.
Yeah,
because that's what this was all leading up to.
Nami is also still up.
Yeah.
It's good. I mean, with the Seraphine and the Lulu bans, controlling the Corki Nami is still very effective. But with Orianna being pretty much the most banned champion of the playoffs in the world right now, it's pretty shocking that even with an Orianna counter banned out already and Nocturne banned, that it wouldn't just be first picked. I'm very surprised.
Yeah, and they're hovering. Okay, so
Nami
they are
denied.
going to pick away the Nami for their side. And we'll see if they just end up going with that Orianna to both give it to Saint and then also deny it from Quid.
There's a chance that Lyon just doesn't think Quid is that good on it because he has struggled on a lot of control mages. And Saint has also, in a sense, had a lot of his best games on melee, so they actually, they just lock in the Cassiopeia.
Yeah, which we did see previously banned, right? So, and Cassio is really, really strong right now. We've been seeing her a lot more globally as well as in the LCS.
All right, Team Liquid. What are we going to pair with Corki now that Nami is gone? And we're also into Game 4 of Fearless, so the support pool is feeling trimmed down a lot with Seraphine and Lulu both banned normally in this Game 4 draft.
Yeah, and as we see Nefiri hover. I remember when Jose like popped off on this super, super hard. It does pair really well with the Orianna. Obviously, you can shield her as she goes in addition to her natural kind of turret diving and assassin abilities. And Jose did cite this as like one of his best picks and something he's super
Yeah.
comfortable on. On the other side, though, we have the Smolder locked in.
Yeah, so that's the pair, at least with the Nami. Hyper carry with Nami, not many enchanters left. I imagine the Corki will probably just go with an engaged champion for Core JJ, something like Leona or Alistair, just so we have a good trigger pull to fly in with the Nefiri. And in a sense, credit to Team Liquid for getting Orianna that deep into the draft, playing a little game of chicken. If they have the preference for Corki in this game, they get that, and they also get the Orianna later.
But it's what you said earlier. Maybe it is just Lyon saying, we don't think that Quid Orianna specifically is a threat. It's not just the champ, it's the pilot as well. So they are essentially daring Team Liquid to show us that Quid has an Orianna worth respecting.
Yeah, as we see the Poppy ban coming through for TL. Don't want to have to deal with that coming out of Lyon. But yeah, I am curious to see how Jose and Quid are able to set up this kind of Nefiri Orianna combo, being able to you know, pull off these really insane turret dives, being able to get on priority targets in team fights.
Yeah.
It's felt like outside of game one, where TL were really able to spread the map and keep Lyon from team fighting, they have been outfought in the actual 5v5s. As we see the Nico being removed as well. Again, another like kind of strong laning option. And Shyvana taken away by TL.
Yeah, Lyon targeting the powerful laning supports that are still available, just trying to make sure the Corki doesn't feel strong in this laning phase against the Smolder and Nami. Not just because you don't want to deal with a strong enemy 2v2, but remember that if Core JJ is going to be playing a melee engaged support, it is that much easier for Berserker to get his Smolder stacks because you're always puking or sneezing on the melee support, and you just stack up that much more quickly.
It's just sneezing, isn't it?
I think in this series
his cue is he
particularly...
barbs.
Yeah, true. Sneeze, barf.
Yeah.
When I think of barfing, I think of Kog'Maw.
Barf, snot, fly, mom. That's the 4 abilities.
The Ornn is a flex pick. That's what I was trying to get to.
Yes, just ignoring you.
The Ornn is a flex pick in this specific series. So the last time they played in the lock-in playoffs, this was a Camille into a Vayne, and then the Ornn jungled. Don't necessarily think you're going to jungle Ornn against the Nefiri, especially when they can just take it into the Renekton as a nice neutralizer pick. But it stopped, just the fact that they had done this to them in the past, I think stopped Team Liquid from trying to go for a really hard counter pick.
Yeah, and I mean, the Renekton locked in for Morgan. Again, something he's super, super comfortable on. This is the champion that everyone knows him for. And then Core JJ bringing in the Rakan.
Would Inspired pull it out? Would he pull out the Ivern? There's been much ado about why no one's playing Ivern. Is he going to jungle Ornn? I don't know what he's going to do. He's going to jungle Ornn again. He's actually going to jungle Ornn again.
Yeah.
And they're playing the
Doka is going to get the Gnar.
That's it.
And this is actually huge, getting the Gnar as a as an actual counter pick, because they can jungle the Ornn.
Yeah.
Because Gnar has been so heavily counterpicked by all of these AD options that we've seen Dokla pull out. We've also even seen like the Tristana in LCK and LPL. So what a draft coming out of Lyon. This team is so fun.
Their best of 5 creativity is insane, right? They pulled out Malphite for Dokla's first career game. The last game wasn't necessarily super creative aside from the Malphite, but they still just had insane team fighting in games 2 and 3. And again here, the weird Orianna let through into just having, like, I can't even say, like, Ornn jungle into Nefiri. I don't know how that goes.
I'm not going to lie to you. I don't really know this matchup at all either because I never figured I would need to learn anything about it. But here we are, as we do have the jungle Ornn for Inspired up against Jose Diodo's Nefiri. If Team Liquid could win here, we will go to silver scrapes in both opening series of our playoffs. But Lyon, of course, would love to just shut that down immediately and get to work on repeating their success from lock-in. As the current reigning lock-in champions, they would love to be our #1 representative heading to the second international event of the year as well. As we're off from the spawn platforms, taking a look at the runes that we got everywhere. Deathfire Touch for both the Cassiopeia and the Smolder here on the Lion side. Everything else on the other side looks pretty standard stuff. Saint, though, forced to flash at level 1. Nice moves from TL.
Yeah, really nice level 1 coming out of TL. I like that like in both of these games, we've seen a little bit more like very early action, not only in terms of scouting, but in the last game with Core kind of trying to sneak around on the Pantheon. Here we see TL getting the flash off of Saint, which is going to be huge for Quid. And now we're going to hear from Coach Spooks on how TL are going to potentially come back in this game.
You seemed extremely happy that Saint lost 1 melee XP.
Yeah, honestly, like the biggest advantage from this level 1 is losing that melee XP, so happy about that one.
Must be happy. I mean, after last game, a tumultuous game. I mean, that was the 2nd highest kills in LCS history at the 15-minute mark. It can't be good for the heart. How'd you feel in the back looking at it?
I just think after like the dragon fight, I think we're in like a really good spot to win the game, and I just think we made like a lot of individual mistakes, and obviously team fight wise, they're going to be much better in the late game. So I think we threw pretty hard, to be honest. So yeah, it doesn't feel good.
And not to be the guy unpacking trauma here, but that's a flex pick from Ornn once again. I think you guys faced that in lock-in. Thoughts on the draft and how you feel about that pick in particular?
Yeah, I mean, the Ornn jungle is like, obviously it's just a good scaling pick. It's pretty slow tempo champion. I think if this game goes really late, obviously their scaling is going to be good. So we kind of just need to pick up the pace in the mid game. So yeah.
Now that you guys are in match point, oh my god, okay, this one. Let's talk about it.
Well, Oriana's taken a little bit of damage from Cassia, but she's fine, she's out.
Okay, but the message that you sent the boys, of course, they're on match point, but one thing that you want your team to just generally improve on?
Yeah, I think for me, last game we were very uncoordinated. We weren't really playing around like when we were strong. Like for example, Mal on the Luden's timing last game, we just played away from bottom when we could have snowballed through bots. So just recognizing like where we're strong, when we're strong, and being coordinated when we fight. It's like the big things.
Appreciate you for your time, Sam. I'm going to send that one straight back to the casters.
Let's bring this guy up to the caster deck. That's some insane insight right there. I love to hear it from Spooks.
Oriana is losing a lot of health.
But also credit for the interviews. They're in a tough spot in this series. Raz and Spooks also have a relationship. And we remember there was a big fight over the crab here in the last game.
All right, why not do it again? Second verse, same as the first. Berserker stepping up, having to flash away for the grand entrance. For the Aqua Prison, collides on Core's Rakani's down to below 100 HP. But Team Liquid did win the crab battle, so they'll walk away with that victory at least.
Crazy Jose was doing that without Smite, so a little bit dicey. But Inspired is just going to slowly walk up to his own top crab, and very slowly. Ornn's not exactly a power clearing jungler.
He moseys.
Yeah.
He doesn't exactly run.
He actually did the full clear into item purchase to arrive at that hopeful crab fight, so he doesn't need to reset. Or sorry, he's Ornn. He built the item.
Yeah, you just
whenever you want.
crap the thingy in the jungle.
He's not used to Ornn jungle, man.
Yeah, trust me, I'm not used to it either. It's certainly not the most common thing to see.
I will say, this is very indicative of these two junglers. For battling for first team All-Pro, you can still make your own vote for the All-Pro in the spring. We've already voted since it's a regular season award, but the stats for these two is very interesting, Emily.
It is, because as we kind of covered, and you might see this from their actual jungle picks in this game, it feels like Jose is involved in so much of everything that TL wants to do. He visits his lanes a lot more frequently, and then the sacrifice to that is in farm and camp clearing, right? And Inspired is a masterclass at that. I'm waiting to see if I'm going to have to pass it off to Flowers. Core potentially ganking there. But yeah, these two junglers are very different, but I think equally important to their team's success. One thing that I did like already from Lyon specifically is Saint using his mid lane prio to track exactly where Jose was, right? He did that little invade for vision, was able to spot out with the scryers, Jose doing his own Krugs. And so keeping eyes on where this Nefiri wants to go is going to be huge.
Get a little bit of trading back and forth down here in this bottom lane. As with every stacking champion, we'll keep an eye on how effectively Berserker is able to stack throughout this game. We do have 31 stacks, so he has hit the first breakpoint already.
Sneezing and puking.
Yes, the barf is now more powerful. It has an AoE on it now. so he'll be able to farm up that much more effectively. And Azael always likes to bring up how as soon as you hit each checkpoint, it just means the next one is going to be that much further accelerated because each individual checkpoint lets you stack even faster towards the next.
Yeah, it's almost exponential in that way in terms of how it allows you to farm a lot better to reach the next one. And it also just feels better when you're playing the Smolder out. But off of this little bot lane prio that they were able to get, TL are already on this Drake pretty early on. They're going to get spotted out, but Lyon are not going to contest it.
I would be pretty surprised if Lyon was going to fight these early Drakes with Smolder Ornn.
Yeah.
So they're just going to continue to stack up and get Ornn ultimate.
I mean, it's similar to exactly what we heard from Spooks, right? He's saying if we let this go late, they have a really powerful scaling composition, so we got to make sure that we're heating up throughout the mid game.
And that's where I'm going to look at Jose making plays potentially with this Renekton, right? With the Orianna, trying to make the most of this kind of like early to mid pressure that they might have with this composition. Because otherwise, when it gets to really late 5v5s, it's going to be a lot more difficult for TL.
Morgan did a good job there, dodging away from the first wallop and boulder from Dokla, but the second combo of the two does hit him, makes the trade overall pretty even, as Morgan does have a decisive advantage in terms of the farm up here in this Renekton versus Gnar matchup.
Yeah, and a lot of times the Gnar needs to sack a little bit in this matchup until he can get his plated steel caps, which Dokla now has. He's also, throughout this entire series, gone for Doran's helm, whereas Morgan's really gone for Doran's shield, so Dokla, the scaling choice.
Woo! Man, these are good Aqua Prisms from Isles so far here. But yeah, I like the difference in the Helm versus the Shield, because the new Dorian's items are not as powerful in lane usually, but they scale a lot better. And now Hosdiodo working with Morgan, making the dive after Dokla. He gets himself away for now. The Gnar bar is not charged, finally does hit it. Hosdiodo puts the pressure on Dokla. They get his flash, but they won't get their kill.
Yeah, they unfortunately won't get the kill there, but these are the moves that we do want to see Jose making with his laners, right? In particular.
Ooh, here we go. Mom summoned. Call the Forge God. Inspired has arrived as Jan goes over the wall trying to stay alive, but they need a little bit more damage, and Lyon can't get it. So the same story that happened topside, Team Liquid barely missing out on the kill but getting summoner spells, now happens bottom lane the other way around.
Yeah, we see both junglers, as soon as they get their ultimates, using them to try to affect Jose in top, and then Inspired down in that bot lane with the Ornhorn.
And I gotta say, if you're picking between having a Renekton who's ahead or a Smolder who's ahead, you're gonna take the Smolder every time.
Absolutely.
But I'll also say, Morgan has played a lot of Renekton in his career.
So
108.
More than double his second most played champion.
He is the Renekton. He has a Renekton emote. The like Lord Morgan Renekton emote, I'm pretty sure.
That's chat. I respect that.
From, what was that like tournament that they did with like players from each team for the new season? We did one that was like Zoomers versus Boomers.
Kickoff
I swear to God, I'm not making this up. I'm pretty sure it's that emote from when he was on Brionne.
I respect it. Protoplasm Harness completed here for Inspired. Remember back in Lyon's first victory in this series, back in game number 2, it was Inspired on the Sejuani, it was Isles on the Nautilus, both of them going for this first low price point but very powerful item because of the healing that you get from it. Saint just walked up and stole the grub from Jose and slithered right on out.
That's some ego right there.
Yeah. It also does like show though how much Saint has been able to leave lane after just kind of pushing up, right? Like I talked about that invade for vision to track where Jose was. Here he's able to actually take one of the grubs away from Jose, who was kind of getting that on the top side after that top lane gank because they have top pressure, although Inspired may be looking for something now up here.
Yeah, no flash on Morgan and ult for Dokla.
Okay, Dokla goes in, hits the Mega Gnar, follows it up with a boulder, but both junglers are here. Call the Forge God is in. Call the Forge God goes through. Hosdiodo jumping in after Dokla, who has reverted into mini Gnar form. Morgan gets chunked low, but now without any more resources, with Dokla reverting back out of that Mega Gnar, it means Lyon can't continue.
Yeah, good counter gank there by Jose, but at the end of the day, just trading ultimates is not accelerating the game the way that Team Liquid would want. So Inspired is probably pretty happy with taking that trade and just going back to farm his camps.
Yeah, I think Inspired is super happy with how this game is going. Like, yes, they gave up first Drake, but TL hasn't really been able to accrue any massive leads outside of that farm lead that Morgan has up on the top side, right? So the game is in a pretty good state for them, and they've also done a really good job of being able to respond and track where Jose is going.
I'm not going to lie, you guys, I'm a little bit disappointed. This time last game, we had like 15 kills on the board.
I know, we have no kills.
Yeah.
You look very sad.
Yeah, 0 kills almost 11 minutes in after that game number
Look,
3.
they're trying. We've had some games.
Okay,
well,
we've had some attempts.
I don't think Lion's trying.
No, I
to
don't
get
think they are
kills.
either.
I think they have a very different mindset depending on the team comp that they're playing. This is one where they're saying, Smolder, just wait. Ornn, just wait. Cassio, all she's done is build boots and mana. So if this was old Cassio, you would have literally just bought mana.
Yeah.
There's nothing's happening so far for Saint other than pushing and moving.
Saint under a little bit of pressure now, does flash away. Was at the edge of the shockwave. I'm not certain whether or not he would have got caught on the very edge of it, but he did not want to risk that, so he commits the flash. So Team Liquid will at least secure that summoner spell game for themselves. But now the second Drake of the game is live. Remember that Team Liquid got the first Drake as well as 2 out of 3 of the grubs. CoreJJ going in here with the quickness, finds the grand entrance, locks up Saint, but there's just no follow-up from anybody else on Team Liquid. CoreJJ wanting to go after the mid laner, knowing there's no flash, but the coordination just not there.
Yeah, and you see bot lane heading back bot to kind of try to push this up as TL move in. They still might be looking at taking this Drake.
Yeah, I can't imagine Lion actually fighting this. I think they were trying to just delay it as long as possible. Inspired's camps are respawning a little bit, so he was able to go back. But now they're still looking for something.
Yeah, they're kind of
it's on their
soft
mind.
contesting
What are we doing,
it.
Inspired?
Yeah. Okay, we are just going to back away now. Jose Diodo still with total control over the pit. Grabs that one. Dokla trying to keep Morgan's health bar nice and low. He does have that Fury-empowered Call to Meek, though, for a little surge of HP whenever he decides to cast it.
Yeah, top lane's going really well for Morgan. He had the early jungle help, but now Jose's looking to make a play. This is where they really need to make action happen, is around this bot lane.
Yeah. He was spotted out on that ward, though, so...
Ooh, Morgan flash into the Ruthless Predator, solo kill onto Dokla. Big Dokes not respecting Lord Morgan's crocodile enough.
Yeah, he is incredibly comfortable. This is his pick, right? And it is a pick that was like kind of frequently banned away from him initially when he came
and we
into
missed the kill
LCS.
onto Saint. Saint's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
that happened too.
Yeah, we got 2 different kills. We'll get a replay, hopefully, of the one that happened in mid lane. As let's take a look at what's happening. Oh, it's a greedy recall from Saint.
And that's a little ward you didn't see here.
Yeah,
I sees it now.
There's just a little bit of laziness.
Yeah, that was right before Dokla died.
Yeah.
So there's a world where Dokla could blame Saint for distracting him.
Oh. My bad.
He said my bad.
Yep.
Yeah, he didn't blame
I mean, that's pretty much the response you have there. He thought he would be able to run him down, because if he got one more auto attack, he would fully charge his
I was gonna say,
Narvar, and the slice was already down.
so close, yeah.
So I saw the thought process there, but he just wasn't ready for the flash insta-give as the response. Jan also losing out in that trade against Berserker, since Isles is around to make sure the Smolder stays healed up. And right now, things are looking great for Team Liquid. 2,500 gold lead. Both of your solo laners are up an individual 1,000 gold or more. Dokla and Saint now trying to keep Team Liquid away from this bottom lane tier 1 turret. Inspired is hanging around as well, but so is Jose Diodo. Might get ourselves a good old-fashioned 3v3 down here, as the 4th plate is taken from the tier 1 turret there by Saint. Lyon just trying to get themselves some kind of resources, but this is not a good sign for Dokla. Does get chunked down a little bit, but he's still safe.
Yeah, and that time he had Mega Gnar available. I think the big thing here to me is the fact that Lyon were still, despite obviously that entire turret topside is going to go to the Orianna. Quid now sitting at a 1.6k gold lead over Saint after that kill and taking that top tier 1 for himself, so he's in a really good spot. I did like Lyon pushing them off the bot wave, though, and the fact that they had established a little bit of mid-prio as TL, potentially looking to make a play onto Dokla. Probably just chase him off the wave so that Morgan can get this turret.
Mainly just making the solo laners further and further ahead for Team Liquid. have a numbers advantage in the mid lane here as well. Jose able to counter jungle some Raptors.
And Inspired gets chunked down very low. Again, it's that Protoplasm Harness keeping him alive. But this is a 4,000 gold lead for Team Liquid, and it's about to be more as Morgan takes the turret.
Yeah, and this is looking a lot like game 1 from Team Liquid. So it's actually really interesting for a Lyon team who's kind of known for scaling in late game team fighting. The two team comps that have forced them into fighting in games 2 and 3 worked really well.
Yep.
But the two team comps where they're saying, we just need to wait until we're strong, that's given Team Liquid just free reign to play super aggressively with Lyon not going for plays, and I think Team Liquid not needing to respond to Lyon plays has played so much better.
Yeah, and as we see, Berserker pretty much on par with the average, with the average Smolder stacks. But I love your point, Jat, because we talked about how the impetus in this game is for TL to kind of spread Lyon on the map and avoid them getting into a situation where they can 5v5 in a late game, right? And thus far, they've been able to do that, giving top tier 1 over to the Orianna, giving bot tier 1 over to the Renekton, and now hopefully being able to play around these two large points of power in their composition.
Yeah, Morgan's signature Renekton up 50 farm now over Dokla on the Gnar. Massive difference there. And we talked in draft about how it's kind of crazy that Team Liquid got Orianna on pick number 3 when this champion is normally just banned out of every series. And it's how it's kind of Lyon saying, okay, show us that your Orianna is worth respecting, and Quid's having a very respectable Orianna right now.
And Team Liquid really tried to set it up this way. They overloaded the bush to burn Saint's flash level 1, and also to deny 1 melee XP, as Spooks talked about.
The most important thing.
Then Saint actually did have a lot of early lane prowess, so I can see Lyon's logic of saying, hey, in scrims, Cassio has been great into Orianna. We're able to win early lane, and he's able to move with it. But to me, like, it doesn't matter if your Cassio can move, if your Ornn is losing 1v1 to Renekton and your bot lane is just trying to stack on Smolder and your jungler is Ornn. So then it becomes about him just being low mobility and vulnerable to ganks.
Dokla finally completes his first big item there with the Trinity Force 17.5 minutes into the game. Yes, he had to stop off for fully completed boots first, but that still feels slow as the Dragon is started by Team Liquid.
And we talked about how giving up early Drakes is kind of part of Lyon's MO in this game, right? Because they kind of want to wait and scale for later 5v5s. But now, after this take, TL is going to be on Soul Point at a pretty early point in this game. It's not even, it's just about 18 minutes. And they're already on Soul Point with an Infernal Soul.
So here's the important thing about that. When we brought up the Smolder stack stats earlier that you commented on, Emily, saying Berserker is right about where you would expect for his stacking, the final checkpoint, the 225, that huge one, is also, I believe, around that 23-minute mark. So that means that when this Dragon Soul spawns, it's actually going to be very important whether or not Berserker is at that breakpoint or not.
I feel like objective bounties are going to turn on any second now. This is very one-sided. Lyon has not been able to retaliate whatsoever.
And look at where the side lanes are, right? Like Morgan is all the way pushed up in this, pressuring tier 2. The Ori had pushed up this bot wave, and now they're onto Inspired.
Yeah, Inspired gets pulled back with a shockwave. Mom comes in, the tidal wave flies out from Isles as Jose Diodo wants to go in with a Hound's Pursuit, but immediately has to use Call of the Pack, trying to get himself back away. Team Liquid, they've overcommitted into the enemy jungle. They got to spin flashes getting back out, and Inspired miraculously survives.
Ooh, a lot of damage came down from Mom, for sure, as well as the tidal wave flying through. So you can see the idea of what Lyon wants to have if they can get these team fights in small corridors, but that was a Team Liquid fight that started on Inspired that made him fly away.
Yeah, and that was born off of this map pressure that they've been able to create with the Ori and the Renekton continuing to push side waves and then keeping Corki in the mid to try to pressure mid as well. As we see.
Morgan was trying to TP to join the fight, and the Miasma canceled it. Nicely done there from Saint.
Yeah, that was a nice play from Saint.
Thank you, observers, for catching that one. I had not even noticed, as Morgan will clear out some more wards, maintain his control over the top lane. Berserker, 197 stacks here on the Smolder. You still got 3 minutes to farm 25 stacks. It also helps when you have fights like that in the corridor where it hits multiple champions with multiple spells, because you just get this massive influx of stats. I think there's no question now whether or not he will hit the checkpoint before the fight.
Yeah, he should have it locked in before this next Drake fight, which is going to be incredibly important.
Yeah, Black Cleaver as well. Inspired's going to be on 2 items. I believe Saint will be there as well. Also, a reminder, we're going to be back in the Riot Games Arena next week. Tickets are on sale now.
Come
Head
see
to
us.
lcs.tixer.com to get your tickets today. The loser of this game will be playing.
Yeah, come
that
see
weekend.
one of these teams.
Yep.
Now, still just such a... It's 0-2 at 20.5 minutes. I just can't get over how different this is from game number 3.
Everyone where we like couldn't even go through the entirety of a fight before they were fighting again. But I will say this does favor Lyon, despite how much we've talked about how TL have been able to set the map in their favor. They should be able to do this for this next Drake fight and kind of pick the positions in which you already see they're going to be clearing out this mid-tier one with the Herald early instead of using it as an immediate point of pressure immediately prior to the Drake. So they should be able to set the conditions. However, the fact that it hasn't been super bloody and scrappy is also a really nice point for Lyon.
Inspired blocked the charge there with an Ornn Q. Very nicely done.
Nice. Okay, so the Herald's cleared out before we can get a second charge. Also, Abyssal Mask completed for Inspired will amp his own damage as well as that of Saint. But the Cassiopeia still very far away of having that Rod of Ages all the way stacked up.
And I'll say this is still a tense game. If Lyon wins one team fight, that might just give them the advantage in the game.
Yeah.
Because there are already decent-sized bounties on the Orianna and the Renekton, but I just find it hard to see how they can get to that team fight to win.
That's why the setup for this next Drake is so important. As you see Lyon kind of pushing back, this is going to be a vision battle over this bot side because TL basically want to make it as difficult as possible for Lyon to even approach, because if they get this, it's like a 23-24 minute Infernal Soul.
Yeah. I wonder if Lyon gives it. I know that's the ugliest thing.
Just to bring Elder onto the map?
Something like that, yeah. Just they don't feel strong enough to fight right now. Douklid doesn't have a second item. I guess Saint did complete Seraph, so they're going to go for it. You're probably just losing the game if you give it, but it feels very low chance that they win either way.
It's so strong. It's like, what, like 5,000-6,000 gold worth of stats?
Too much.
Like, it's so much damage. Okay, 15 seconds until what will be the Infernal Soul for Team Liquid spawns. Lyon still only level 10 on Isles, so no level 2 ulti here for the Nami, but the same can be said for Core JJ's Rakan. As Morgan, still the biggest individual lead in this game, up 2,500 gold, has his Sterix completed, which is a massive difference maker in a team fight when you are one of these traditional bruiser type of champions. Dokla still nowhere close to that power spike himself.
Trying to move in.
Teleport's arriving. Jose Diodo already putting in the work here onto the Infernal Dragon. The Ornhorn misses. Quid with a nice sidestep. As Inspired has to try to step up. Challenge here for the Dragon. It's down to 2,000 HP. Inspired wants to go in. He's stolen it away. Inspired gets it done. And now Jose Diodo might just get knocked down. Staying alive for now. With the call to pack, but Berserker's got the kill back on Jose. Morgan getting juggled around as Mom roars through. Saint died though. Morgan with a massive heal call to make a double kill back over to Quid. As Inspired falls. Quid still fighting. Dokla still kiting Berserker. 1v2 against Yon and Core JJ. As Yon gets out for now, Quid still trying to escape. Berserker files a snot ball over the wall. A nice Aqua Prison locks up Quid. Berserker with a flash over. He's trying to get a little bit more, but no! Berserker went too far! And Team Liquid, they may have lost the Drake, but Lyon overstays and Team Liquid outplays.
A few auto attacks away from Lyon, turning the entire game around. Lyon miraculously get the Drake steal. The fight is close, but Team Liquid clutches it in the end, and it is not an elegant entrance by Lyon into the river, but using the Ornald and having the Mega Gnar timing at least gets them to it. I'm sure Team Liquid is questioning why Yon is on midway, fully zoned away, and how Morgan can't immediately annihilate their backline. But Saint did a great job kind of zoning two people by the time that Jose dies, and that makes the fight very playable for Berserker.
Yeah, and I mean, Berserker is able to just do massive amounts of damage here, especially with the help from Isles. Quid having to flash over that bubble, and then they just push up way too far, right? Because as soon as they hit this bubble onto Quid, they're like, okay, we can go immediately in here. No, Yon and Core are there. Spawn on the edge of his seat. He's happy about that one.
I think Spawn knew that if Berserker cleans up there, the series is over and TL is going lower bracket, but now it's still back in Team Liquid's hands.
Okay, the quickness from Core has found Saint. The Cassiopeia with the petrifying gaze only locks up Daejeon, but Saint staying alive for now. Lyon looking for something else as Mom comes into the mix. Dokla throws out another boomerang, but Jose Diodo has already got away. Team Liquid again trying to find something here, but they cannot seal the deal and complete the pick. The one thing I wanted to mention about that last team fight, for as close as it was, the ulti from Inspired hit no one. The ulti from Saint also hit no one. That's two big team fighting ultis that didn't really do a whole lot of anything. And so if those connect, things are even a lot closer. Total damage this game, it's Berserker topping the charts.
Yeah, and Berserker is why this suddenly becomes so scary, right? Because to your point, 2 priority ultimates did not hit in that fight, and it was still so close, kind of evened out more by the fact that Lyon were actually over-chasing to try to get that last kill onto Quid. But Berserker, thus far, has been able to hit really freely in so many of these fights. They've done such a good job protecting him.
Well, I'm just a little surprised that Morgan, with that gargantuan gold lead, hasn't been able to have a bigger impact in team fights. So he's definitely getting a lot of gold, applying a lot of side lane pressure. But usually in those fights, when a team has to funnel into the Drake, it's the Renekton who annihilates. But he couldn't really do much to Cassiopeia as Jose and Core are thinking about starting this Baron.
Yeah, this is a 2-man Baron with one of the men being the support, which is generally not what you see, but at the same time, it doesn't look like there's really any inkling from Lyon that they know this. Okay, finally we're seeing a couple of blue pings come down onto the Baron pit. They did use the Scryer Trinket to figure out what's going on. Jose Diodo is still just continuing to work on this on his own. The Nefiri has the Baron down to about 40%. Inspired still trying to move up. Lyon has to know that something's going on here. Jose Diodo still staying on the Baron. Got it down to 7,000, now backing away as Lyon recognizes they got to bring more bodies over. Team Liquid trying to maintain control over this bottom side river. Saint still in bottom lane, pushing right now. Does have a teleport if he needs it. Inspired, nice use of Bellows Breath there to make sure he's not affected by the Grand Entrance knockup of Core JJ.
And this entire time, Cassio is just, it looked like she was like, okay, do you need me? Like, Saint's like, do you need me? No? Okay. I am going to continue pushing up this bot wave, which now Morgan has to respond to and kind of stops any sort of Baron sneak that TL was looking to have.
And with Baron now having the aggro taken off of him, it's less than 45 seconds until the Infernal Soul again is on the table for Team Liquid. Lyon answered the first challenge. Now it's time for the next. Team Liquid will have another chance. Ornn's combo of making an enemy brittle and then doing the clap bonk actually does a surprising amount of burst. It is an execute combo with Smite, and I don't think Jose Diodo was ready for how strong that was, and that's why it was easy for Inspired to steal it away last time.
Quid could proc his Storm Surge off of QW onto Saint, but Nami is healing him back up, so pretty nicely done. Quid very fed, Morgan very fed. It's really about their performance in this fight. As Joker's propping Mega Gnar early, they're going to have to move in.
That's the thing that I'm looking at here. Gnar bar management is so huge for these objective fights. Dokla's already down to about half the timer, and Team Liquid's just playing it nice and slow. They're waiting this out. They're waiting for Dokla to enter that period of exhaustion where he will not be able to retransform as Dokla finds Morgan on the backside of the pit, just tries to zone him away. The rest of Lyon stepping forward here in a 4v4. Remember, Lyon has to play around Berserker. Berserker is the win con if they want to have any kind of a chance, as Team Liquid trying to DPS the Drake down to about 3,000. Inspired going in, fires back towards Morgan as the target, as the Drake is secured by Jose Diodo, smited down to 10 HP. It was so close, but that's huge. Immediate destruction. Team Liquid dog piles in, and everybody on Lyon is 6 feet deep.
Morgan actually soaked up so much damage in that fight, despite the fact that he was marked on the flank by Dokla, had to kind of come around and rejoin. He took so much, and they still weren't able to kill him. That is the kind of Renekton that we want to see for TL in these fights. And now TL are surging into the base.
Yeah, I don't see any world where Lyon's able to stop this one. Isles will be the only one respawning as Team Liquid is about to crash into the Nexus turrets. We got a full 5 games yesterday, and we are getting a full 5 games today in Emily Rand's match of the week. Isles might survive, but the Nexus will not. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Silver Scrapes.
These playoffs are delivering. The top 4 teams are so close to one another. Another scaling comp doesn't completely come online for Lyon as Team Liquid found the fight they needed. Game 5 coming soon.
I would have fucked up.
Ooh.
I want to see. Let me see this again.
I do.
I am.
Let's
How
go
is
for
he
fire.
putting it?
It's 5k. They will play for finish, so let's go. Or no ulti.
I'm okay. Hold it.
Or no ulti, or no ulti.
Disconnected.
Yeah. Got it.
Once it's low. Alright. Don't
Get
care.
the
Don't
ulti.
care from here. I have a
Give
flash.
me a ball.
Yeah, watch it.
Go. Oh, amazing.
Baron.
No.
Small the place. We can end.
Mid.
Pop. Damn. Pop.
Mid or mid.
It's just bad. Good play. Guys, I wanna...
Welcome back to the LCS. We are heading into Game 5 here very shortly. But before we do that, we got to listen back to the comms from the final team fight here because that one was an absolute banger.
Let's
How
go
is
for
he
fire.
putting it?
It's 5k. They will play for finish, so let's go. Or no ulti.
I'm okay. Hold it.
Or no ulti.
Disconnected.
Yeah. Got it.
Once it's low. Alright. Don't care. Don't care from here. I have a flash.
Give me a ball.
Yeah, watch it.
Go. Oh, amazing.
Baron.
No. Small the place.
We can end.
Mid.
Pop. Damn. Pop.
Mid or mid.
It's just bad. Good play. Guys, I wanna go.
That was such a crazy fight. Like, that was so fun to watch, and a lot of it was down to the fact of, it was already mentioned from the coach, one side, Giga scaling, Ornn, Cassio, Smolder, whereas Team Liquid needed to win this fight. This is their soul, so I just wanted to focus on AS. The Lyon are trying to get vision and walk in. They have an Ornn, so it's not that big of a problem, but I love the fact that Team Liquid were in position first and forcing them to move up. Now, DOKLA, I think the first mistake you can count on is, yes, he was trying to push them back, but does get exhausted on Meganar because it gets popped super early. You see Morgan taking up a flank, but like we can just like speed this up, and you can see immediately goes into Meganar, Mini-Nar, not able to get anything off of Morgan. But the 2 points of interest was I did like that Lyon, as the engage started, wanted to just focus on frontline first. Use the Ornn ulti to get onto Morgan, try and pile in on him. So at first, initially, it looked like it was going to be a good fight for Lyon. Crucially, the smite fight does go towards Jose Diodo, so they ended up getting soul. And as the fight continues and Lyon chases down, I just love this combination of Jose Diodo getting the Ori ball and then just going straight for Isles in the middle of 4 people and getting a massive 3-man Ori on an ulti that allows them to engage. Then the knock-up, charm knock-up with the Rakan. So I felt like just being able to find the trigger and getting the fight, I thought was really nice. The coordination from Team Liquid was kind of apparent there.
With the explosion of the newly acquired Infernal Dragon too,
Yeah.
it looks so cool. It's just like,
yeah.
What are we calling that? Is that a dog wave?
The dog wave? I like the dog wave. I'm a big fan of the dog wave.
Yeah, it looked nice, man. They pulled that off. It did feel a little bit scary at the start of the game because it was 0-0, just dead even in gold.
Smolder stacking, Cassio scaling.
And orange jungle. So TL, made some big plays. We're able to tie it up, and it again is a tie. So we have to go back to chat once more. This time it was a tie between Morgan and Quid.
It just has to be Quid. I don't know what you guys.
I was on Quid.
Yeah.
Were you on Quid?
I voted Quid. I'm kind of close. I'm tentative.
So it's
though.
Casters versus them? Oh.
Okay, so chat is going to go with Morgan. Interesting.
Lord Morgan renacted?
He did play really, really well. He did get the solo kill, but it was kind of partially, I felt like, because of Jose's help, that kind of got him there.
Yeah.
And I feel like both the solo laners, though, played incredibly well. It's interesting that we were kind of an even split between the casters and the desk, and chat gets to decide for the second time here today. But the jungle matchup has been one on everyone's mind. Coming into this series, even in their matchup in the regular season, there was a lot of hype around MVP for both Inspired and Jose, and now we get to see these two guys going the distance.
And I mean, like, even just the draft itself, to me, was the most intriguing thing, and it shows a stylistic difference. I mean, Jose on the mic has mentioned that his best pick, even though clearly everyone sees it's the Lee Sin, he says is the Nefiri. And like he is somebody that is oftentimes like super impactful within the early game, looking for angles, trying to get ganks. Exactly.
I'm also calling him a
Spawn
liar.
was also just walking by there, coaching, listening on the draft discussion.
Getting the strats.
He gave you a little look over the shoulder.
Just making sure.
He's taking notes.
Just making sure. Meanwhile, I thought the fact that we went to the Ornn, which is a callback to the series in lock-in, just so we can get a better matchup topside. But Morgan ends up winning that lane anyways.
Yeah.
It was, I think, really indicative to the growth that Team Liquid has had throughout the split.
So we got to start looking through all of the champions that are gone. So
Let's do
Gnar was played, Shen was played, which I don't think is actually listed on either side right here.
Yeah.
So Gnar is gone. We have Ambessa that has already been played. Are these all just in top lane order? No one had played Ambessa coming into this series. It's not even there to X out, I guess.
Interesting.
So Rumble is gone. Gnar is gone. We have Ornn that has been taken out. That has already been played. Sion has actually been played as well. So Sion is gone for
take
both
that bad
of
boy
them.
out.
Get rid of this. Jace is gone. So we got to get rid of Jace. Top lane is starting to get pinched quite a bit. We have had Ryze played earlier. Vi is gone. Wukong, I think, is gone. Renekton is gone. Like we are getting pretty pinched.
Oh God,
pinched
yeah,
in
we
this,
are.
right? Like these are all gone. So actually, all of these junglers are gone, I believe, right? Yeah. So Nefiri's gone. So Skarner is still there. Aatrox is still there. We are really running through so many of these picks. Like Ryze is gone. Azir is gone. Annie, I believe, was played early. Was Annie played yet? No, just a Nivea, I think.
Yeah.
So
Not yet.
Victor is still up. We have Akali still up and available, but we are going through so many of these picks, and I do think it's going to get pretty interesting as we're looking, later and later into the series. We have some of the kind of like the standard, more like hyper carry options that are up and available, but I think it gets really exciting as you're getting late into a series like this with so many picks having been pinched. Who do you guys kind of give the edge to as we're going into Game 5?
Personally, I feel like Lyon, have more like pocket picks and stuff because TL have been so meta focused and they're just going down tier lists. It just makes me think that they probably also have not practiced as many specialty, best, full 5-game tier lists are going to have as many deep things. But I mean, that very well could be false. They could have some surprises, Raz.
And I would never count Team Liquid out because there are some sneaky picks out there, like the Zeri, the Samira that Jan has gone to. So I want to hear the casters' thoughts as we head into a Game 5.
I'm thinking it looks like a 10-game weekend here for our opening couple of days of our LCS Spring Playoffs on our road to Arizona. Yesterday we got 5. Today we're all tied up at 2-2 between TL and Lyon, and it all comes down to this.
Yeah, and they were already covering how many picks have been kind of taken off the table for both of these teams. So I am super curious to see where they both go in draft. I'm kind of sad that TL finished so quickly that we weren't able to get a last look at that fight, because that was the Nefiri, like Orianna Shockwave combo
Ballistic
that they've
missile.
kind of been like waiting for the entire game. I did call it Morgan for soaking up so much of the damage initially and the Ornn. However, yeah, it was as Azale called it, the dog wave.
Azale just loves bad names for stuff.
Dog
it's like his
Dog
trade.
wave was his name for it,
trademark
yeah.
at this point. Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't know if we're calling it that.
Yeah.
but
Knockwave has like the rhyme at least.
Yeah.
Dog wave.
He comes up with a lot of other ones too. I don't
It's a
know.
dog shockwave. I don't know. But anyway, Seraphine off the table, which means once again we are going to go an entire 5-game series without seeing Ashe Seraphine. Ashe could still be picked up. I think she's still a really great pick. In addition to the obvious things that she offers, I think tracking the enemy jungle is something that continues to be underrated with her in terms of locking her in. So she could be a bot lane option for either team.
So Lyon has elected to go for last pick here in game number 5. Throughout this series, it seems like the teams have been focusing more on going for first pick instead. So what this tells me is I better not see something stupid on R5 that you could have picked at any point in the draft. This has got to be some sort of creativity for Lyon, and you can see that creativity being protected against right now. Team Liquid respecting the potential Vayne counter pick top, also banning the Akali away from Saint. The Lulu continues to be banned. Seraphine, Varus, and Nocturne banned out by Lyon.
Yeah, removing the Nocturne. I think that tells me that, once again, they're going to be relying on this strategy, especially with so many power picks having been removed, of Dokla, either Dokla or Saint, but I'm pointing to Dokla since it was such a huge part of their lock-in strategy, locking in some sort of counter to Morgan or using flex picks in their draft to shift into whatever they pick on R5.
And with so many champions gone, I'm not surprised that the ban stayed fairly similar, since those are all the champions that you'd see early on in Fearless. Now you're starting to get more stretched, and there's different strategies into Game 5 Fearless. One of the strategies would be, let's just pick something that looks as little like a Fearless Game 5 draft as possible. So which champions that are played normally still exist? One of them would be the Annie. So it's rare to see a first pick Annie, but it's not rare to see an Annie in the game. So Quid will have his Snap Engage champion locked in.
And you even saw when it was locked in that it's been played 18 times so far this split, which is quite a few, and it has a 12-6 record. So very successful so far here in Spring. Over on the other side, one of those few powerful laning supports that's still left, we've got the Bard locked in first for Isles.
Yeah, and Annie just fits into such a variety of team compositions too, which is why I think you see her so frequently. The Trundle coming out, presumably for Inspired, but yeah, I think that's a huge pick for him, actually.
It's a really early Trundle. He's basically making a bet that Jose doesn't have any mobile assassin champions that he's willing to play around it. So like if this was Yike on the other side, he'd lock in Kha'Zix right away, but Nefiri would be the pick, or Lee Sin would be the pick, and those are obviously already gone from Fearless.
Yeah, Trundle is really good against two classes of champions. He's really good against tanks, obviously, because he eats their stats, and he's really good against other bruisers who have their power budget in mobility, because he'll just stand there and stat check them. So the answer that we're going to see picked here by Team Liquid, we have the Rek'Sai locked in.
Yeah, Rek'Sai is super interesting.
Could be Rek'Sai jungle or top.
Yeah, it's a flex pick. We'll see where it ends up going based on what else they get. I already mentioned the Bard being one of the strong laners that's still remaining on Lion's side. You saw the Nico hovered there by TL. We'll see if they want to lock that in or not. No, instead, they are going to go for the Jax. And the thing is, this is still, one could go top, one could go jungle. This could kind of work either way.
Yeah, it could work either way. I'm still going to assume that the Jax is going top only because it has been kind of a default to comfort that Morgan has used in prior drafts. However, Rek'Sai going jungle, I'm not sure how this matchup is going to end up going into the Trundle, as we see the TLAW locked in, who is another kind of power pick that we had seen rise in priority on more recent patches. And she does give you so much priority over side lanes because of her ability to get towards them. She doesn't have like a super big combo that you would think of in terms of like a Vi. However, I do think with their ability to kind of morph terrain, the Trundle to Leah pairing can be really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I do like what Lyon has pulled together so far. It has to be the jungle Rek'Sai for Jose on the most recent patch. It has been played jungle on 25-10, way more than top lane, even if the patch before that it was a pure flex pick. So Jose will be looking to make some early plays once again on this, as I believe Lyon and Inspired will still be looking to be a little bit more passive.
We do have the Nico banned out now. This is what I was thinking when Team Liquid was hovering it on pick number 3, is if you don't lock it right there, it's a pretty easy ban for Lyon to take. Make sure Core JJ can't have that, as Cassante is banned out by TL.
Yeah, kind of an easy default pick that Dokla, you know, has kind of gone to as something that he can kind of soak up pressure in lane and then contribute later in team fights. So I like that ban coming out.
Oh, Nivea's already gone. That was gone from game 1 in the mid lane. I was like, Dokla hasn't played a Nivea yet, but Saint has.
That would be funny if we got Talia wall, Trundle pillar, and a Nivea wall all together.
If you put them close enough, the champion gets squished and instantly dies.
Yeah, you can just smush the guy, and it's like you can't get away unless you flash.
They're getting snowed on currently. They're getting flicked back by rocks. Yeah.
Ziggs ban away coming out here from the Lion side. They do not want Yawn playing that, just perma-clearing bot lane waves, as Garen is the final ban from Team Liquid. So banning out both the Vayne and the Garen, these Dokla picks that they're really wanting to respect, especially considering Lion has 5th pick in the entire draft. Or 10th pick in the entire draft, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think,
The Alawi hover.
What's Dokla going to cook with here? How many notes does Rigby have on those pages for different top lane picks? And it might just actually be Poppy top, which is a pretty standard pick and good into both Rek'Sai and Jax, to be honest.
Yeah. I respect it.
Yeah, I like, and, you know, Poppy just, again, works so well with this kind of setup from a Trundle and a Talia additionally, right? This is very, like, the 4 champions right now on the screen for Lyon are just super obnoxious to deal with. As we see a Zeri hovered, Yawn kind of being the original Zeri adopter. Obviously, both of these AD carries are actually known for kind of popping off on that pick. The Sona lock-in.
First Sona of the split here in the LCS. Wow.
Yeah, we did see it from FlyQuest, I believe, last split in lock-in. As we hover over which carry
is Yawn going to go for?
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys, the way you're talking about how annoying the Lion comp is so far, Bard hits anybody with Tempered Fate, any of the terrain creators then just plant the terrain next to the golden target, and then Poppy slams them into it. So that's definitely got so much pick potential, and this will be the second Aphelios so far in Spring Split. So a rare bottom lane here for TL.
The last one was Masu with the Lulu, and he was just dying the whole game. But luckily there was a Nasus on the other side to carry it. A couple of laughs coming out from Berserker of what he's going to be able to go against this with. Could be a couple of hyper carries left alone to get assassinated if he decides to go for this matchup, because they're picking them without like true Enchantress support. So it's a dangerous game to play.
Okay, it'll be Jinx locked in for Berserker and Lyon here in game number 5. Do or die here for either one of these teams. Winner goes on to play Cloud9 in that upper bracket. Loser, of course, has to head down to the lower bracket to continue to fight for their lives here in the playoffs.
And the winner will clinch their spot into top 3, which means they'll be going to the Mullet Arena in Arizona for the Spring Finals weekend. So a lot on the line, even if it's not a full elimination. Gotta make sure Yawn cleans those glasses to get in for this next game.
He's already got the haircut.
Cleaning
now
your
we gotta have the clean
glasses
glasses.
is very important. You know when they put makeup on you and then your eyebrows have like makeup in them and then they get all over your glasses? No, this is not a problem for anyone else. Okay, it happens
I've never
to me all
had
the time.
glasses. People have told me I might need them, but I've never had them.
No, great vision, dude.
No,
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm chilling. We're in there. Sometimes
Do you want to see how terrible my...
I put on other people's glasses before and felt dizzy. There's people with really strong glasses prescriptions are tough. All right, let's lock in. We got ourselves Team Liquid versus Lyon. Game number 5, the whole series coming down to this one. It was Team Liquid taking the first game by storm. Lyon bouncing back with a dominant performance in game 2. Game number 3, an absolute bloodbath that Lyon comes out on top. And then game number 4, it's Team Liquid bringing us to this grand finale with the Rek'Sai in the jungle, the Aphelios Sona bot lane, going up against Lyon with all their terrain creation and this hyper carry Jinx for Berserker.
And I really just want to see Lyon be a little bit more proactive early, because that's when they've been most successful, is when they've been able to force fights.
All right, as we're waiting for our minions to spawn here in Game 5, let's listen in on Inspired, trying to keep up the team's spirits at the end of the last game.
Oh, man.
Oh, close. Shit, this fight was really winnable. But the fight before that was kind of sad that Smolder didn't get shut down.
Monkey shut down. Ah, shit.
Ah, my bad. Fine, it's gonna be game 5, Bangarang.
Fine, game 5.
That toss could have gone either way. Yeah. I wasn't sure if that was a sarcastic toss from the producers or if he was actually being positive, and it looks like they're really just locked in on trying to win this game 5.
I like that, man. Everybody's focused up. This Poppy also going to have a lot of potential against the divers specifically. Yes, Aphelios, Sona, and Annie will not be affected by Steadfast Presence at all, but Jax and Rek'Sai can both get shut down very easily if Dokla's timings are on point.
And that matchup, if you're really good at it, is very Poppy favored when you're checking even just based off solo queue stats or some of the big top lane Poppies that have been able to pull it out in pro. So Dokla, again, you can see the difference in preference, Helm versus Shield. Doesn't have as much regen, is actually taking a lot of poke early.
Yeah, it's the thing that I brought up last game for just a second before a fight broke out, but the new Doran's items still being starter items, but also scaling way better compared to the shield and the blade, which are mostly just for the laning power. And Emily, at the start of the day, back in game number 1, you were doubting yourself, saying maybe I should have called yesterday the match of the week because it went the full 5.
I have grabbed victory from the jaws of defeat, my own jaws.
You have done it. Hell of a job, Emily. The match of the week is living up to the name.
Yeah, that's something my friend Linda actually likes to say about EDG specifically.
Good job, Linda. You have predicted the future for Emily alongside EDG, as now Core JJ. He takes a quick burst of damage there as Isles and Berserker go through the magical journey. I love seeing Bards be creative with their magical journeys as early as the laning phase like this.
Yeah.
Just like cheating up into the river and then showing up through the wall to get those snappy trades when you can.
Yeah, they saw Jan go back to pick up an early call. Berserker will probably match, as both these carries really just want to hit late game as soon as possible, and pretty unlikely that they end up having kill pressure on each other, but it'll depend on where the junglers go. Yeah, call match.
And as Jose marking out that chicken camp, still trying to keep track of where Inspired is going to be.
I don't think I've ever seen the red pool party Rek'Sai before. It looks like a blood monster.
It looks like a lobster. Or it reminds me of a lobster somehow.
Okay. Lobster blood monster.
Lobsters are red.
Lobster monster?
Well, only when they're cooked, though.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, because when they're out in the ocean, they're like brown grayish color.
Yeah. Or blue.
Poor fellas.
There was like a blue lobster caught in Cape Cod, I remember once when I was a kid, and everyone was like, whoa, blue lobster, that's so cool.
Whoa, blue lobster.
AKA everyone being me, I thought it was super cool as a kid.
Thank you, observers, for giving us a close-up on Lobster Rek'Sai.
So he's a cooked lobster walking around.
Tasty, tasty. We'll see if Lyon can manage to cook the lobster as the game heads forward. But Isles, again, trying to find these magical journeys for some snappy trades. Chompers put down right behind Jan. He knows he can't step back into them, so he has to step forward to try to trade an attack here or there. But it is Lyon still coming out on top in these 2v2s.
Really nice spacing by Berserker there. Weaved in 2 autos with the long-range gun before Jan could get into range.
Do you remember which one's which?
I have the short-range gun, the minigun, and the rocket.
But do you remember their names?
I can check. I'm in the client.
No, you don't need it. That's what I was saying. Off the top of your head, do you remember what they're called?
Pow Pow?
Pow Pow? Which one is it?
That's the minigun.
Yeah.
I don't know the other one.
Fish bones.
Okay.
Because that's the one that has a fish head on it. That's the one that we have the real life
Yeah, the
prop
giant
of.
I know, I just outed myself as not a Jinx believer.
When we go to road shows, we get to shoot T-shirts out of it into the crowd.
Yeah.
So
that's
don't
sick.
forget, come to Arizona. Maybe we'll have
Yeah,
the T-shirt
true.
rocket launcher.
Right now, I think it's on the analyst lounge set, just chilling.
Yep.
I've tripped over it like several times.
Yep.
It's pretty big.
That's not how I broke my hand, by
I
the
hit
way.
my ankle
but
into it, and
I
it drew
have
blood.
tripped over that.
Yeah, that's a very dangerous gun, actually.
I like you guys are talking about how this weapon's super dangerous. Not because of anything it does, but just because you can trip on it really.
We don't look where we're going.
Sometimes you're just not looking where you're going.
All right, well, right now, Jose Deodo is just going through mid lane here. All the camps have been cleared on his side of the jungle. You can see Inspire just clearing out his wolves now as well. They've both already taken their first recalls. Jose has his tunneler, his basic ball of stats there. Inspired, not quite with a combined cost on that, so still just the crystal and longsword for him. Solo laners hitting level 6s. But we haven't seen anybody make any big moves here with it yet. Particularly Saint is the one that I always want to keep my eye on when you have one of these roaming ultis like with Taliyah. I want to see not just when he uses it, but where he tries to use it. If it's for an objective, maybe a bottom lane gank.
I do also feel like that the Taliyah difference is why, you know, Inspired is going to be able to go up and get this second scuttle as Jose kind of backs off, returns to his own jungle on the bot side of the map.
Okay, a little bit of vision clearing coming out from Isles, roaming around on the Bard, and 6 minutes and change on the clock, and it's Jose Deodo going after the first Drake of the game. Ocean Drake, always nice to get while the laning phase is still, well, in its infancy. And it looks like Core JJ is more than happy to just help him maintain control over this in case Isles wants to walk up and try to mess with him a little bit. It's not really going to amount to a whole lot. Quid also hovering in this direction. There's the Drake for TL.
Yep, Inspired clearing the top side of his jungle, so pretty uncontested for Lyon. Berserker also couldn't step up because he wasn't sure if they were on the Drake full time. So nice little play there by Team Liquid, even if Inspired traded it for a little bit of farm.
Yeah, and I mean, Drake stacking, and specifically like a lot of the early Drake stacking, has been really huge in so many of these games. I think both teams having kind of hyper carries and set conditions about how they want to play. It's not like last time where we were like, okay, TL need to get this early Drake stacking in position. It's actually kind of okay for both sides to be chilling a little bit to kind of set up for this eventual Aphelios Jinx matchup in 5v5s. However, really nice for TL to be able to get in and get that Drake stacking started early because it's just been such a huge component of when you fight and how desperate you are to get that objective.
Very, very quiet early game here so far. Game number 3 was just...
It was just like so good for you.
Yeah.
Like you were
brain,
having
though.
the time of your life.
Well, I think it also fried everybody's brain.
Yeah.
It was the
Including the
entire
players.
series worth of aggro in one game.
And then last game was literally like 2 fights.
Yeah.
Last game was just Team Liquid winning every lane, and then we hope that Ornn lands an ult. He doesn't, they lose.
It's like if you're watching a boxing match, in the first round, both guys just come out swinging, slugfest the whole way through. Next round, okay, we're playing it safe. As top side here, it's Morgan keeping the pressure on Dokla. We were talking about how if you're really good at the Poppy matchup into the Jax, it is Poppy favored, but Morgan doesn't seem to be struggling a whole lot here.
Yeah, and as we see Isles going on for a little bit of a roam down on this bot side, get some vision down, maybe clear up some of these Rek'Sai tunnels, potentially.
Yeah, Dokla is keeping his farm up pretty well in this one. I feel like Lyon will probably start contesting around Drake 2, or if Team Liquid tries to make an aggressive play, because at the moment, neither team is really trying to push the tempo. It's not like Game 1 or Game 4 where Team Liquid was kind of taking everything against Lyon, or Game 2 or 3 where they were just contesting everything. Here, they're kind of happy to both play pretty defensively.
Yeah.
Okay, there's your pillar, but not really anything comes of it. Jose Deodo just gets away.
I mean, they're not really going to try to make a play onto that. However, Berserker has pushed in this bot wave.
The biggest gold gap in the game is support.
That's funny.
That's how close everything is. The only meaningful gold difference is Core JJ being up almost 300 gold on Isles.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Sona wants gold. True. Of all the supports that you actually shouldn't rage at if they sneak a few CS here and there, Sona's one of them.
Yeah, she's definitely one of the better ones to have a higher economy on, just because the way she can scale into this insane team fight battery later on in the game. So Jan is going to take this opportunity, crash the wave into the turret. He's got Crescendum, which it's one of the few situations in League of Legends where the distance to the tower actually changes how much damage you can do. You want to stand closer to the thing so that the chakrams come back to you faster, so makes it easier for Jan to grab some extra damage onto the turret there. Make sure he grabs the first couple of plates. Now back top side, Doka with a steadfast presence as Morgan tries to deploy the counter strike. And it's Morgan with the farm advantage. Couple more available for Doka to pick up, but still about a one-wave lead for Morgan.
Yeah, he's had push in the lane for most of it, even though Doka's been able to CS pretty well throughout, able to counter back pretty well here as he's building up towards his first major item on the Poppy. And he'll have the better scaling with the Doran's Helm versus the Doran Shield.
Like how he did take that minor pit stop for his tier, just making sure that he's got that stacking early, getting it up towards the full charge state ASAP. You can see he actually does have around the same amount of stacks as Core JJ does on the Sona. So feeling pretty good about that, considering Sona's a literal piano champ. Or is it a harp or something? I don't know. It's a DJ board on the DJ skin.
It's a string instrument.
Yeah,
so it could be either.
Okay, sure, I'll take that. Just means that I'm technically correct. I'll take it. We do have 45 seconds on the clock until the next Drake spawns. There was only a single grub taken so far in this game. Lyon did secure that one for themselves, but then left the other two. The first Drake did, of course, go to Team Liquid, as Isles was the only one around to try to stop it, but Core and Jose were able to easily secure that for themselves. We'll see if TL can get this next one just as easily, or if Lyon has something to say about it. We've still yet to see Saint make any plays with the Weaver's Wall.
No, we haven't, but the bot lane has been pretty favored for Team Liquid, so the Sona pick working out very well with Bard not making any plays elsewhere on the map. So this is going to start adding up. Like, before you know it sometimes, in these Aphelios versus Jinx matchups, one carry can just completely take over, and that's kind of what's happening here.
Yeah, and I mean, Jan has been able to get so much damage and turret plates off of this bot lane pressure that they've been able to create, which is kind of a major contributor to the small gold lead that TL do currently have.
There you got Trinity Force completed for Inspired. This makes this Trundle feel so powerful. Jose Diodo going back, he'll complete his Titanic Hydra, but it's only just now done. He would not be able to contest Inspired at all with just components versus Trinity if he wanted to try to do something with this Drake. So that just means that Lyon have total control over the area and should be able to grab this objective without much to say from TL, as Isles finds himself in the enemy jungle, takes the blast cone forward to find the Rek'Sai waiting right there, loses half his HP.
Yeah, I don't think he potentially was expecting the Rek'Sai to be there. But yeah, off of also really nice mid lane push from Saint, able to set that up for Inspired and Lyon to kind of, if TL were going towards any sort of rapid Drake stacking, which we already talked about, they don't necessarily have to do in this game, but it does stop it and makes the next Drake fight slightly less important because that would have been giving over.
Yeah. It does, and Inspired was able to take that with his Trinity Force being completed first. But if I'm looking at the overall gold in this game, part of it is the fact that Berserker's Cull isn't completed yet, but they're making some plays.
Wow, that was fast. Between the damage of the Rek'Sai with that Titanic completed and then the lockup of Sona with the Crescendo, that was just wham bam from Core JJ and Jose Diodo, and they find the first blood pick on the Isles. Team Liquid with a 2,000 gold lead, and they want even more. Big Dokes taking a lot of burst here, stays alive for now as Saint comes in with a Weaver's Wall, but Dokla is forced to flash out. Jan tries to hit him with the Moonlight Vigil, but he will not find success. Jose Diodo trying to escape. Nice sidestep there on the Super Mega Death Rocket, but Jose is smote down like a jungle minion. Inspired takes the credit on that one, ties this game back up 1-1.
Jan with the quick pause after that as well. This could be a little bit of an investigation. I imagine he's wondering why his ult didn't explode. That's what I'd imagine he'd be pausing for. I believe it was, I'll have to go back and check, but that was something at the end of that fight. The game is moving towards Team Liquid's favor, and we'll see once they describe to the refs what the problem actually is.
Yeah, I'm curious. I want to
we're gonna try and take a look.
We're going back in the game
because it was out of range,
wondering,
bro.
Yeah.
If that was the pause. Jan's the one who paused, so I'm trying to watch him.
Yeah, I believe that the Jan ulti just missed. He was
I think it just missed. It looked as if it hit his own tippers, but it just ran out of range. So he might be pausing for some other.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay.
Reason. Yeah.
I have been updated now. It's not about the Aphelios ulti. It is an investigation into a potential bug with the TLAW wall.
Oh, sick.
Oh.
Let's look.
Okay.
Saint alt. bumps Jose back. Maybe that's the play.
Maybe?
Yeah.
That's it.
I'm not really sure what else. Yeah.
We're going to be at it for a while, Captain Flowers.
Okay.
My quick investigation says results unclear.
Yep, that's not really sure. Okay, the producers have informed us they're going to bring it up on programs so we can all take a look at it together.
Nice.
Okay.
That's good. Because right now it's me just like hogging the
Yeah,
TV.
I'm just leaning. You can't see it, but I'm just leaning over, peering over Jat's shoulder to
Yeah,
watch.
so we have it on program here.
Okay, so let's take a look. So we're channeling ride the wall, ride the wall.
Yeah, it looks pretty normal.
It knocks Jose back. All of this seems like normal stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks good to me. Play on.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the issue with the wall would be. I mean, I know that the Rek'Sai tunnel looks kind of silly there, only going like 2 inches to get over that small part of the terrain. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure what's going on here.
Yeah, I do know the Team Liquid's winning the game currently.
Yeah, up until the point of the pause, what were they up? Like 2,000 gold or something?
Yeah, so before Jose dies, it's 2.3K. Once the shutdown goes down to Trundle, it's 1,700, which is still a lot considering Aphelios is 1,000 gold up on Jinx, which I think is really key in this game. And then no one else is meaningfully ahead for Lyon.
Well, also, if we go towards top side, I mean, this entire time, Morgan is actually sieging the top tier one as well. So because Dokla did TP down, and that actually initially looked pretty rough for him in terms of TPing into that fight, even though they were able to trade the kill, eventually able to trade the kill back onto Jose. Morgan has just been up on this top side, kind of hammering at this tier 1 turret. So he's going to get, presumably, when we resume, more gold off of that as well.
Okay, I'm opening up Twitch chat because I just want to see what people are saying.
We might have some...
Question mark, where's the bug? What the helly? Question mark, why are we pausing? XD, bug, Rek'Sai tunnel, Jojo bug, Rek'Sai tunnel bug, bad tunnel, not a bug.
Tunnel, not a bug.
Skill issue, not a bug.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I guess that would be it. Jose, it's probably the tunnel that he used into the already placed TLAW wall. But I don't know where else that tunnel's supposed to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it just supposed to, because it gets pinned, right?
Yeah, it gets pinned by the wall. You can't tunnel into the wall.
Yeah, I don't really know what is supposed to happen there. Hi, chat. I see all you guys saying hello. I see one guy in all caps saying it was indeed a bug.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I want to hear more from that guy.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we can trust him. He has 69 in his name. Usually guys that have like meme names are normally typing meme stuff.
True.
I am wondering where the bug would be. Okay, hang on. Hover over the
to the guy
tunnel.
who says have Jat do the inspired voice, we're not doing that unless the pause goes for like another 10 minutes. Once
I was actually ready.
You're famous now.
All right. You know what? Just for you.
Pass this bug as inspired.
Okay.
Okay.
We're fighting. Saint all thing. Jose, I don't know what this is, man.
Oh, God.
Why are we paused? We're already losing.
Oh, my God.
It gets worse the longer you do it.
I mean, I don't have an inspired impression at all. It has been ruled not a bug.
Okay.
All right.
Well, there we go. We were able to provide Jat's inspired impersonation
Good job, Jat.
for Twitch chat.
I clap. You know what? Actually, I've realized, this is going to sound so stupid, but I realized how much I clap now that I cannot clap.
Yep.
Okay.
Anyway, like I said,
we're back into the game.
Morgan chewing away through that top side, gonna get some more plates onto him.
And here's
there's
the silly tunnel.
Offending tunnel, not a bug.
All right, the silly pause has been resolved. The tunnel is not a bug.
This match is awesome, guys.
We've got 2 inspireds on the show today.
I love this game. This has been a great cast. You guys are great.
We're having a good time. It's It's Emily Rand's match of the week, ladies and gentlemen.
We got the Rek'Sai, the lobster Rek'Sai with weird tunnels. We got inspired impressions.
We're in there. I can't wait for when Lyon watches this back in their VOD
like,
review and they get to this point
heck
and he's just like, what the hell's going on? All right,
let's regroup. Let's focus.
All right. Let's mentally reset
Lock
back.
The expletive
back into the game
in.
now. Okay,
Right
so
expletive now.
the big stories here is Team Liquid ahead 1,500 gold as a team. Morgan with the 500 individual gold lead, completing his Trinity Force up there in the top lane, feeling very strong on this Jax. Jan and Core JJ also with a combined 1,000 gold advantage between them, given this bot lane hyper carry head-to-head.
And now they're trying to move around the map, but I believe the Sona Aphelios is always going to have good mid-prio onto this Jinx Bard, so Isles needs to start finding some picks, but the funny thing is he's so squishy, if he just runs into Jose again, he kind of gets one shot.
And hey, reminder, we're back in the Riot Games Arena next week. Tickets are on sale for that one. We had a Game 3 bloodbath. We had a Game 5 tunnel pause. We got all sorts of crazy stuff happening here at the LCS, and we'd love to have you come be a part of it. So if your weekend's free, come on down and hang out. It'll be a good time as we continue further and further into the playoffs. As the Rocket Fishbones clearing out these waves mid lane for Lyon, as Team Liquid got to be a little bit careful down here on the bottom side now. Morgan is dealing with a 1v2, now 1v3 potential situation.
Yeah, and I do like this response from Lyon, right? They're not going to contest this Herald take on the top side, so they're just going to try to zone Morgan off of this turret and end up taking this bot tier 1 for Saint and Inspired. As Annie should be able to crash this wave into topside tier 1.
It does really feel like they've been able to open up the map, though, post-pause to almost accelerate the gold a little bit, but it's mainly just cleaning up these turrets that were already pretty low. And it's going to be, I think, on Saint to set up Berserker. Because I don't think Berserker can straight up carry these fights, but if he can start resetting, there's not that many tanks on Team Liquid that can really deal with him. So it's about finding that first target, getting the Trundle ult onto him to begin the Jinx reset, and even if Lion's a little bit behind, I think that's going to be their win condition.
I mean, even talking about tanks, Team Liquid doesn't really have a true tank. They've got two tanky frontline bruisers, but it's not like you're working with an Ornn or a Sejuani or a Sion or anything that's just designed to stand there and get shot and not die. Both of these guys have to provide threat. And whichever one Inspired decides to use the Subjugate, use the Chomp on, you're losing a lot of stats on that Bruiser.
Yeah, and if you time it properly on top of the Jax ultimate, you steal even more. So it's going to be not only making Morgan squishy, but it makes Inspired extra tanky.
Reaver's Wall flying into the mid lane here as Saint wants to make sure they don't take excessive damage onto that tier 1, as it is Team Liquid going after Dragon number 3. Lyon is around the area, and this is an Earth Drake, so they die pretty slowly.
Good Bard ult in.
Yeah, remember though, there's no wall. It was already used to bring Saint closer towards this fight. TP's about to arrive from both sides. Dragon smite it down. Lion's going to go ahead and take the prize there. Isles about to get locked up here with a counter-strike. Morgan takes him low, but can't take him out. So Lyon decides to bring everybody down to the party, but everybody's already left by the time they get there. The Dragon is secured by TL.
Yeah, kind of the worst of both worlds there for Lyon. They lose the pressure and they don't take the Dragon. That's not a very Lyon-esque play. Usually if they're going to lose the Dragon, they're at least trading up elsewhere. But to bring people and then have to back away just gives a lot of pressure over to Team Liquid.
Yeah, and I think it started with the fact that that wall was used to kind of wall off damage from going on to that mid-tier 1, as opposed to saving it to potentially separate the team fight out, going into contest the Drake, which kind of turned it almost into more of a soft than hard contest, despite the fact that they brought everyone. And now we see TLAW has to kind of respond to that top side push, and once again, Aphelios and Sona are just kind of hanging out in this mid lane, keeping up some mid-prio here.
Nice job by Core JJ, not getting caught at all early on in this game, keeping good wave pressure, and still finding windows to go and get deep wards.
Core JJ has his Echoes of Helia completed. He's got 360 stacks on the tier, so once he has enough money to evolve that into Diadem of Songs, you'll have the super healing battery combo of items that can be super obnoxious to deal with, trying to poke at these guys. Hitting them with zaps or TLAW rocks before an objective showdown just won't really have a whole lot of effectiveness.
Yeah, and if TL are able to set up fights in their favor, that Sona could be the difference in talking about how they don't necessarily have a true front line, but if the Sona is kind of continuously buffing and healing this Jax and this Rek'Sai, they're going to survive for a lot longer.
Still only that 1,000 gold lead for Team Liquid. So Lyon has done a good job of not allowing what was like you checked in after the fight before Jose Diodo got shut down, Jat, over a 2,000 gold lead for TL at that one brief point, but has not evolved any far past that. It's Lyon actually shrinking things back down, but Morgan is about to make a little bit more progress. You can see he's waiting to hit the turret crust. He wants that turret to kill as many minions as possible, and then as soon as it kills the last one, he knocks it over.
Really good last 2 games so far for Lord Morgan. Has the massive Renekton game, and then here with the blind pick Jax in game 5 into what Dokla decided to counter with, still being extremely effective.
And a lot of that has come from the fact that they have been putting him in side lane positions where he's just been able to either get turret plates or hold turrets, like we talked about, because Dokla kind of TP'd into that fight where we were looking at potential tunnel TLAW wall bug. Morgan was just topside taking plates, right? So now he has like 700 gold lead up, but still in a really good position and should be very difficult to deal with in these side lanes.
Couple of wreck side tunnels in the top side. Crab control for Jose Diodo. Lyon
you're just waiting for a fight, I can tell.
I mean, I'm more kind of surprised that Lyon as the team with the TLAW wall, with the Bard ultimate, with all this terrain creation, it just seems like we're never really seeing any attempts from them.
Yeah, it's because they're just losing both side lanes, I think is a big part of it. And Inspired at least is strong for himself, stops the Herald, maybe fight here.
Yeah, I like the use of the Tempered Fate as Morgan has to flash away. Lyon trying to punish the Jax there who was waiting on the flank. So since the Bard ulti is around, the Herald can't even be used to force down the tier 1 turret. Lyon hold the line.
Yeah, they do stop that turret from being taken. Nice job by them. I thought they might actually end up trying to collapse onto Morgan, but the rest of the team didn't really seem in position to follow up, despite the fact that he got caught out.
Well, Lyon just doesn't have great lockdown either.
Yeah.
Like, if they don't land a perfect Bard ult into stun combo with maybe TLAW flicking someone back, it's like they have slows, maybe Dokla can slam someone into the wall, but it's tricky for them to actually hard engage, which is why this Sona Aphelios can just stay so pushed up in this mid lane. And you saw Lyon has sent everyone mid a couple of times, and they haven't been able to get him out of here.
Yeah, you have a Trundle Pillar and a Seismic Shove, and the enemy team has Annie and Sona.
Yeah.
The engage tools feel very different if that Bard ulti isn't around and isn't finding the mark. But it is 35 seconds until the next Drake spawns. Team Liquid still has control over the map with a 2,000 gold lead. And very importantly, Yon's second item is completed and it's Infinity Edge. So the Aphelios is going to be pumping damage in the team fight. Jinx has 2 items as well, but it's Hex Optics and Phantom Dancer, so not as much damage as what you're seeing there for Yon. Does have the BF sword in inventory working towards his own Infinity Edge, of course, but still a ways away.
We got Trundle ult for Inspired and Spirit Visage, so he's the strongest one on Lyon right now. Looking to have a big fight if they can test this Drake. They're trying to get position in the river.
A little bit of a nervous ghost there from Yon, I think. Saw himself get slowed down by the pillar. Evaded the Chompers, popped the ghost just to make sure he was ready if Lyon tried to send more after him, but the Aphelios still topped off on HP thanks to Core JJ and his Sona.
Yeah, Core had to flash there away from Saint, so getting difficult for Team Liquid to hold the river here. Inspired and Saint looking for picks.
I like how you see Yon get hit, lose a chunk of health, and then Core JJ presses W, and he just instantly healed right back up to full.
Once he gets the Echo stacked with a few little bits of Q damage as well, it just gets that ridiculous. But I kind of feel like Team Liquid's leaving this Drake for another day.
All right. Now we got a problem. Core JJ without the flash, caught out. That's exactly what you want to see. Tempered Fate into the Flame Chompers as Dokla knocks Morgan away from him, trying to stay alive as Quid makes the rotation up here into the top lane. Dokla with the flash survives, getting himself out as Jose and Yon dealing with Lyon back over in the mid lane. And the Drake should go over to Lyon and Inspired here.
Yeah, I was going to say, more crucially, Lyon are able to even up the Drake stacking in a position where it looked like for a little bit there, TL were perfectly comfortable pushing out their side waves, having Yon and Core on the mid wave. That pick onto Core ends up costing TL their Drake setup and the Drake.
And you saw how hard that was. They had to go mid, get Yon's flash, go mid, get Yon's ghost, get Core's flash later, then repeat to get Core JJ down. Then they're gifted with the dragon. So it's still a very successful sequence for Lyon, but you can see how hard they have to work to get the fights that they want.
Okay, Team Liquid, what's the call here now? This game is just so cautious from both sides. That tier 1 turret still standing, but once again becoming encrusted. One big auto attack.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what it is. crust.
The crust.
Yeah.
Yeah, the crystal crust.
Yeah, crystal crust. That's some good alliteration right there. Yeah.
Is that the actual name for it? I've just always called it the crust. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, crystalline. They wouldn't call it crust actually, like in patch notes or something. But I like calling it crust because then you can call it a crust buster when somebody gets all the money from knocking it over.
I mean, Jan's about to get the crust buster here.
Yeah.
Dangerous, though, with this truck.
One high caliber crust buster is all you need, and that turret's going to fall over. Jan can't quite get in range, though.
Yeah.
He only has red and blue guns. You don't have the extra range from the green gun right now, so can't get quite that distance.
Green gun's the crust collector.
Calibrum, the crust collector.
Yeah.
Because the Calibrum's the real name. So you get the CCC.
Wow. Okay.
That's kind of what this whole game is about.
We're breaking new ground here.
I know.
Jan has 50 CS up on Berserker because Berserker literally just gets to catch the wave, and then also, because they're defending this mid turret so hard, Talia's taking like half of his half of the waves as well, so Berserker's getting pretty starved in this game.
Saint's feeling good, though. He's got a 1,500
Yeah,
individual gold.
he's got some extra CS.
You see, when you starve, I get very, very full. That's the Saint and Berserker relationship right now. As they will continue, though, clearing out this mid lane wave. The turret's still staying alive.
They want that. They want the crust.
Just paint the map white. It's Howling Abyss at this point, right? Like we're in the snowy world.
Eventually, Jan will use his ammo.
Annie's top side. The TL are setting up their side waves.
Dokla
has not a complete
has
ARAM.
5 people mid to save this crust.
And now Wave is crashing onto tier 2 bot that Dokla does have to respond to.
Lion is not giving this up.
No, they love this turret. This is the most important turret. To be fair, mid lane turret is important, right? Like once you knock the thing over, you do open up the map significantly. It's far easier to walk into the enemy jungle, try to set down some vision, control more of the map, make it difficult to approach the objectives. But there's more crust than turret now.
I know, he has the crust buster gun, the crust busting crescendum, but he didn't have the wave there. Now I think he's finally gonna...
He's gonna get it.
This is
gonna be it.
It's hard to hold it now. All right, Jan. There it is, the crust buster, and they even try to punish him, and they can't do it. The Tempered Fate plus the Weaver's Wall both get sent, but Jan is fast enough on his feet to sidestep it. So finally, after 27 minutes, the tier 1 turret falls.
Yeah, but you see kind of Jan being 2K now ahead of his lane opponent, although Berserker is just picking up his Infinity Edge, so he'll feel a lot more comfortable there. And another reminder about Jinx, once she does get 1 kill, she can kind of be an absolute menace to get more in team fights, so all she needs is kind of a turret take or a killer assist. However, you know, Jan is in a really, really good spot from all of this mid lane pushing. And in the meantime, I think TL have actually done a pretty good job of forcing out their side waves to make Lyon have to respond to them.
And I think one of the things that Lyon is counting on is that the Trundle and Poppy are going to be a very strong front line, but with Jan collecting so much gold and already having Infinity Edge, LDR, and nearing 100% crit, he's going to be shredding through them much more easily. I got to point out, though, not a big fan of his glute greaves. Gluttonous greaves.
Yeah,
because they've been changed.
Not a fan of the glutes.
I only call them glute boots now, and it's your fault, Jet. Well, I guess it's Hysteric's fault, but it's also your fault.
Yeah, Hysterics said glutinous, and then I started calling them glute boots. But they're gluttonous greaves.
Glute boots is so Australian, man.
But the biggest thing is you need to get 10 takedowns to stack them up. Jan has 0, so he's half effectiveness on his glutes.
I mean, even if he was at 100% kill participation, he'd have 1. This is a 3-kill game at 28 minutes.
I'm never not going to call them glute boots. It's bad.
Okay,
and people are going to be like, what are you talking about?
Well, maybe now is when he can get his glute boots going, because we've... What the... Did Morgan just teleport 3 feet to a...
Maybe.
Yes.
Did Doke... Okay, hold on, never mind. Dokla's coming in immediately. They follow it up. The full engage goes, and Quid is already dead. Lyon find their moment. Finally, after what feels like 10 quiet minutes straight, it's Quid who gets jumped on.
Yeah, that was huge and kind of a further proof of how dangerous this Poppy, like, Trundle combo can potentially be. With Quid walking up, he doesn't even get... I'm looking at it now in the... in the client,
Dokla just wall stunned him, and so we did see Morgan teleport 4 feet in front of himself. Technically, he might have been going for the shield to hold the river.
Okay.
Because you can get the TP shield.
Right, yeah.
That's the only logical explanation. But then Lyon just has a good trigger pull, and just like that, they're on soul point.
Yeah, and it's a Mountain Soul too, which is going to be really, really big for one of these hyper carries, right? Because it's just going to make it way more difficult. Here we go.
Okay,
Big
so Morgan
shield.
teleports 3 feet for the shield.
Yep.
Dokla also teleports 3 feet for the shield.
Matching.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then he just stuns. Yeah, he's going to stun
just
Quid
wins it
right
and
there.
kills Credit to Dokla.
Yeah.
He learned the meta.
Wow.
That's such a big reaction.
Yeah, that is huge.
I feel like that's the biggest reaction I've ever seen out of Rainover.
I mean,
It was for the Dokla wall stun.
After 3 kills in nearly 30 minutes, and then you see your team just find that big moment to slam the Annie. Of course, they don't end up getting Baron off of it or making a huge tower push, but the Dragon Soul is the story of the play.
Yeah, being on soul point with this Mountain Soul is huge, as Bardal is once again going to go wide of Core JJ. I think they're just trying to kind of set up vision around Baron, clear out
Damage is so
Lion
high now
vision.
that a team can kill Baron very quickly. If Aphelios has the right guns, he kills it extremely fast. The Team Liquid also won't take much damage because they'll have Sona on it. And they still have, you know, kind of permanent mid-prio. Lion is really just buying as much time as possible, then looking for 1 kill before the Drake, and they have 3 minutes until they can try and play that play again.
There are 8 men in middle, 2 men in the jungle. Isles just forces Morgan back out. They'll clear the wards away. All right.
We'll clear out wards. We'll push up mid. We do have them pinging the top wave, so they do have to respond to that top side push. Again, I do think TL have done a pretty good job of making sure that their waves are pushing as often as possible in the sides, which does force Lyon to respond to them.
You kind of start favoring Lyon in this game, though, weirdly enough, just because Team Liquid's had this big advantage, big-ish advantage with the mid-prio this whole time and haven't been able to make much happen with it, right? Still literally just 1 kill. And the criticism for Team Liquid kind of the whole year is about their cohesion in close games and abilities to find team fights.
And also, just as the game goes forward, I feel like Rek'Sai is one of the characters that has one of the highest skewed power points for the early game, right? It's a character that can be hyper-mobile early. You can make some outplays once you have your ulti. But considering she's really only effective against single targets most of the time, if we're just coming down to a big 5v5 type of game, I feel like it's much easier for Inspired on the Trundle to have a greater effect in the fight.
2,500 gold difference on 80 carries, which you'd think would be game deciding, but they're not like they can get super protected. So it's still 1 stun away from just getting 1 shot.
Yon does have 100% crit now, though, as Inspired goes forward. Finds the pillar onto Yon, who immediately fires back with a Moonlight Vigil. Tempered Fate only hit Jose Diodo, so that doesn't really turn into a whole lot of anything. That was both of the semi-global ultimates from the Lion side for not a whole lot out of TL. They get Yon's Ghost, but that's it.
They'll probably be back up before the next Drake Zo, so that's a non-committal engage there by Lyon in hopes of getting Summoner Spells. They were probably hoping to get a flash or 2, but now with those down, Team Liquid trying to play a little bit faster, maybe start up this Baron.
Yeah, like I said, you've got 100% crit on Yon. The Aphelios absolutely shreds with damage, and he's got Crescendo. Inspired stepping up, though. They want to try to challenge for it, but Inspired's getting bursted very low. The Trundle's already almost dead, but Yon's fallen! That is absolutely huge! Inspired staying alive now as well as Morgan is into the back line. Inspired flashes over the wall, but he cannot find the kill. Jose Diodo getting that one as Morgan's gone golden in the middle of everybody, still trying to turn the fight back around. Jose Diodo with a 2-man knockup, and Berserker re-enters the fight. Jose shot down. Berserker excited. Team Liquid on the run. It's Yon and his jungler dead as Jose buys the Guardian Angel back in the fountain, traded away for Inspired.
That was insane. Where did Yon go? 1 second he's there, the next second he's not. I was thinking that Inspired was nearly going to get 1 shot off of the Annie stun, but it's Yon who ends up falling. So watching this one more time, Yon trying to get the damage down. He gets stunned by the Bard Q into a flick stun.
Woo!
Berserker
Dokla in with the Poppy. And Berserker, even though he gets caught here, is able to get
Bard
out.
portal to Narnia.
Yeah.
I don't know if he would have. I don't think he wanted to take that. Another Bard stun. I think he could have killed CarJJ if he doesn't fly so far away. But now, Mountain Soul is up, and it looks like Lion's just going to be able to get it since Jose's still dead.
Yeah, there's no way for Team Liquid to contest it when your jungler's back in the base.
And this is massive for Lyon, although TL look like they're just going to try to burn down this Baron as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Berserker and Saint are still on their way up here. Inspired is around the area. The Baron, though, locked up in a Tempered Fate. Inspired is stepping in. He's just going to smite it away. Lyon critically find both the Soul and the Baron back to back, and now it's a seismic shove to Quid. He dies to the Super Mega Death Rocket. Berserker is getting excited, and Yawn is forced all the way back out of the fight. Now Morgan's under pressure, stunned to the wall yet again by another Cosmic Binding. It's a double kill of a Berserker, and he's excited again. Yawn knocked up into the air with a point blank keeper's verdict. One more shot from Fishbones. Triple kill back over to Berserker. Isles means it's no Penta, but Jose's Guardian Angel will not do enough. He dies too, ace for nothing. That game, that series, that's Lyon taking their win.
Berserker pops off at the end, and Lyon defends the mid lane for 33 minutes and then wins the game in the next 3.
Holy moly!
What insane setup from the Poppy and the Bard to just kind of allow Berserker to free fire in these fights.
3 kills at 28 minutes, and the game ends 8 minutes later. Lyon, in a battle that goes all 5 games, will triumph yet again over Team Liquid and move forward in the winner's bracket.
Inspire's pep talk was right? They just have to win game 5, you know? They go next.
That's all you gotta do.
They win, and crucially, they win through their superior team fighting. We saw this 5-game series back and forth. TL kind of trying to spread the map, play the map. Lyon beating them in the 5v5 as we see them headed over to, I wonder who will be joining the lounge here.
I can't believe it. Boy, what just happened?
We just saw Lyon win game 5 off some big plays, and we're gonna have the man Big Dokes is gonna be joining us over here off of some monster Poppy plays, including what I kind of saw as the game-winning pick.
Yeah, his flash charge onto Quid in the middle, and he had flash, had Proto Belt. He's up against the wall though. Dokla sees the angle, goes in there with the flash, with the charge, gets a big pick, and then at the Baron too, is able to get. He gets Yawn. Oh my goodness. Actually crazy stuff here. Really, really fun series. Energetic the entire way through.
Yes.
One of the games we had our second most kills pre-15 minutes of all time. Second most bloody game in the LCS history. And banger finish as well. Dokla's getting mic'd up right now. He's going to join us soon.
Lyon is just the most exciting, like, team fighting team.
What about FlyQuest, bro? You guys say that after yesterday? That was crazy. That was crazy too. But it was exciting.
Okay, let me add an addendum. Winning a team fighting team.
Oh! Let's go, Poppy! Hey, that was crazy though. The engages at the end. You got the Annie in the mid lane. That was a huge pick. How are you feeling after some of these plays?
I was feeling really good in the moment. I mean, I just felt so alive. Like the team fights were just like insane, very tense, high pressure, and good redemption for the game 4 performance. So glad about that.
It's crazy too because that pick that you got on Annie was so reminiscent of when you guys played against TL last time. I think it was Saint getting caught on the Ahri against the wall, kind of in that.
Jose had the Skarner and he flashed E.
Right, and so to me, I was watching that and I was just like replaying that other part in your mind. And that game, I don't think you were.
I wasn't in that game, so I wasn't replaying that.
So here's what happened last time. Lyon did play against them, and it was this pick, you know, where he gets one shot, the game kind of ends off it, and then I'm watching, and you get to be the hero in this moment for your team. What were you thinking in this moment?
Well, I was thinking I'm just gonna flash E, and it's really unexpected because if you just pause, like it's so tense in the game, like not everyone's ready to react to the flash play right away. And just that split second, you don't want to like move from back.
You don't want to zigzag in front of him.
Make him think about it. So just go right away. And then luckily he wasn't able to react to that because I think I went pretty fast.
That was like such a tense game. And of course, in the back of your head, like Aphelios, Sona, scaling, all that. How do you keep focus yourself and as a team in a game like that?
Well, I don't even think we outscaled. Like Poppy is so OP in that game because they have a dive comp, but like they actually can't dive when I'm just in front of my carries. So
yeah,
I thought the game was going fine, and we have 2 mountain souls already. So I'm like, I'm pretty tanky. I'm probably not going to die. So for me, I thought we outscale. And Poppy is just like such a good playmaker because I can either ult someone out of the fight or look for like E flash angles and W just to make it hard for them to dive us. So I thought front to back would be winning for us.
What about the because you had another big pick at the Baron? I'm pretty sure you got Aphelios.
Yeah.
You got onto Yon and blasted him.
Yeah.
That was huge too.
Yeah, I don't know how he got stunned, but I think maybe Saint hit him with the rock.
Seismic shoved him, and then
so I mean, it was really easy for me. Like he's already stunned. So I didn't really do much here. I was just trying to.
It was a 1-2 combo, you know. It's Shaq to Kobe off the back.
Exactly.
Equal parts.
I mean, I was trying to stop the Rek'Sai on the Baron, and then they stunned me. So maybe I made space, I guess. That was like I just saw Aphelios stunned right in front of me. I'm like, flashy, let's go. They don't have a Mikhails or anything, and
How stressful was this series? Because it went 5 games. You know, there was a lot of talk from pros about all the top 4 teams are really close. Yesterday went all 5 games. Today went all 5 games. It does seem to be really competitive.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close. I think game 4 it should have been a win if I just played like well. I think my champ was really strong in that draft, but I just played really bad that game. So, but they made some good plays. They have strong laners, but we clutched up in the team fights.
I was telling Kobe and Raz that the other day I was talking to you and I was like, why aren't we playing Malphite into Jace?
I know, we were talking about it. Yeah.
Wait, did you win that game? I can't remember.
I did, yeah.
Okay, there you go. So do I get a little... Thank you.
Got a little single dingle in that one.
That being said, I do hear that we have comms from the last team fight. You won't be able to hear. Hopefully you can recollect it, and let's play it.
Raz can reenact it.
True.
Yeah, they're tipping on it.
They're hitting now. 먼저 가.
We have Bartle to stall him.
Yeah, maybe Bartle the Nash if we need.
Bartle Nash.
I think we should.
No. I think actually.
And he knows stun.
Here. Nice fire, guys.
It's 400.
Nice.
Take it slow. Take it slow. Take it slow. Any has flash. No, any has flash.
Any no flash.
Go.
Front. Careful the turret. Front.
We don't need to kill up.
Jacks. And chase. Poppy chase.
Yeah, chase. We're gonna dive in.
I can portal maybe. Take it slow. Yes. Give me portal.
Go.
Go.
렉사이 오나 펜타. 여기 렉사이.
펜타.
Go in. Go top.
Focus. She has portal.
I have
it doesn't matter.
And then.
Let's go!
Oh my god!
He's staying hydrated, you can tell.
Yeah. Holy moly.
While
we were really happy about that one.
Were you popping off too?
I mean, I already knew the game was won once we got the kill on like Annie. It's like we're just gonna chase him out after that. So to me, the game was already over. But I was pretty happy.
Those were some of the most hectic comms I've heard from Lyon, because everybody...
Yeah, I don't know why it's so hectic, guys. Like, it's just really chill. We're just going to chase him down, and that's it. But, yeah, I mean...
excited or something?
I mean, I'm like, hey, man, we just got the pick, game-winning pick.
Full 5 games, you know, in the series.
I mean, I guess,
Get in the dub, get the Baron.
Also, the cherry on top, player of the game.
Boom.
Is you. Big Ghost.
Nice,
Congratulations.
Huge win.
Flash and E.
You've been in a lot of Game 5 situations. Like, where does this rank in a few of them? I mean...
Okay, actually, the C9 one last year, the 100 Thieves C9 series, that's like my number 1 by far. That might be my favorite game played, because that got us to Worlds, essentially.
True.
So that Game 5 was the most impactful. This one is... I'm not sure, but I just know in my number 1. This is not number 1. This is
Chat
could be top
also
5.
agrees, has you as the player of the game there, which is cool to see.
Nice.
And it's funny you mentioned C9 because that is of course going to be your next opponent now. You are guaranteed at least top 3, so you'll be at Arizona. You will be, making it to 2 finals in some way.
Okay.
1 more win, in the upper bracket or the lower bracket, and you'll go to MSI.
Right.
So, like, how much is that on your guys' mind, or you haven't even had time to process?
Well, I'm just 1 week at a time. I mean, I'm just enjoying the win right now, and we'll think about C9 when I get home. But
You're like, shut up, buddy.
I'm just glad I got the win. I felt really bad after the Game 4 performance, so it just feels really good to play Game 5 and win in the 10th.
Some redemption.
Who did you think would be player of the series?
Ooh, I actually don't know. Probably Jungle, because Jungle's OP, so I don't know.
Well, your player of the series is actually Saint. Boom! Mid lane play.
Mid lane OP? What's going on here?
I mean, he did really well in the Stylus Yone game. I don't know how he keeps laning Yone Aurora, but he just explains it. I thought that match was impossible.
Yeah,
but,
we even literally had Spawn come in, and he was like, well, if I can outplay us with the Aurora into Yone matchup, then I don't even know what we can do because that matchup is so hard.
Yeah.
But Saint still had a really good game.
I mean, a lot of these team fights, especially since you guys have been playing against Team Liquid week after week, but like Saint has been a demon. Like, how have you been viewing a lot of these team fights and like Saint's performance in particular?
Well, let's not give him too much credit. He entered game last series. The Silas last team fight, he entered that one really hard. So
let's keep that ego in check, buddy.
We gotta keep that ego in check.
Keep that ego in check.
We've been listening to Lion comms. We know you guys are keeping each other.
Shut up.
We watched the Chovy bot. Come on, what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how you're so far behind that one.
I did quickly want to ask, check in as well, because you're still assume splitting time with Castle for scrims. Has the amount of scrims also changed? Because clearly they're keeping you in all games for this playoff game, which is an important series. A lot of people kind of expected that because you've been playing with the team, but is the practice also 50-50 or is it more weighted to
I'm
you?
getting like the full 5 games, and then he's getting the night block.
Okay.
So that's kind of the way we're doing it right now. But yeah.
That makes sense. Still 6-person roster.
He's still on the team. In case everyone's wondering, yeah.
I do want to check out the Samsung OLED Power Players of the Week because there's a lot of strong performance here. The week itself was pretty damn good.
Didn't make it to 100.
Yeah, game 4 I was not making it.
There?
I missed so much farm in that game 4.
Where the hell are you?
I wasn't gonna get the record.
Damn. Hey, at least Berserker got fastest kill, 3 minutes and 24. There's been a lot of like, oh my god, actually, that game where there's this perma-scrapping in the early game.
Wait, how did Jan and Berserker are tied? How did he get it first? I guess we won, so we get it in the first place.
His name starts with B, maybe.
Yeah,
probably. I mean, we won, so it's gonna be up there.
For bias.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations to all of those players. Now let's take a look at the playoff bracket, see where Lyon and the rest of the teams are now. C9 and Lyon will be waiting in that winner series. And again, if you lose, you would fall down to the lower finals. So Sentinels, Fly going to be playing, Shopify playing against TL. What are your predictions for the lower bracket? Do you see the same top 4 being the top 4, or do you think there could be some big upsets?
Yeah, I think TL and FlyQuest, I would favor them, but Sentinels is good too, and Impact is back these days, honestly. He's playing a lot better compared to his regular season, so I could see that being pretty close, because I think both of them have a pretty good way of playing their game out in terms of just macro-wise. So I think that series will be the closest, and then, I mean, honestly, Shopify has leveled up too a lot in scrims, so honestly, could be 2 close series. But I would favor TL and Fly just from right now.
That's pretty hype.
Yeah, that's great. Quickly, your next matchup going into Cloud9. What's your thoughts on the Thanatos matchup for yourself?
Just play well. Don't have a game 4 performance, and then I think, just play well. That's essentially it.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, strong enough a point. That being said, I know NASL playoffs has been going on alongside us, so you guys can check out the NASL playoffs on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. It's going to be on the NACL Twitch or YouTube channel, so you can check that out. The bracket's been going crazy. Conviction and CCG lineup is, of course, in the upper bracket. That's the LCS boys there. So I don't know if you've been paying attention. There's a lot of upsets there. Every matchup has basically been an upset. So if you guys can check that out there, it's a lot of fun. But that's going to be it for us. You guys can check us out next Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Someone threw a plushie at us. You did! No, that's Emily! Okay, I got her. And we're going to sign off. Of course, that's going to be Sentinels versus FlyQuest. So you can catch that next week. See you guys there. Peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS and day 2 of our spring playoff.
Come. Oh, five.
Me.
I'm in Aurora first. I ult there. The Saint went. Saint, you fine? Okay, nice. We kill here.
I'll kill Vi.
Yeah, kill Vi. You got it? I will help you, I guess.
Penta.
Yeah. I can see.
There's no Penta, bro. Emilio's not here.
See. Oh! Now here in game number 2, it's Lyon team fighting, forcing TL to play their game, and Lyon just being better at it.
Yeah, maybe Bartle the Nash if we need.
Yeah, Bartle, Nash. I think we should.
No. I think actually.
And he knows Scott here. Backside power, guys.
It's 4.
Nice.
Take it slow. Take it slow. Any has flash. No, any has flash.
Any no flash.
Go, 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 go.
Front, careful the turret, careful the turret. Front.
Yeah, front. You don't need to kill after this.
Jugs. And
I'm
chase,
following, okay, I'm
poppy
following.
chase.
Yeah, chase. We're gonna dive in, we're gonna dive in.
Portal maybe. Take it slow, yes, give me portal. Go.
Next time here.
Go.
Next time you wanna kill me. Penta. Look,
Penta.
Go in, go top lane, use go top end. Go top end.
Focus, he has portal.
I have it gets better.
Then.
That game, that series, that's Lyon taking their win.